Every organization has a beginning. Ours began with a promise. Of a promise we made to our dear son, Anthony. But to understand that promise, you first need to know who Anthony was.
Anthony was an incredible young man. He had a smile that could light up a room, a wonderful sense of humor, and a heart that genuinely cared about other people. Like many children, Anthony also faced challenges. He was diagnosed at age 7 with ADHD and dysgraphia. As parents, we were determined to help him become the very best version of himself.
So we learned. We asked lots of questions. We sought help. We worked with psychiatrists, tutors, teachers, and others who helped us better understand our son and how he learned and how he experienced the world. And along the way, we discovered something every family should know. Every child has unique gifts. Sometimes they just need someone to help them discover them.
For Anthony, those gifts were everywhere. He loved martial arts, he loved singing, and he really loved cars. When he discovered those passions, we watched his confidence grow. Like every family raising a child with ADHD, we celebrated the victories, worked through the challenges, and never stopped believing in him. Anthony wasn't defined by ADHD. He was defined by his heart.
But we've also learned something that many families know all too well. ADHD doesn't simply disappear because life seems to be getting better. The impulsivity that comes with ADHD can have life-changing consequences. And because of that impulsivity, we lost our dear boy. There are no words that can describe this kind of loss. We had to make sure our daughters were okay. We had to make sure we were okay. And as a family, we needed time to heal.
Then came a day that changed our lives forever. At Anthony's viewing, hundreds of people came to celebrate his life. Young people began coming up to us, one after another, sharing stories we had never heard before. They told us how kind Anthony had been, how he always noticed people who felt alone, how he made them smile, how he encouraged them, how one simple act of kindness made a difficult day a little easier. As his parents, we thought we knew our son, but that day, we discovered something even bigger. Kindness wasn't something Anthony did. Kindness was simply who he was.
At Anthony's eulogy, we made him a promise. We promised that somehow, some way, we would help other children. The truth is, we didn't know what we would do or how we would do it. But we knew we couldn't let Anthony's story end there. So we went to work. We talked and listened to families. We learned from professionals. We asked one question over and over again. What could we have done that would have helped our family? That one question became everything we have built.
Today, that promise has become Anthony's Way, the road to kindness. Our mission to help families navigate ADHD with hope, with guidance, with compassion, and with a clear path forward. We believe families shouldn't have to figure out this journey alone. Every child deserves to be understood, every parent deserves support, and every family deserves hope.
People often ask us, why is it called Anthony's Way, the road to kindness? The answer is simple. Because that's the way Anthony lived. His kindness became his legacy, and today, that legacy continues every time a family finds hope, every time we help a child discover their strengths, and every time someone chooses kindness. We made you a promise, Anthony.
We told you we would help other children.
And today that promise lives on through Anthony's Way, the road to kindness.
And we're just getting started.
Thank you for taking the time to hear our story.
And thank you for believing that kindness can change lives.
And thank you for joining us on our journey.
Welcome to Anthony's Way, the road to kindness.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tony, and it's just terrific to have you all with us. We have people from all over the world joining us today, and we're just so excited. We're excited you're here, and we're excited to be with you today. And we entitled this summit, Let's Be the Champions for Kids with ADHD. So I want to kick it off with asking a question. If you could put your answers in the chat for us. We gave you a survey to fill out, and we got lots and lots of parents on the line with us. Please answer this question. Who is the champion for your child with ADHD? You are the champion. You're the person who knows your child the best. You see him or her struggling. You give them a hug. You try to help them out. You try to deal with all the emotional regulation challenges that might be there for him or her. And you keep searching for answers. And you keep showing up no matter how tired you are, no matter how frustrated you might be. You keep showing up for your son or daughter. And it doesn't matter what age they are. They could be 30, they could be 7. You keep showing up for them. You are the champion for your child. We were the champion for our son, Anthony. And on Anthony's road, man, we loved him. We cared for him. We believed in him. Casey was his advocate. I got him into martial arts. We did everything that we thought was right for him. And as we traveled down Anthony's road with him and with us, there were so many pieces to the puzzle. So I want you to think about this. How many decisions do you have to make for your child that has ADHD? Think about it. Which doctors do I go to? Can I trust the pediatrician? No, what the voices from the pediatrician? What about therapists? How do I find the right one? And then I got to tell you, what about ADHD life coaches? We didn't even know they existed. What about your child being bullied? How do you deal with that? How do you deal with all the school challenges, whether there's some learning challenges in there? And then one of the most important questions we get asked all the time is, what about the medications? There's family dynamics. What about siblings? How do I deal with my siblings? What if I have more kids that have ADHD? We met many families that have 2 or 3 children that have ADHD. All the emotions that go with it, and sometimes you just don't know where to turn. You get overwhelmed, and we did too. We asked, are we doing enough? What are we missing? And is there a better way? We felt all those things that many parents today feel. So I'm going to ask you, we're going to take you on a little road trip today. I'm going to ask you to buckle up with me as I take you down the journey, and it's going to be Anthony's journey. And we shared a lot in the video that came up about his life. He was a kind soul, and he gave to everybody. He wanted everybody to love him. He had these little fingers when he was born that he just wanted to hug you. He had beautiful blonde hair, beautiful smile, and big blue eyes. So we worked with him. We worked through, and I want to focus on one day in particular. And that date's April 4th, 2016. Anthony had just turned 18 on February 13th. We thought we had helped him through all of the challenges, and he was looking forward to his future. The day started out like this. We had been working on a project that he asked me to help him with, and of course I funded it. It was a 1989 BMW. It was beat up, and his passion was cars. He wanted to go to Northwood University to study automotive marketing and management. So that morning, we took his BMW that we had fixed and worked on to finally get painted. It was going to be painted red again, and we took it to the body shop, and they said they would have it ready for his prom, and that's what he was hoping for. He wanted to drive it to his prom. So the day continued, and I got home from work, and like we always did 3 or 4 times a week, we went down to the gym. We had a gym in our house. We worked out, he and I. We talked. And, like my son, he was looking forward. He asked Dad, what's the next car we're going to do? He was so anxious he just wanted to get into another car. And I said, let's get this one done first, and then we'll look at the next one. But he knew which car he wanted to do. And then the next thing he did is he set up an appointment. We had Donna Cronin, who you're going to hear from later. She does college preparation and application services. And she had helped Anthony with his bio, his application, and found schools. And that's how he found Northwood, and we found Northwood University. He sent her a message and said, I want to sign my application to my acceptance letter that I got. And he was ready to go to Northwood. So we finished working out, and he went upstairs like he always did. And about 9 o'clock, he came down. He gave his mom a big hug and a kiss. And he came over to me, and we hugged each other. And then everything changed. He made one bad decision, one impulsive decision that night. We don't know what happened, but it was the last time we saw Anthony alive. So like any family, we search for answers. What went wrong? What else could we have done? And then we stumbled upon some horrific statistics. 7 million kids in the United States have ADHD. It's even more around the world. And these kids struggle with depression, anxiety, impulsiveness, bipolar challenges, and so many other comorbidities. And the saddest statistic out of all of those is that 30% of these kids that have ADHD will either attempt or die by suicide. I wish someone would have told us. We didn't put the risks together between his impulsiveness, and maybe that was our fault. Behind every family, behind these 7 million families, there's a beautiful child. And at Anthony's eulogy, we made a promise to him that we would find a way to help children and help families, because we didn't want anybody to feel the same pain we did. Anthony's story ended on April 4th, 2016. And Casey and I had decisions to make. We could have laid in bed being depressed, but we made a decision. We made a decision that if we could help another family avoid the road we traveled, the road Anthony traveled, we were going to do it. So we took a 2-year road trip, and I'm inviting you to follow us here again. We did research. We read everything we could find. We talked to experts. We talked to psychiatrists, the top psychiatrists in the world. We talked to ADHD life coaches. We talked to the experts, talked to therapists, and we talked to so many parents. What we found out is that parents and everybody said, we don't need another program that would have unanswered questions. So that's when we decided that we would build our care roadmap. And that's what you see on the screen today. We spent 2 years working to design a care roadmap and put experts to it that you could rely on and you could trust as a family. You could look to these people, and you're going to hear from each of them today. The summit is here because we kept on going, and we did not want another family to feel the pain that we did. So we're inviting you to listen to. We have a few testimonials in here that we're going to share with you, but we have a very special testimonial that came in from a wonderful family that we worked with for a year. We worked with 130 families in at least 2 years since we launched Anthony's Way to Road to Kindness. And we're giving out grants now to families that are in need, that can't support the cost of care. We have lots of stories that families have sent us of how our model and the people that we're going to meet today have helped their child. And this family that we're going to bring up is Beth and Donnie, and their son is Cooper, and they are a wonderful family. We've worked with them for over a year, and we've gotten very close to them. And we'd like you to listen to this testimonial as we finish our kickoff today.
Hi, I am Beth.
And I'm Donnie, a family testimonial for Anthony's Way.
When our 16-year-old son Cooper was going through one of the hardest stretches of his life, he was struggling with ADHD, severe anxiety, and he was being bullied at school. This had been going on and off since middle school. I guess it's called middle school. And it progressively got worse. He internalized a lot of everything, and it would tell us stuff. We trusted the school that they were handling it when we confronted them. He had an IEP in place, and we thought that was taking it, but we were very wrong, and we felt like we were fighting alone at the worst part of our life. He had wanted to commit suicide, and we were afraid. We called the hotline. We were told that we needed to hospitalize him, which I knew was not the thing for him or for us. Then I found Anthony's Way. Tony, he is a godsend. We appreciate everything and just everything he's done and everyone he's got us in touch with. I was going through the internet, and it just happened to land on him. I've never heard of him before or anything, and it was like an intervention from God, I felt.
The moment we connected with their team, we felt seen and understood in a way we had never experienced before. They finally connected us with a therapist who actually specialized in ADHD, and it made all the difference. On top of that, they provided us with a family coaching and an individual ADHD coach for Cooper. Real, consistent support instead of another dead end.
Rather than focusing on Cooper's struggles, Anthony, he really helped us focus on Cooper's strengths, which we knew what his strengths were, but sometimes you just need that extra reminder that that's the channel, that's the avenue that you need to go through with someone with ADHD. They helped us encourage him with his favorite things he liked to do, such as cooking, reading a book. He had been starting to exercise. Tony took him under his wing and personally gave him an exercise program and contacts him on a regular basis to make sure that he is following through with the exercise and progressing. We are looking into further going forward into taekwondo, karate, one of those. Anthony knows what we're talking, or Tony knows what we're talking about, sorry. But what they did is they gave us strategies to face his anxiety and the bullying with a new resilience, and they supported us as parents every step of the way. We do not hesitate. At any moment we know that we can give them a call and they'll help us or guide us to someone who can help us.
Anthony's Way just doesn't talk about kindness, they live it. They're still walking alongside Cooper and our whole family today, helping us navigate every aspect of his life, including preparing him for the next big step, higher education. We're endlessly grateful for the hope and support they've given our family when we needed it the most.
And the biggest thing about Anthony's Way that we've learned is not only the support, the compassion, the fact that they are continuing to expand the scope of their organization to help us, but it's the pay it forward aspect that we like. It's about kindness, being kind to someone else, helping someone else in need, and hopefully one day Cooper will be able to take someone under his wings and show him or her what to do. Thank you, Tony.
Thanks a lot, Tony.
Thank you, Donnie. Thank you, Beth. And thank you, Cooper. He's a wonderful child, wonderful, wonderful boy, and he'll be 17 shortly. So happy birthday. Listen, you're going to hear from other people as we go through today with testimonials, but now it's time to get started. And we want to leave you with this. This is our motto. Today is the best day of your life. Tomorrow will be even better. And life is better with you. We're going to kick it off with, going back to our motto, we're going to kick it off with Megan Shapiro. And Megan should be here shortly. Good morning, Megan.
Good morning, Tony.
It's our pleasure to welcome Megan Shapiro, a licensed psychological associate with more than 20 years of experience helping children, adolescents, adults, and families navigate their mental health journey. Megan is the owner of A Different Path Mental Health in Wilmington, North Carolina, a neurodivergent affirming private practice specializing in comprehensive psychological assessments and individual therapy. One of her areas of expertise is conducting detailed ADHD evaluations, helping families gain a clear understanding of their child's strengths, challenges, and the support they need. In Anthony's way, we believe that understanding a child's unique needs is the first step in building a successful care roadmap, and Megan plays a vital role in that process. We're so grateful for your compassion, your expertise, and your commitment to helping these children and families. Let's welcome Megan. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you, Tony. And I'm so happy to be here today. I'm so grateful to be a part of Anthony's Way and their mission. So I'm here today to talk about comprehensive psychological evaluations for ADHD. And today I really want to focus on two aspects, the why and the what. So we're going to talk about why a comprehensive psychological evaluation is important and what exactly a comprehensive psychological evaluation is. So to start with the why, I want to present a scenario about what we can avoid essentially by doing comprehensive psychological evaluations. So the scenario is that by the time a child gets to us or has been flagged for ADHD, some things have probably happened. They've probably had some trouble in school. They may have gotten into some trouble in the community, in their family, with their peers, and they may have gotten some messaging that they're lazy, they just don't care, they're too much. And then somebody says, hey, we actually think that we can help you. We think that we can make a difference. And we think that you might have ADHD. So the scenario that we want to avoid is based on many, many outlets for being evaluated or diagnosed ultimately to start the process of treatment for ADHD. And this can happen a lot of different ways. It can happen through pediatricians. It can happen through the school system. It can happen through providers. And there are varying degrees of thoroughness with a psychological evaluation. And it's not to say that a pediatrician can't diagnose ADHD. They absolutely can, or the school actually does a very thorough evaluation, or some providers can't diagnose ADHD. But the problem lies when we don't do a thorough evaluation. So if a child has been struggling and has heard these messages and has been told we're gonna help you out. And so somebody says, yes, I think they have ADHD, and we start intervention and we start treatment for ADHD. But maybe we missed something. Maybe the kid has anxiety, maybe they have depression, maybe they're struggling with dyslexia, and all of those things are contributing to their struggles, maybe just as much or more than ADHD. Well, if we just intervene for ADHD, the treatment might not be as effective as we would prefer. And the child might start to think, oh man, maybe these things people are saying about me, that I'm lazy, that I'm too much, that I don't care, are true. Because we've said we think we know what the problem is, we're addressing the problem, and nothing is happening. And that can start to create shame. It can create increasing conflict with a family that might already be frustrated, teachers that might already be frustrated. We're trying to solve the problem and we're not getting anywhere. So this can be avoided through a thorough psychological evaluation. Um, so I want to talk a little bit about what is a thorough psychological evaluation. I'm going to talk about how we do it at our practice. It is not the only way to do it, but really touching on all of the aspects that I'm going to talk about are important. So in our practice, we always start with a clinical interview. So a parent calls and they schedule an appointment for their child. And the first thing that we do is we schedule a 1 hour appointment. And that appointment takes place with the child and with family members. It could be one family member or both parents or caregivers. If whoever wants to be present, we just need the child and one caregiver because we want to get information from the child about what they think is going on. We also want to get information from the parent about what they've observed and what kind of impairments are happening. And sometimes there can be some disagreement there or a parent is seeing some things that a kid is not seeing. It also gives the provider an opportunity to start to establish a relationship with the kid and get to know them. And this is really important because we are going to ask them to do some really hard things. We might be asking them to come in later and do work that looks like school, where there already might be a fair amount of shame. We might ask them to do things that could be very challenging for them. And so it lets us start to build a relationship. At the end of the clinical interview, hopefully we have an idea of the issues and we're able to formulate a plan for assessment. There are some things that are always a part of our plan. Um, and I want to take a minute to say that the important part of these steps is that now we're getting into the territory where it's not just somebody observing and saying, yeah, they can't focus. No, they can't pay attention. Yes, they're acting up in school. They must have ADHD. We're using objective data that can then be compared to a huge sample of other kids, this particular kid's age, and we can say, is their behavior looking significantly different than the behavior of their peers? And when the answer is yes, then we can say, well, something must be going on that's significant. So the components of a psychological evaluation, always in our practice, and I think this is important in all practices, although it is not necessary for a diagnosis of ADHD, we do a cognitive evaluation or an IQ test. And this gives us an idea of a couple of different things. It tells us overall, without any sort of impact from education or the environment, where a kid is as far as their ability to learn. So it's basically their aptitude, their innate ability. It also lets us get a snapshot of what are their strengths and weaknesses. So if a kid has a lot of strength in the area of visual processing and is maybe struggling some with working memory, we can say, well, we can use these visual processing strengths by giving visual cues and instructions visually to help them when they might be struggling because of their memory with being able to remember the steps to do a task or exactly what they're supposed to do. Um, so cognitive assessment is important because it tells us kind of where they are innately, what we should expect that they can be able to do, and it sets a foundation for our expectations. But it also tells us strengths and weaknesses that we can use to try to help them achieve better results. Um, in addition to the cognitive assessment, we do several assessments for executive function, and we try to gather information from at least 3 sources if we can. We send the parents questionnaires, we send teachers questionnaires, and if the child is old enough, we ask the child themselves to provide information. And this gives us an idea of what they're struggling with as far as executive functioning is concerned. It's important because it tells us whether we're meeting a threshold for diagnosis of ADHD. There are requirements that some symptoms are present, and it tells us, not all ADHD looks the same. It can be very, very different. So where are this particular child's strengths and weaknesses so that we know exactly where to intervene. Um, Through that process, we can also sometimes rule out the possibility that there are other problems like anxiety or depression that might be co-occurring with ADHD that we also need to address in order to achieve full results, or that those things better explain the symptoms. And it might be that we then say, well, they're definitely having some struggles, but I really think we need to address anxiety and depression before we address ADHD. And all of that is obviously very important information for effective intervention. Um, Another step is we kind of cast a wide net. So we do a screener, and this is usually through a behavior checklist to look at what the child's other struggles might be. And by doing that, we can rule out or rule in things like OCD, anxiety, depression, if the child's had any trauma, it gives us a really good idea of what else could be going on so that we can address those things as well. Again, with the goal of very, very effective intervention to help the child actually experience a relief from their symptoms and do well, because borrowing from Ross Green, kids do well when they can. Um, so we do an assessment for executive function, we do an assessment for other clinical issues that might be going on. And then, based on what we've heard during the clinical interview, we might add an additional test called an achievement test. So, whereas the IQ test that we always do tells us the kid's innate abilities, an achievement test tells us what they're actually doing. So, we know what they should be doing based on the cognitive assessment, and then the achievement test tells us what they are doing. And when we've got discrepancies between what they should be doing and what they are actually doing, it gives us really important information for intervention. It tells us if maybe the child is having struggle with learning. It could be a learning disorder. Learning disorders and ADHD co-occur very often. I believe the rate is at 40%. So it's important to address that because interventions for ADHD are not going to help dyslexia. It also tells us if there are just areas that the child has fallen behind because of symptoms of ADHD and lets us be able to very specifically intervene. Maybe it's with a tutor or maybe with parents really monitoring those classes a little bit more than they have been previously. So we do the achievement testing. Sometimes, not all the time, but I would say a majority of time we do that because it does provide such important information. So those are the basic components of a psychological evaluation. I will add that sometimes if we are picking up on like maybe there's another disorder and we really want to assess for that before we make a diagnosis, we might do some additional questionnaires in order to get a good idea of symptoms. After we've gathered all of that information, um, we write a report. And the purpose of the report is for pediatricians or medical providers, for the school, and for parents to really be able to have a thorough understanding of what's going on in order to inform intervention. So this is a way that we can communicate in a very detailed way with everybody involved in the case what is going on. Um, We'll review it with the parents. We can send it to anybody who needs to receive it and then go from there. So that is the what. What is a thorough psychological evaluation? Um, I I had one more question that I was asked. Somebody asked, how do you know if you have ADHD? And that's a really good question, because all psychological disorders are actually very extreme forms of typical human behavior. And what I would say is that when the typical human behavior has become extreme is when you start to see impairment. So you know that there might be something going on. If there are problems that you don't want to be having with family, again, with peers in the community, at school, or if you're an adult at work. So when you start to notice that these symptoms or behaviors that you're experiencing are having an impact in other important areas of your life, it's probably a good idea to ask the question, is this ADHD? Because it's so important to intervene in order for people to be able to do the best that they can. And that's all I've got for you.
Well, first off, Megan, thank you very much. The reason Megan's here is because it's important to do the right assessment, the right evaluation, to understand what's going on so the next steps can occur. And what we found is we talked to a lot of parents is that they go to a pediatrician might say, you have ADHD. Well, then they start giving them medication. Well, that's not the right approach. You really need to step back and do exactly what Megan does. And she's a valuable resource. And in your respective areas, you can find someone just like Megan. We spent lots of time, and Megan's come to us, and we just love having her as a part of the team. And she does all of the evaluations that for the kids that we bring her here in the North Carolina area. So we're grateful for you. Thank you for the information, and please share any. If you have any other questions for Megan, please put them in the chat, and we'll answer them as we can. Thank you, Megan. Great.
Thank you, Tony.
Take care now. Okay, next we want to bring up David Gawork.
Well, hello.
Hello, David. Hey, it's a tremendous honor to have you here with us and to introduce you to one of the world's leading pioneers in the ADHD coaching arena. David is the founder and president of the ADD Coach Academy, the first and largest comprehensive ADHD coach training program in the world, accredited by both the International Coaching Federation and the Professional Association of ADHD Coaches. He is both a master certified ADHD coach and a master certified coach. David has spent decades training ADHD coaches across the globe while helping entrepreneurs, executives, and individuals unlock their strengths and reach their full potential. David's leadership has helped shape the ADHD community in countless ways. He played an instrumental role in establishing ADHD Awareness Month, and he was inducted into the Chad Hall of Fame and received the ADHD Coaches Organization Founders Award in recognition of his pioneering contributions to the profession. He's also an author. He's written the acclaimed book, Permission to Proceed, The Keys to Creating a Life of Passion, Purpose, and Possibility for Adults with ADHD. Now beyond those, David has become a great resource for Anthony's Way to Road to Kindness. He's on our advisory board. He leads up our medical advisory board team. And he has an unwavering belief that every child and every person has the potential to inspire and become who they want to become. And I didn't know ADHD coaches existed until I met David, and maybe he'll share how much of a pain I was to get him to be part of our team. But David, thank you for being here. I'm going to let you chat now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Casey, am I good? I just want to make sure.
You're good.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. I'm very excited to be here, and it's a privilege to be part of this summit and to support the important work of Anthony's Way, an organization I have been deeply involved with for nearly 3 years. When I make decisions to get involved in organizations, I take it very seriously because I have limited time. And this is an organization that I believe in, the work that they're doing, and there's no other organization that is helping families in the way they are with their comprehensive model for supporting families with ADHD and their children. So I greatly value that relationship and their commitment to children and navigating ADHD. And in our brief time together, I want to explain what professional ADHD coaching is and how it can support both the child and the entire family. I wish we had more time, but what I'm going to do is give you a nice appetizer and let you know that what I'm going to share with you, Anthony's Way strongly believes in and integrates into their program. One of the things that we do in ADHD coaching is we use metaphors. We take the invisible challenges of ADHD and we bring them to life with visuals. So I'm going to do that as a theme today to help you understand what coaching is, one of the ways we educate our people, the people we're working with, and our coaches that we train. But if you will, imagine going to a symphony, and you're there for the first time. You enter the concert hall before the symphony begins, and you're listening to all the instruments tuning up before they come together in a symphony, and they sound very chaotic. But the performers have smiles on their face because they know what the final product is going to be. But for families with ADHD, navigating ADHD can feel that chaotic way of I don't know how the instruments are going to come together, and it doesn't allow the music inside of the children and the family to be expressed. And so for families navigating ADHD, daily life can sometimes be like you can't manage the emotions, and the drums that they're playing feel way too loud, and it disturbs you. The impulsivity is the trumpet blowing too early before it's supposed to come in. And the executive challenges of being able to pause and pay attention and play the instrument are the scattered music sheets all around, which make it very, very distractible and difficult to be able to play the music. But the music is there. The music is there for the child, and the music is there for the family. But ADHD coaching is there to support the parents and the families to create a system so it gives them more awareness of how they play their own rhythm in the situation they're in, how they play their own music, and begin to trust that process. However, because there is a pervasive philosophy of what philosophy and focus on what they pay attention to, a lot of times people with ADHD who don't understand their ADHD, who have not been coached, who have not been educated, miss the notes of the music, and they get frustrated, and shame begins to manifest, and they get overwhelmed with what is not working. And what we know about neuroscience tells us what you pay attention to grows. So in any given situation, if your dominant focus is on negative things like missed notes and frustration, and something is wrong with me, when there's nothing wrong with you, it begins to create neurochemicals in the brain that can exacerbate the ADHD, like cortisol, which creates more anxiety. Is there any wonder that anxiety and ADHD go together? Well, if you don't understand your ADHD and you don't understand how it works in different situations, it's going to exacerbate your ADHD. But the music is still there. ADHD coaches know that the answers to the challenges of ADHD and the music and the notes, their own unique notes, are instilled, and inside that individual, they're buried away, and we've got to excavate them out. Okay? But when you shift that, and what ADHD coaches shift is from the dark side to the light side, and invite, what ADHD coaching is about, invitation and exploration and discovery. We invite them to play the notes that they know, the notes that, inspire them. We discover many strengths, different kinds of strengths, unique strengths. And in those strengths, they're ignited by positive memories, again, which have been buried because of the negativity bias, that bias that always gives credence and priority to the negative over the positive. So we have to work very hard to be able to identify what's worked before and give them the support and connection, the families, so that they can say, what makes me come alive? What's the music inside of me that's been dead for so long that I want to begin to express and give myself permission to do that? Actually, the book I wrote was called Permission to Proceed, because people with ADHD, adults, kids, families, all of them didn't give themselves permission to do what was strong for them, what was authentic. So coaching helps the families hear the music again and begin to express it. And how do we do that? Well, what I'm going to briefly share with you is what we call the PAC Essentials. We are a program. We don't have licensing like therapists, but we have accreditation and certification. There's only a few schools in the world for ADHD coaching that are accredited by both the International Coach Federation, the Life Coaching Organization, and the Professional Association of ADD Coaches. And so PAC, which is that organization which certifies coaches and governs the rules and regulations of what coaching is professionally, help create these skills and the process that I'm going to show you now, and also the specific progress that we create through what we call the 5 E's, and that'll make sense once I go through this. So first of all, what makes ADHD coaching different is the ADHD lens and our ability to educate individuals, the family, and the children with how does ADHD show up? What's going on underneath that brain, beneath the behavior? When a child is acting impulsively and angry, they're not doing it on purpose. They're doing it because something's frustrating them. ADHD is situationally variable. And what I want you to know, the paradox of ADHD means that the children and the family, somebody in that family gave that child the ADHD, has a paradox with great strengths, and the strengths are really strong, but unfortunately the weaknesses are much weaker, and certain situations can ignite that, like boredom and pressure. And so we create safety by first educating the family and the kids. The parents have to understand ADHD in terms of how it impacts their child, and if they have it themselves, how it impacts them and their behavior and how they act in the world with their ADHD. Does not mean that ADHD means you're broken. It just means that you have a unique brain wiring. In those 100 billion neurons that you have a unique way of expressing yourself in the world, and you have to begin to embrace it. It's not broken. It just means you have a different way of doing it, which we call neurodivergence. That's the fancy word we use today, neurodivergence. And then we have collaboration. ADHD coaching is about inviting the family and the children to begin to explore and discover what works for them, what works together for the family, the specific situations, and begin to anchor it, reinforce it. Because of the negativity bias, we're always working harder to accentuate the positive over the negative. And isn't that what quality of life is about? Having more good times than bad ones? Well, if you focus only on the bad ones, you're not going to have the good ones. And so we invite the person, we anchor them, we reinforce them, we remind them of those successful experiences so that they can access stuff from it, good things, strengths, very specific systems and steps that are customized that work the way their brain works. And then we begin to wonder what would be possible if we could energize these people, if we could ask them, what would be possible if this anxiety were no longer here? What would be possible if you manifested more of that successful event in your life today? What would be possible if you used your strengths more than your weaknesses? So that we begin to uncover those strengths and the patterns of experience that lead to greater possibilities. Greater possibilities. People with ADHD have a very difficult time looking at the future because they're having such a difficult time in the present. Why wouldn't you? But once we begin to create a safe space where they understand their ADHD and we invite them to go and explore what their strengths and experience of success, fulfillment, and joy can bring them, we begin to open it up for possibilities. And those possibilities have to become an action plan. And when we create action, where we're creating steps that are customized to the brain of the ADHD individuals, the family, and the children, we're creating steps that are customized for their unique brain wiring. Not some standard template that a school or the workplace says you have to do it this way. How can you do it one way when you've got 100 billion neurons with 15,000 different passageways, which means you have trillions of ways you process the world around you, and the world says do it in these 3 to 5 ways or 7 ways or whatever they are. But the point is, you have a unique way. People with ADHD have been shown through research to have outstanding creative skills and fairness and excess energy, all these things that have been shown in research that are not talked about because of the pervasive philosophy of dark versus light. Well, we're about light. And the coach does not take over the music. We don't tell the family or the child what music to play. We learn to play it together. We co-conduct. We co-conduct to create a symphony and a music that has been buried that needs to be expressed naturally and uniquely. And one of the ways we do this is we have an exercise called Magnificent Me Moments. And it's evidence. And these are remembered experiences when the child felt capable, connected, courageous, creative, successful, fully themselves. And they've been buried and they need to be excavated out of that brain. And the coach, in connection with the family. And the family needs to express theirs as well. But to support the child, they need to know that they can be fully themselves. They need to know what they do well. It needs to be revealed and it needs to be part of the evidence. And one of the things that we do in order to expand that experience, to anchor the strengths that they have, is a thing called the VIA character strengths. If you go to VIAcharacterstrengths.org, there's a free assessment you can do. And they identify 24 character strengths, which are the essence of what makes you tick, the essence of what makes you come alive, the essence of what inspires you in positive motion. And these are 24 universal character strengths that have been researched all over the world, and these are especially important at ADHD. Actually, we were the first to bring it in to coaching. And it's very powerful because what this brings out are the sources of inspiration and motivation that your child and you as a family are motivated and inspired for sustainability, not a one-shot deal, but when you wake up every day, what's the source of motivation, inspiration that gets you out of bed to sustain your focus, okay, to be able to use your executive function to make good decisions and move forward in areas that support who you are. And these hidden capacities are critical. Okay. And so I want to get off here for a second and just say a little something to you. Now, let's see. Okay, why slideshow? Why won't it end here? Okay. Here it is. All right. So, in the few minutes that I've had with you, I want to leave with you with a couple of things to think about. One of the voids in ADHD coaching was research, validated research. And because a lot of monies are allocated towards other things like pharmaceuticals, we had a very difficult time getting that research. This year, a very powerful study came out on adult ADHD coaching. And what it showed is, number one, it was based on participating coaches from accredited schools like the Academy and Mentor Coaching, two of the ones that are accredited. And so this specifically showed what the process is, what I've shown you today, that was instituted and they learned into the research, showed significant executive function improvement. It showed self-esteem went up. It showed that over 90% of the people that participated in the study understood their ADHD better than they ever had before, and so many other things. That research will be shared with our coaches and eventually the public in the future. But here's what I want to leave you with. We have a process that we know. Sometimes research cannot capture the thousands and thousands of families, children, and adults that have been positively impacted by ADHD coaching. I know this because I've seen it in my own life. I've seen it in Anthony's way, where families that were in the depths of darkness have seen the light and are living fulfilling, joyful lives. And those anecdotes, which are not research, to me, are as powerful or more powerful than any validated research, even though we have it. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that research can't always show real life experience. And so what I want to leave you with is every human being, every child, every family should have a coach or partner that invites them to explore, because we're not going to give you the answers. Giving you the answers doesn't make you strong. Inviting exploration and discovery of what you already have inside of you, who you are, is what ADHD coaching is all about. And so there's nothing more frustrating than having music inside you, your own composition, your own notes, your own unique way of doing it, and not being able to express it because the world has made you feel like you can't. And it's just not true. You are not your performance. You are not what you do. Who you are is who you believe and know yourself to be as an authentic human being with a unique brain wiring that needs to learn how it works so you can express it to the whole world with confidence and be grateful that you were born that way. And this is something that for 30 years, I've been working with to manifest in the world. I see more of it happening. And my hopes are someday that each family, each child will be embraced and accepted for the content of their character, not by the diagnosis of ADHD. And that is my hope for ADHD coaching. And that is my hope for every family, for every child. And Anthony's Way is one of the most supportive organizations on the globe supporting the work we're doing so everyone's life can significantly improve. Thank you very much for spending time with me today.
David, thank you for that. That was awesome. And you just gave an appetizer, but I want to tell everybody that in our model, in our care roadmap, coaches are the quarterback. That's why every family that comes to us, we suggest that they first start with an ADHD life coach. As long as they've had the right assessment done, David and his team, and he's identified some of the top coaches to work with our families. So we thank you for that. And David, thank you for sharing a little bit here. If you want to learn more, please go to David's website. And there's lots to learn about coaching, which we never knew about until I met you. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great being here, Anthony. Thanks.
David, thank you. All right. We love to bring up next in our model, our education advocacy partner. And that is Casey Miller. Hello, Casey.
Hello.
Hey, it's a pleasure to have you here with us. And Casey is an experienced education advocate who is passionate about helping children with ADHD and other learning differences succeed in school. Casey brings extensive experience as an elementary special education teacher in the public school system and has served as an inclusion facilitator, supporting students with disabilities in general education and classrooms. She has significant expertise in developing, managing, and implementing individual education programs, IEPs, and 504s, and adapting curriculum and classroom strategies to meet each child's unique learning needs. In Anthony's Way's comprehensive model, Casey helps families understand their educational rights, navigate the school system with confidence, and advocate for services and accommodations that their children needs to thrive. So Casey, we welcome you. I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Tony. Thank you so much for having me today. I am so glad to be here with everybody and to be working with Anthony's Way. As Tony said, I'm really passionate about advocating for children with disabilities and their families, especially within the school setting. And I think right now ADHD really deserves a lot of attention because I think our kiddos with ADHD are often the ones we're seeing struggle a lot in the school system and not always get the support and the accommodations that they need. So today, what I want to go through with everybody is what an educational advocate does, why this matters, especially for our kids with ADHD, and then how a family can benefit by having an advocate on their side. So first off, what an educational advocate does. Maybe you've heard that term before, maybe you haven't. I know a lot of parents, when they first hear educational advocate, they're not really sure what it means. When I first started teaching, I wasn't really sure what that meant. And so if you're not familiar with it, to put it really simply, I help families navigate the school system. This is most often the public school system, but could be beneficial in a private school setting or a different, maybe non-traditional school setting as well. So if we look at schools today, we know that they're filled with passionate, caring, kind professionals who really do enjoy working with kids. They want them to succeed. They want them to learn and to grow. But a school, especially a public school, is a very complex organization. There are laws and policies and timelines that have to be followed and adhered to. Teachers are involved in evaluations, in meetings. There are a lot of acronyms and special jargon or technical language that's a part of the school setting that even as an educator can be very overwhelming. So if you're a parent and you're coming into the school system, that can be overwhelming from the start, just with your first child going to school. And then if you add a disability like ADHD on top of that, it can be really hard to know where to start. Who do I talk to? What do I do first? What does my child actually need? What is my child actually struggling with? There's a lot of questions that can come along with all of that. So another part of that too is that as parents, you're an important part of your child's educational team, and parents are being asked to make really important decisions about their child's education while they're learning this whole system and process and hearing this language that may be new to them or unfamiliar to them. So this is where an educational advocate can come in. I can help you to understand what an evaluation means, if an evaluation is needed, what your child's educational data is telling you. You might get test scores or reports from the school, and those can be really hard to interpret if you're not used to looking at them all the time or not sure what that data is telling you. I can also help with what services and accommodations might be appropriate for your child. And then ultimately, my goal is really to help families effectively communicate and collaborate with the school team. So whenever someone is working with me, the first thing I always do is meet with the family, meet with a parent, and just get some information on the child's background, their school background, just general background, kind of get a sense of who are they, what do they love, what makes them tick, and then what are their struggles? What's the big struggle in school right now? What's the thing that is really causing a problem or causing an issue right now? And then I can get an idea of where the help is needed. That might be preparing for a meeting so that you know what to expect, what's coming up, knowing what questions to ask, and how you can really participate as an equal member of that educational team. You don't want to walk away from a meeting or time with your child's teachers and feel like the teachers sort of ran the show and decided everything and you didn't really get your say. When needed, I do attend 504 plan or IEP meetings with families just as an additional member of the team. It can feel better to have another person who's knowledgeable there just to help you feel more confident in asking your questions, requesting clarification if you didn't understand something, and ensuring that your important concerns are being addressed during that meeting. I can also review evaluation reports, review your child's progress monitoring data, look at a draft IEP if your child does have an IEP meeting coming up, and any other school documents that just you're looking at, you're not quite sure what this means, how to interpret it. I can always look at those over with you. So ultimately, my goal is not to replace the relationship that you have with your child's school and teachers. My goal is really to strengthen it, strengthen the communication, strengthen the collaboration between home and school. So why this matters for our kids with ADHD is, as a teacher in the classroom, I see how ADHD affects kids in the classroom in the school setting every single day. And we know it's not just about paying attention. Their ADHD can really cause them to struggle throughout their entire school day. It might not just be in the classroom during learning or during tests. It can be during their special area classes, gym that's supposed to be fun and great, could still be a struggle. Lunch and recess and those less structured, more social times can be an issue as well. And students need support and instruction in order to be successful in those areas. We also know that the behaviors that come along with ADHD are often misunderstood. Lots of students who have ADHD can be labeled as irresponsible, unmotivated, uncooperative, and that they're simply a behavior problem. So we really need to make sure that we're understanding ADHD, understanding that their behaviors are really symptoms of their ADHD, and it's not their lack of effort or motivation. They need instruction and support in order to gain the skills to do those things successfully. In the school setting, I've seen how the right support can really change a student's educational experience. It changes their attitude, their motivation, they feel better coming to school. So it's really important that we identify the environmental barriers that are affecting a student's learning and then provide the appropriate accommodations that help to eliminate those barriers. So one of my favorite things to point out to people is that the barriers are not within the child, they're within the environment. The environment needs to change to provide them support, and then we can also provide them with instruction to give them new skills. And so this is why this really matters. I think navigating the school system as a parent, particularly the parent of a student with a disability with ADHD, you need someone who can understand your child's ADHD, but also can understand the educational system and kind of bridge the gap between home and school. So I touched on this a little bit, and I'll go through a little bit of information about 504 plans versus IEPs. A lot of families, when their child gets a diagnosis of ADHD, will ask, does my child need an IEP? Do they need a 504 plan? What are those? And the answer really does depend on your child's individual needs. So a 504 plan comes from Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. This is a federal civil rights law that protects individuals with disabilities from discrimination. A 504 plan is not a special education service. It is implemented by a regular classroom teacher, all of the staff within a school. It's usually managed by a guidance counselor or other general education staff member. And the purpose of this is to provide accommodations to students so that they have equal access to their education within the school setting. Some of these accommodations might be things like preferential seating, sitting where they're less distracted, extended time for tests or assignments, or taking a break during the test or assignment and coming back to it, movement breaks, getting up, moving their bodies, helping them with organization, visual supports, schedules, and visuals throughout the day, and just really trying to reduce distractions for those students. One of the questions that we received ahead of time was about the most impactful accommodations for students with ADHD. And really, the most impactful accommodations are the ones that are individualized to a student's specific needs. So every student needs something different, and it's important that we look at that specific student's needs and the barriers for that student to identify which accommodations are great. In addition to that, and I don't have a lot of time to talk about it, but universal design for learning is something that a lot of schools are looking at, and that's a way of identifying accommodations that students might need, such as a word bank on a test. And rather than only giving it to the 2 students who have been identified as needing it, we give it to everybody. So everybody gets the same thing, and it helps the kids with ADHD, it helps the kids with autism, it helps everyone in the room. So pushing, that's something if you were kiddos struggling in school and you want to look into a little bit more, universal design for learning is something that can be really beneficial. So then an IEP, or an individualized education plan, falls under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which is often called IDEA. This is when a student is receiving special education services. So an IEP would be appropriate when your student's disability is affecting their educational performance to the extent that they require special instruction, not just accommodations like in a 504 plan. These IEPs are based on an educational evaluation, so an evaluation does have to be conducted, and your child does have to be found to be eligible and in need of special education services. As Megan had mentioned earlier, many kiddos might have more going on than just ADHD. So if you feel like it's not just ADHD, there's something more, there's something that's stopping my student from learning or growing, it can be really great to request an evaluation from the school just to see if they need those additional services. So in addition to the accommodations like a 504 plan, an IEP will include specialized instruction, often with a special education teacher, measurable annual goals. So they set goals for the student that they work on for the period of a year, a calendar year versus one school year. And they take data on that goal to make sure the student is making progress and that the instruction is effective. So not every student with ADHD will qualify for an IEP, but again, if their education is being significantly impacted, it might be something that's important to look at. I also want to mention that as a parent, you have rights. You have the right to participate in your child's educational decision-making. You can request evaluations. You can request to review your child's educational records, and you have to give consent in order for them to provide services to have or do an evaluation. Once your child gets an IEP, there's some other specialized protections and rights you have as a parent. So if your child gets an IEP, you want to make sure you get that information as well. So something I can do is help you to understand those rights in language that makes sense, that's clear, that's not a giant packet of really wordy, complicated language. And so the last piece that I want to touch on is just how families can really benefit from educational advocacy. As a parent, you know your child better than anybody else. Your child's teachers know the classroom. They understand the school setting. I understand both of those. I can get to know you and your child and what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are. And I also understand the school setting and the classroom setting. So I can really, like I said, help bridge that gap. Another thing is that your time and access to your child's teachers and the school staff can often feel very limited. Teachers are busy, they have a lot on their plates. You're busy and have a lot on your plate. And I know for me as a parent, I sometimes feel like I don't get enough time even talking to my children's teachers throughout the school year. So I'm someone who can give you some of that additional time and maybe answer some questions or clarify some things so that when you do have time and FaceTime with your child's teachers, you can really get to the point and really make sure you're focused on what the priorities are. So like I kind of said before, is that we can prepare for meetings, we can review documents, we can organize your questions, set up your questions, identify the priorities. There might be a lot going on all at the same time, which can feel overwhelming. So let's make a plan and decide, what are we going to start with first? What are we going to tackle first? And then we can move on to those other things. If it's appropriate, I can attend school meetings alongside families just to provide support, ask clarifying questions, make sure the discussion's really focused on your child and what your child needs. And then most importantly, my goal is to help parents feel confident. I want you to feel confident asking questions about what's going on with your child. Be confident in understanding the recommendations that a school might be making for your child. I want you to feel confident collaborating with that school, reaching out to them, communicating with them, and feel confident in advocating for your child. Advocacy doesn't have to be about confrontation. It doesn't have to take place after there's been a disagreement or when there's a fight. It can take place from the start of you really just speaking up and advocating for your child. So really, ultimately, it's about making sure that there's clear communication and collaboration between home and school. I saw in the chat earlier, someone mentioned it takes a village to raise a child, which is so, so true. So the more players you have on your team, especially in the school system, fighting for what your kid needs, the bigger your village is. And you can make sure that your child is getting the supports they need to learn, to grow, to succeed, and just be the best that they can be. And that is what I have for you today.
Casey, that was terrific. Listen, everybody needs an advocate. Okay. Parents, you're the advocate, but you need help. Navigating the school system is not easy. And what Casey just explained is tremendous, and she will be by your side. And we recommend that you get help with the school system. Every school system is different.
Mm-hmm.
There's none of them are the same. They're all throughout the country. They're all different. So please, think about this as you go forward. Casey's worked with a number of families that we've brought to her, and she's helped every one of them. And we thank you for that. So
thank you.
Take care. Thank you. Great.
Thanks.
Wonderful. All the best. All right. And next, we're going to bring up a dear friend of ours, too, Donna Cronin. And here comes Donna. Hey, Donna.
Hello there.
It's a great pleasure to have you with us, Donna. Donna is a healthcare and education leader whose career has been dedicated to helping others reach their full potential. By trade, Donna is a pharmacist, and she has extensive experience leading medical affairs initiatives for Fortune 500 pharmaceutical companies. So she sees that side, but she is also the founder of College Preparation and Resources, where she's built programs to help students achieve academic success. Her current core services include academic advising, subject tutoring, test preparation, and college application boot camps. And that's where she helped Anthony. Donna coordinates a team of experienced educators who are passionate about supporting students with ADHD and other learning challenges. Her experience also includes serving on school boards and nonprofit boards, giving her well-rounded perspective on the whole educational needs of a child and a family. She looks at the whole child. As part of Anthony's Way, our comprehensive model, Donna helps connect families with individualized academic support, ensuring children receive the guidance and encouragement they need to build confidence and succeed in school. She's a dear friend of ours for a long time, and we value you as being part of our team. We're going to hear from Donna now. Thanks for being here, Donna.
Thank you. So I understand I'm going to share my screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to share. Hopefully this works. Let's check it out. Okay, now see if I put it in presentation mode. Okay, is that okay for everybody?
You're good.
Everybody can see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you so much, Tony. I really appreciate. I love being here and a part of this amazing organization. My work with Anthony was one of the highlights of my career. He was an exceptional student in so many ways, and his smile lives on in my heart forever. Tutoring services is one aspect of what we do at College Prep and Resources, and the reason why we do it is because there are students out there who need our help, and I'm using the very common who, what, where, when, why, how format just to make sure that we get everything in. But the who has been, CPR, College Preparation Resources, has been around since 2015, and I specifically note that we work with struggling students. I could have said all students, but it's really the same because in some way or another, all students are struggling, whether it be with specific ADHD or other learning, special learning needs, or the social or educational stresses of being a teenager in 2026. So there's very few students who are just gliding free along and don't need help. So I think that's a big reason why I got involved in this, because we really can help so many students, whether they're public school, private school, or homeschooled. They're all basically part of our population. So what do we do in terms of tutoring? We primarily focus on purposeful math and English tutoring. And I say purposeful because math and English is something that kids learn since they're born, and then informally, and then formally starting in preschool and kindergarten. But it's purposeful because everyone is a different place along the continuum of what they need to learn based on their school district standards and just based on general standards of what students need to know. So where do we do this? We do it via Zoom, primarily because we learned during COVID that it's a lot more convenient. Students can't always be where they need to be for where the tutor is. So it really opens up a lot of avenues for students who might not have access to a tutor, or it's just more convenient to be in their own home, whether it be for personal reasons or for reasons that they're too busy. A lot of students are involved in various activities, have various guidance or advisors that are helping them. So we try to make it easy for them. When do we do it? As soon as a student is identified. They can be identified by the school, by through Tony and Anthony's Way, or by their parents, or some students actually have reached out on their own saying, hey, I need help. So it really doesn't matter how they're identified, but as soon as they're identified, we immediately work with them. We work with their parents, we work with guidance, teachers, whoever can give us support in finding out what the students' needs are. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that we don't do our own assessments, but in general, we need help from the outside to make sure we know who we need to work with. And then we match them with the appropriate educator, not only appropriate in terms of the subject matter, of course, but also in terms of who's a good match for that student's learning needs. And every student has different needs, how they learn. Some learn better with handouts and content, homework. Others need to, just verbally hear it. Others need to see certain things. Others need fast pace, slow pace, whatever it is. We want to make sure that they're with a tutor who matches their specific needs. So why are we doing this? We're trying to fill in the gaps. Now, specifically, sorry, I should have turned that off. I have the loudest obnoxious ringer, so I don't miss it. But in any case, why we do it, there's so many gaps. Gaps can be based on or due to divergent learning needs, whether it be of an ADHD student, other students that have different learning special outside of what the standard school thinks should be right. And also, there's still a lot of residual COVID gaps. It's the only way I can say it. The students that we're working with right now, we're in elementary school. If they're in high school now, they're in elementary school, later elementary school, early middle school during COVID. If they're in elementary school, they were at the very early stages of COVID. So most students that we are working with right now have residual gaps, primarily in math and English, and mostly because they're very stepwise and they're on a continuum. So if you lose the foundations of any aspect of math and English, you fall behind quickly. Whereas science is usually topic driven, it's not so much sequential or additive. But we do find that math and verbal, it shows up on state tests, it shows up on SAT tests, that's where students are struggling. I'm going to move on to our next slide now. And this is the how, and this is really important. How do we do this? There are a lot of different ways of working with students. Specifically, the most important thing after identifying the need is having the right educators. And our educators share one major thing in common, and that's that they're passionate. They're also experienced in their subject matter. And those two make the perfect mix of the kind of tutor that you want. They want to be passionate about working with students regardless of their needs, and they want to be experienced in the subject matter as well as in different learning styles. So number one, we start with an individualized baseline. We have to evaluate where's the student right now within standard expectations as well as within their school system. What is the school system's requirements at that age and grade level where they should be? And then we specifically identify the strengths and where the deficits are. We recently had a student where they said, oh, they're just really far behind. They're just not good. Well, we had a tutor work with them and identified specific strengths in mathematics that were not being capitalized or utilized by the current standard teaching methodology. So by finding out what their strengths are, you stepwise add confidence with the student and build on that. And then it makes it easier for them to learn moving forward. So what do we have to do after we find their baseline? We have to figure out how long of a time slot can that student manage? And that's dependent on age, attention span, and their availability. Student might say, I'm available for 30 minutes because that's all I can concentrate for, or only have 30 minutes available because I'm really busy. So it's really, there's a lot of factors that go into it, but we tailor make that to the student. And then we figure out the duration based on their needs. Do they need every week? Do they need twice a week to catch up? Do they need a week during the entire year to stay on task? Or do they just need 10 sessions? And we don't have to decide that right up front. We can have a guideline, but then as the student progresses, it may need more, or they may need less. So we monitor it on an ongoing basis. And the other thing that's a really important thing to consider, what is the students, do they have any special considerations that we have to take into account? Do they have a 504? Do they have an IEP? And we want to know about it. We want to find out what's already known about the student. We don't want to start from square zero. We want to find out, what does the school know? What do the parents know? What does the specific subject teachers know? And then we can identify techniques that have worked, techniques that haven't worked, and really figure out how do we make this student learn the best. And then we do regular monitoring with our own standardized assessments, as well as school. What does the school say? Because the students are engaged in school as we're tutoring them and finding out, are they doing better in their school, in their assignments, in their homeworks, in learning new material? And is our guidance and support helping them? And then, we look at their schoolwork and we look at their grades, as well as our own tutors' evaluation. Any questions on the who, what, where, when, why, and hows of our tutoring program before I get into one of our testimonials? If not, I'm just going to share one of our testimonials. And this was a fifth grader who didn't like math. At least that's what they thought. And that's what was interpreted by their teachers. They couldn't sit still to do their homework at home. And in the classroom, they were bored, and they were clearly not necessarily acting up because it was a good student in terms of behavior, but they just weren't engaged. So we had one of our tutors, Miss Mullican, who has worked extensively with the fifth through eighth grade is her sweet spot. And she worked with the student once or twice a week, helped her with her homework, and used outside processes to help reinforce what was being taught in the classroom And the bottom line is she made it fun. This student just didn't want to dig her head in and just do problem sets. She needed a different means to capture her attention, and Miss Mulligan tapped into that. She utilized computer math games that this student could relate to. And not only were they practical, but they were interactive, and it kept her engaged. And finally, she had confidence, and she no longer said, "I'm bad at math." She's like, "I'm good at this." And some of the math programs, they'd have reward systems online, and that helped her. And gaining confidence made her not feel like she had to not pay attention in class because she was giving up. So she was able to not give up in class. And when it came time to doing her homework after school, she's like, "I can do this." Miss Mulligan helped her a lot with her homework, but then she was able to transition off and do it on her own. And that's just one example, which is very typical of what we hear with our, especially our middle school students. I'll open up for questions.
Donna, that was great. And I'll tell you, what's really special is that we're seeing so much success with the students that your team is helping. And you're working with a number of families that we brought on, and with that, out of the 130 that we've worked with, and we're grateful for Miss Mulligan and all the tutors that you have. And the kids learn differently, and every child is different, and that's the power in what you do and how you figure out how to work with the child. So we're grateful for your being part of the team, and you'll be back a little bit later to
will.
talk about college prep services. So we thank you for that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll tune in again. Thanks.
Take care now.
Bye
Thank you.
bye.
All right. And next on our agenda is Lindy Ford. Okay, Dawn's going to go away, but here comes Lindy for us. Lindy. Hi, Lindy.
Hi.
Nutrition plays an important role in supporting the whole child, and understanding the connection between nutrition, wellness, and ADHD can make meaningful differences for children and families. Today, we're pleased to bring and welcome Lindy Ford, a registered dietitian and licensed dietitian nutritionist who specializes in helping children and adults create healthier lifestyles through personalized nutrition and strategies. Lindy is the owner of Lindy Ford Nutrition and Wellness in Wilmington, North Carolina. She's highly respected nutritional practice, serving families throughout the country. She has extensive experience developing and implementing nutrition plans and works with the whole family. She's worked with athletes to help them navigate the challenges of ADHD. Through a compassionate approach, Lindy helps families understand how the right nutrition choices can support focus, energy, performance, and overall wellness. Her work with athletes with ADHD has generated outstanding testimonials highlighting the positive impact of personalized nutritional guidance. Lindy plays an important role in our care model, and she's working with a number of families to help them get their nutrition right and give the kids what they need and the families what they need. So thank you, Lindy, for sharing today.
Sure. Well, first of all, what I want to say is I am so grateful for Anthony's Way, Road to Kindness, and especially Casey and Tony. I know, and all the people that work here. You guys have hearts of gold. You truly do. And I am so appreciative. Stop me when I should be stopped talking or whatever. But yeah, I am so honored to be here just because this organization is run very professionally, and I appreciate you guys so much. But I want to just say this. Nutrition, we're starting to find out, has a bigger and bigger role with all types of brain disorders, neurological issues. I worked with a Parkinson's foundation last year. I was keynote speaker for them, but I'm in awe. I'm in awe of what nutrition can do, especially for kids suffering with ADHD. What I want to say to you is there are nutrients that are usually missing, and a lot of our kids' diets, not just with kids presenting with ADHD, and these nutrients are game changers. And this is anything that I say is not. I'm not making an indictment towards parents or caretakers. I know how hard it is. I have 5 kids. I know how hard it is to get them to eat right and to supplement them and to get them on the right track. But it really, if you don't look for, here's a good rule of thumb. Don't look for perfection. You just look for consistency. Just being consistent with this whole thing is going to make the biggest difference in your child's life. Let me just start with the nutrients, and I'm just going to run my way down and why they are so important and why I think personally, and I actually have everyone in my practice on many of these nutrients, and especially the first 2. Okay, everybody, I don't care who they are, they're going to be on these. Okay, if you're into my practice, you're going to be on them because of the benefits, not just to the brain, but to so many other parts of the body. The number one thing would be triglyceride-based omega-3s, which I mean the kind that are really well absorbed. Now, omega-3s are tricky because a lot of times you'll see a study, maybe the studies are impeccable on omega-3s, okay, with ADHD. There's the most body of research on omega-3s and ADHD that they will help greatly. But anything that says they don't is because they're using a teeny tiny bit. Okay. We do not take an RDA on that. All right. You have to take them in therapeutic doses. You can't, it's almost impossible to ROD on a omega-3. Okay. I just really, I can't emphasize it enough. You can't just take 600 milligrams and expect the best. You just can't. I mean, it's not going to, it's anything would be better than nothing, but it has to be therapeutic. Okay. And I love getting everything from food. It's not that I love food. I mean, I think food should be the first line, but when you're talking therapeutic, you're not going to be getting wild-caught salmon every day. I just don't, I don't eat that every day. So I do supplement myself as well. But omega-3s are so important for so many different reasons. And what they do is they help the cell signaling. I wrote down a couple notes here, dopamine pathways, and they reduce brain inflammation. They actually reduce inflammation throughout the whole body. Now you can get them through non-seafood sources, but they are not as readily absorbed through chia seeds and walnuts. I love all those things, but I still think the fish oil is going to be your gold standard. I have been using Nordic Naturals forever because it's better absorbed because it's in a base that can get through the GI tract. Second thing would be really iron. Iron is tricky, okay? I would supplement with iron if you got a ferritin test from your physician. And so iron is essential for, it's a cofactor for dopamine synthesis. It supports attention and it reduces restlessness. So many kids are deficient in iron. And well, I actually skipped over one, but I'm going to get to it. It's my favorite one in just a minute. There's so many, especially the stimulant drugs, okay, that make kids even more in need of all of these nutrients, especially our minerals. They pretty much make the kids deficient in these, and that can be a problem. It's an essential cofactor, like I said, for dopamine. Dopamine is an important brain neurotransmitter. Of course, iron, red meat, but you can also get good iron from dark leafies, pumpkin seeds, those kind of things. Okay, so it's really, really important to get your iron. That's one that you can check on a blood test. Some of them you can't. Now, my second favorite, which I don't know why I didn't say it next, is magnesium. So I have everybody in my practice on magnesium. People do not realize how important it is. There are some, if you just buy magnesium, certain types like oxide or magnesium lactate or whatever from a drugstore, that is not your best bet. The best, you can get it from a drugstore, I don't care, it would be glycinate. I think glycinate's the best one because it's there's different parts of the small intestine where magnesium is absorbed. And magnesium is so important. It calms the nervous system. It aids in sleep. It regulates hyperactivity. Here's the other thing that it does. It helps with constipation, which is a big problem with ADHD kids. Big problem, okay, is constipation because of, we're going to get into this, gut health issues. And magnesium is dark chocolate, almonds, dark leafies, cashews, avocados, those kind of things. Okay, so it's really important. But again, you're not. Most of us are deficient in magnesium. I take a huge amount of magnesium glycinate. I eat really well, but I still supplement with it, and I think that's an important one. Also, what magnesium does is it helps with the absorption of vitamin D. We don't think about those two going together, but they really do. And vitamin D is another key nutrient. That's really not a vitamin. It's not a vitamin. I don't even know why we call it a vitamin. It's a prohormone. It is so important. It regulates neurodevelopment and dopamine pathways. It supports mood regulation. It supports your immunity. It supports weight, healthy weight. It supports attention. So many things. Vitamin D. That is one that I would absolutely, parents, grandparents, everybody, we need to go. You need to have yours checked, but you also need to have your child's checked. And I would keep it up over 60 milligrams per deciliter. Sunlight's always important. Always, always, always get the kids out in the sun. They need to be out in the sun. They really do. But vitamin D you can get from, I love eggs. Eggs are some of my favorite foods, egg yolks and salmon and things like that. So, but sunlight is the best way. I do have most of my people also supplement with vitamin D because it's that important. And why not, right? Why not? It's very hard to OD on that one, but it's an important one. And we have zinc. Zinc's another important one. Now, I don't supplement with zinc. I only give it through a multivitamin because too much zinc can actually wipe out copper stores. So I'm really careful with zinc. But zinc can also be found in, meat and shellfish, pumpkin seeds, again, cashews, those kind of things. But it also is a dopamine regulator and transporter. And it aids in melatonin production, which is important. And also magnesium does too, and helps kids to sleep, which is really important. And really just the last one is protein, because they are on so many different classes of drugs that are appetite suppressants. They're not always getting, not only they're not getting these nutrients, these vitamins, these minerals, these prohormones, they are not getting enough protein. Okay. What's happening is, and what I see with my ADHD kids is eating a lot of refined carbohydrates, which is really, I get it. As a parent, you're tired, you just want to give them something, you want to give them something they're going to eat. And you also know that they don't eat very much and they're not hungry. And so you're just throwing goldfish at them. I get that. I'm not saying I don't understand it, but it's hurting them. Okay? I'm just saying it. It's a little bit might be okay. What we have done over the years, last 25 years, is we've taken special occasion foods. I call them special occasion foods, like party kind of foods, and we just eat them every day because they taste so good. They're engineered foods, beautiful people. They're engineered foods. They're meant to hijack your taste buds and your children's taste buds. And I we try really hard just to, if we're going to eat those kind of things, to eat them very sparingly and like at parties and special occasions and things like that, to have those refined carbohydrates. Does that make sense? So that's important. Now, I want to talk about a new evolving area of science, and more evidence is coming out about it, really since 2017, and that is the gut microbiome connection to ADHD. Huge deal here. Again, this is not an indictment on any parent. A lot of parents don't know that giving their children repeated rounds of antibiotics might have an effect on them. They don't know that, okay? Doctors didn't know that for many, many years. They kind of are figuring it out now, but for some of these kids, it might be a little too late. I know that my younger kids, they don't give it out so readily as they did with my older kids. So I get that. Or, they can start out with a deficit, not anybody's fault. but they were a C-section baby, or they, were not breastfed, or whatever it is. It starts them at a deficit with their microbiome or their gut health. And what we don't understand, there's this gut brain axis here. And it is literally, there is a nerve called the vagus nerve. It's like a information superhighway. Whatever goes on in your gut talks to your brain and tells it, there's all kinds of signaling that it does. It's a most amazing system, right? But a lot of studies are showing that there's future risks for ADHD if the gut is not healthy. Okay. So your kid already has this. So what do you do about that? There are lots of things that we can do. And I have a whole protocol for my kids with ADHD to fix their gut, because if I fix their gut, I know that I'm going to fix their mood. I know that I'm going to help with the nutrients, I'm going to help their attention span. I know that I'm going to just help them think better and help them stay on track a little bit better, along with a lot of the other great things that you're going to hear today with exercise with Tony and a lot of other things that are going to help them. But these are huge, huge issues, right? And there's some inflammation involved with gut permeability. We got to deal with that gut perm. That's beyond this 15 minutes. And Tony, just stop me. Just stop me. Just say, Lindy, you need to be quiet. If I'm going too long. But is that so important? So here's the thing I want to say to all of you is that I know that it's difficult. I know how hard it is to get kids to eat right, and I know how hard it is, but start as a family. If you all start doing it as a family, don't treat the kid like they're some kind of like, they have to eat this way, but the rest of us don't kind of thing. Don't do that. If you want to, the most success that I have had in my practice is when all the families like, yeah, we're all, I've seen it happen so many times. We're all getting on this ride, and we're going to ride it, and we're all going to get healthier, and we're going to do it this way, and we're going to have those foods available, and we're going to cook, and we're going to teach our kids to cook. And we can have some processed foods, but it's not going to be like, I just don't have a lot of it in my house. And if we want it, we go out for it. Okay. We go out for the goodies, and that makes it like it's just not so accessible in your homes. Um, so those engineered foods it's just gonna set the kid back. It's not gonna be as good for them. They're not going to get those nutrients. Those nutrients are so important. I do think it should primarily come from food, but I also think we need to supplement some of the key ones, okay? After maybe some testing or whatever. You can't really test well for magnesium. Blood tests do not show you, it'll show you normal when it's really not normal. It's not good. But vitamin D you can, and iron you can. So definitely test for those. Um, but what I have, and I did talk about protein, just high quality as you can afford protein. I get stuff on sale so often, I'll just freeze, 10 pounds of grass-fed hamburger meat or whatever. It just makes a big difference. So I wish I could take questions and answers, but I wanted to tell you that it does make a difference. I have seen kids go down on their ADHD medication. Some have even not really needed it anymore, just from, these nutritional
It's okay.
modalities. Tony?
Hey, Lindy, that was amazing. And I'll tell you what, I'm a big believer in the right nutrition, as you know.
Yes, you are.
And it's probably 70% of what you need to focus on, and exercise is 30%. We're going to talk more about exercise as we get going. Thank you for being here. I know you got a newborn coming soon from your family, so best wishes there. Okay.
Oh no, they've already been born, but
Oh,
thank
well,
you.
congratulations. Then. Sorry, I thought it was best wishes. And
That's all right.
you're great to present, and we love having you. Love having you as part of the team. So listen to what she said. She gave 5 or 6 key nutrients that you should have in your child's area. And if you want to talk to Lindy, she can cover
Reach out.
the whole world.
Yeah.
Reach out. Let's talk about it, and reach out to us, and we'll be happy to connect you. Hello, everyone. We're back, and we had a great morning so far, and we're going to even kick it off. The rest of the morning, we're going to hear from some great, wonderful people who have a lot to share. And I'm happy and pleased to be teaming with in this exercise, wellness, and sports bucket with two wonderful people. And I want to bring them up there, Derek and Aleka Shunk.
Hey,
Hey, Aleka. Hey, Derek. Got to scoot in there a little bit.
how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
All right. So listen, for many children with ADHD and other neurodivergent differences, sports can be a powerful opportunity to build confidence, develop life skills, and discover their strengths. The right support can help young athletes not only perform better in sports, but thrive in life. Today, we're excited to welcome Derek and Aleka Shunk, the founders of a wonderful organization with a great name, ThinkLead, a mentorship and athlete development company dedicated to helping neurodivergent athletes and their families better navigate the challenges of sports and life. Derek brings a unique perspective as a former professional baseball player and Hall of Fame athlete with Villanova University. Aleka was a Division I soccer captain at Drexel University and brings more than 10 years of experience as a wonderful educator. Together, Derek and Aleka have built a team of former professional athletes, coaches, and specialists who help young athletes develop the confidence, emotional regulation, and self-awareness, resilience, and the right mindset needed to reach their full potential. Great to have you with us. And we're gonna jump into. We have 7 key topics we want to talk with you today about. So, Casey, if you could bring up that slide for us there. All right. First off, I want to spend just a few minutes on why movement and balance matter for children with ADHD. All right. There's a great statement in Dr. John Rattay's book called Spark, The Revolutionary New Science of Exercise in the Brain, that says exercise is like Miracle Grow for the brain.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I'll tell you, it is truly powerful. So physical activity not only helps kids focus, but it helps their attention, raises dopamine levels, and it's beneficial for their physical health and well-being. And the other part of this is that kids need to work on their balance, and balance helps so much. And it's been studied extensively in the UK that balance programs can help kids perform even better. So what I did is I created a balance program for kids. It's lateral movements, it's bouncing on one foot, it's moving forward, toe after toe, it's closing your eyes, and even parents, I'll tell you, parents can have fun with this too, because we need our balance too. But these two together, movement and movement with exercise and balance, help to really give kids the right performance they need and the right dopamine levels that they need to perform to. So, and you've heard me mention martial arts before. Martial arts, we have proven facts that martial arts is the number one exercise and movement for kids with ADHD. Dr. Ned Hallowell believes that martial arts can help kids to help them focus. And because and also Dr. John Mattei, because it's a progress-driven activity. Now, the challenge with doing martial arts is finding the right location, the right trainers, the right masters to help you with martial arts. And what we do is we help to find families the right environment for their child, someone that can handle a child that has ADHD and emotional regulation challenges. And so I spent time studying where the best gyms are for them to go to. And I can tell you that out of the 130 families that we've helped, we have about 40 families that have taken their children to martial arts. And we get videos all the time of their child, going through and progressing and getting new belts. And that's just so exciting for us. So between exercise and martial arts, beneficial to your child. So please, if you want help in those areas, please give us a call. And now I want to turn it over to Derek and Aleka to talk about sports and how sports can really help. And it's such a powerful tool for children. Derek and Aleka.
Hi, yeah, thanks so much for that. And I want to just make a comment on that. Our son was in jujitsu for a couple years, and that was incredibly helpful for him and taught him so many things from overcoming adversity to building confidence. So we 100% are on that train of martial arts being super helpful for ADHD kids.
Yeah, and again, thank you so much for having us, Tony. So, it's one of those things too where, we've said this many times, and probably a lot of the folks that are watching this are going to be watching this. Sports are certainly a little bit of an example of everyday life, right? There's overcoming adversity, there's failure, there's interactions when responses to things when they don't go your way, right? Taking responsibility and accountability for certain things, and also developing a sense of confidence that comes along with them. And so there's all of these different pieces that really present themselves right through sports that obviously are skills that can be developed and carried over into everyday life as well. But really, what we've done at Thinkly is utilize sports as a way to resonate with ADHD athletes in ways that maybe, their coaches or their parents or others haven't been able to yet. And to your point that you made a few moments ago, we've been able to build a team of uh, really very high level athletes who, at one point in their lives, were the type of athlete that we work with, right? They are athletes that have ADHD or other traits that they need to be able to work through things themselves and learn how to better understand and how to develop skills to help them succeed and achieve their goals. And now, right, we've also become people who coach these athletes, right? So we have an understanding of how they need to be coached, right? And then also as parents, right? This is all through lived experiences, right? So all of our team members are also parents of ADHD athletes, right? So there's a whole other level and way to resonate with the parents that are going through this as well to help everybody develop those skills that they need not only to be successful in sports, but be successful and ultimately happy, right, in everyday life. And so, a lot of the work that we do in our at Think Lead, in our 8-week program and beyond, right, is to help these athletes deal with the struggles that they do have with confidence, right? Whether it's a lot of negative self-talk or a lot of comparing themselves to others, a lot of, overthinking, right? We call those confidence drainers, right? So when we work with athletes to do a lot of that, we help them develop skills that shift that, right? Shift that focus to more positive self-talk, right? Which ultimately then, all of that, right, builds towards them being more confident, right? And more prepared and ready for their sport.
Yeah, I think, and in addition to that, we help support the parents. I think that's a big piece of it when, you have a child who's playing a sport that is maybe year round. That is a big part of their lives and your lives, right? So you bring that home sometimes, they lose and they're angry, and that comes into your household and it affects the whole family dynamic. And that's not something that we we want parents to think is not able to fix. Like, we went through that ourselves, and we know that that's something that we didn't really have support with when we were going through it, and we want to provide that to parents as well. So we help support parents and their children, and we're here for them whenever they need some additional support, parent to parent, or advice. Because we want, playing sports to be something that contributes to positivity in your family, not make you feel like you're walking on eggshells all the time when you come home, or around your child who feels like they had a hard day, or they, had a terrible game. We want to be that support system for them.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about this before, Tony, right? We've talked about helping families figure out what the most conducive environment is to their athlete and to their family, right? And that involves being able to find, the right coach, maybe, incorporate them in activities where they have like-minded teammates and peers around them too, right? So that now these athletes are being celebrated for what they do really well instead of being I don't know if they're, criticized or, whatever, instructed in negative ways to make them lose confidence. Now we're helping them build confidence because we've helped these families get into an environment that is really going to help the kid be just that, right? Be more confident and be around like-minded peers. So that's increasing their social circles, right? It's helping them build friendships and then ultimately taking these skills that now they're developing into everyday life. That's the biggest thing here, right? Like people that have heard, me talk or families that we work with, right? It's like sports are like 20% of this whole pie chart, right? I mean, it's very, very small, and sports will end, right? At some point for everybody. They did for us, but it's how are we going to have these help people develop these skills so that they can carry them out
Into
and carry
college
them
and into
over
that, yeah.
into everyday life. And that's obviously one of the most important things that we want to focus on and help with.
Yeah, I'll tell you what excites me the most is that, more and more kids are playing sports today than ever. I mean, they played them years ago, but today, and more kids have ADHD. So what we find is that what you folks do in bringing experts and professional athletes and others that have ADHD or have a child that have ADHD, the power is there. And with exercise, building the right exercise program together, I think that's why, when I heard about you folks, I thought what a great combination, because exercise is so important. But if they don't have the right people and the right people cheering them on, which you folks do, you cheer them on, and why don't you tell everybody about what your motto is? Because I just love it.
Yep. Different is your edge. On number 4 here on the screen on the slide. We kind of went down that road and went down the road and said, hey, that's the slogan, that's the tagline we want to go with, because when we think of the word different, right, or maybe when others that aren't as open-minded think of the word different, there's a negative, negative stigma or negative connotation that comes with that. But when we think of the word different, or the way that an ADHD brain maybe responds or does things a little bit differently, there's so much good there, right? They do so many things. Some of these differences are such positives, and I think to tie this back to the confidence for a second, right? Like the these differences that they have, right? If you actually just watch an athlete, right? Like we can use our son as an example, right? Like how fast he is, how reactive he is, how intelligent he is, how focused he can be, right? How much of a leader he can be, right? When he's locked in, right? How much potential he has. When we look at those differences as all the good, and then as coaches and as parents, we have the ability and the understanding to celebrate them for that and encourage them for that. That ultimately then obviously helps them build their confidence, right? So we really, really want to capitalize off of, the saying of different being your edge for all of the right reasons. Good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's powerful. Go ahead, Ali.
Oh, no. He nailed it on the head there.
Yeah. So,
and we try to tell our son that also, like you have ADHD, but there's so much good that comes with that. It's not just negative,
the really cool part about this is that kids that focus on sports, they hyper focus on sports.
Yes.
And that's the power in ADHD, because when someone hyper focus, like martial arts, hyper focusing, Anthony would hyper focus on it, and it would bring him out, and he would embrace it and love it. And kids love sports. They love to see it. They love to watch it. It's the coolest thing to watch sports, the soccer things on TV and all the other stuff that we watch. Football games get the most attention and all this stuff. But the power is helping them to regulate their emotions.
Mhm.
And you guys do it the best because you have people who've learned how to regulate their emotions.
Yeah. So I think that's obviously a huge focus, right, of our program, and one of the common, struggles that we hear, right, with the families that we work with. And the way we sort of just kind of explain it from a very high level here, and kind of the work we do, is we do a lot more work on the proactive side, right? So it's helping the athlete and the family understand all of the triggers, all the different sport specific situations, right, that would happen before that emotional outburst or that emotional meltdown takes place, right? So that the athlete is more skilled with how their body is, is feeling, or what they're telling themselves, or what the actual situations may be or occur in a baseball game or a football game, or whatever, right? Because the thing I always say is everything that's already happened to you in a football game or a basketball game or a baseball game or whatever, it's going to happen again, right? It's going to happen again. So
are you prepared?
Are you going to be prepared for it when it does happen again?
Tools.
Exactly. So to kind of the last thing I'd mention here is, we, again, probably a lot of your viewers of this, and probably the guests that you're going to have as speakers here as well, right? We've all, understood what an emotional thermometer is, right? And that's great, and it's very valuable tools. But kind of the way I approach it, because I know the way that I was, and probably the way Aleka was as well, where she was an athlete, was we're not green zone athletes. We weren't that, right? And the athletes that we work with, we're not going to ask them to be that, because a green zone athlete, right, is probably somebody who does not have a lot of responsibility on their team, doesn't put a lot of pressure on themselves. Maybe a green zone athlete is the athlete that's sitting on the bench cheering for your kid to play, right? Because your kid is the one whose coach is looking to, or looking for to help their team win, or right, or you have a bigger role in the team, right? You're an important player. So we work with the players that are yellow zone athletes. We want them to understand what it feels like when things are going on around them, when umpires are making bad
When they're getting a
calls.
little emotional,
Right.
but that's okay.
Teammates are making mistakes. They're making mistakes, right? We want them to do a good job of living in the yellow
And
zone
being comfortable in there.
and understanding that, and so that then when they obviously go up to the red zone, right, we have them better tools in their
Equipped, yeah.
toolbox to be able to keep themselves in the yellow zone, more and more.
The power is working with the kids as they're younger, so you can progress them through. So, so much power in what you do. And I love your shirt, Alinka, with your Think Elite. Beautiful. So the last point that we want to do here is look at, it's about sports, about exercise, but health and wellness is a lot more than exercise.
Mm-hmm.
About getting kids to sleep right, and we hear so many stories about kids not sleeping right, and there's tools for that too. And you're going to hear from a wonderful person later, Veronica Moya, who talks about meditation and mindfulness, and it's about getting kids to calm down in the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to give children and we want to give parents the opportunity to play sports. We want to give them the opportunity to do exercise. We want to give them the opportunity to take their daughter to dance class. And that's what we're all about. We're about helping kids to give them the opportunity so that they can try something new, so they can really find their passions. We've got tremendous success stories out there. You folks are sharing on Instagram all the success stories that you folks do. It's cool watching kids run across the field and play a game. And, so listen, folks, exercise and sports, they go together. And we want to give your child the best of the best. And we believe that Derek and Aleka can help with their team. And I can design an exercise program that works for just about anybody. So together we want to give you the best. And we believe that there are other wellness measures and other tools out there that we're going to bring to you later. So thank you both very much for being part of Anthony's Way to Road to Kindness. And we love you a lot. And we love what you're doing to help kids out there. So thank you.
Thanks so much for having us. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
All right, we're going to bring up our next person to talk. Is one of those powerful speakers that you want to hear all the time and you want to listen to. And here comes Neville. Neville, great to have you with us. All right, I'll tell you what, we've seen Neville perform and give and bring his programs to kids at schools, and we just love what you do. So success in life isn't determined always by academic achievement alone. Building confidence, developing strong communication skills, and creating meaningful relationships are essential skills for every child. And today we welcome Neville DeLucia, founder of the Dale Carnegie Young Adult Initiative and managing partner of Dale Carnegie Training of North Carolina. And Neville's traveled all over the world. He's from South Africa, and he brings passion like no one else to help students, athletes, and emerging professionals develop the confidence they need to succeed. Through his readiness, resilience, and relationship framework, the 3 R's, he equips young people with practical tools to build meaningful relationships, navigate change, communicate effectively, and lead with purpose. So his work strengthens partnerships at schools, universities, employers, and organizations. And we're just grateful to have him as part of Anthony's Way to Road to Kindness and helping with the social skills side that's so important for kids. Neville, thank you for being part of our team.
Yeah, and I'm delighted to be part of it. And in truth, too, it's what I love about what you're doing at Anthony's Way and just listening to the people that came up before me. It's that holistic care model that I think is just incredibly, incredibly inspiring and a really nice way to engage or to align forward. And really what I wanted to share just is thinking about how do we support children or kids with young adults with ADHD, and as part of how we make that model align or the model work. Just to be sure we can see my screen here. Yep, there it is. It's a passion project of mine, and the truth is, what's really working well with this partnership, and what we've heard people say, it's about being capable, creative, and energetic. And the key for us here is that social skills can be learned, practiced, and strengthened, just like any skill. And what you've heard throughout this morning is that there's a thread around communication between the parent and the child, the teacher, the community. And the key for us is to understand that we've really got to keep that communication open. And from a Dale Carnegie perspective, this is how we see the process in this partnership. And what's really important for us to understand that from our perspective, that the skills are traits that you're not born with, right? It's determined by how well we can connect with others. And confidence grows through successful experiences. And that's something that's really important for us to understand. And I thought, as we think through what we've done, one of the questions I was asked to answer was, how do you improve self-confidence in a teenager that has ADHD? And the truth is, the goal shouldn't be to make the person with ADHD feel confident. The goal should be to help them repeatedly experience success, to develop the competence and the belonging. Confidence is the outcome. It's not the starting point. And I just love what Derek and Aleka was saying. Sports builds that friendship, and being different is your edge. And I think that's what we have to know. Our kids that have ADHD are different. And that is their strength. So we nurture that strength by giving them the ability to engage socially, that we allow them to connect with others. We encourage them to engage. And something I often say to parents is, don't do things for your children if they can do it themselves. Don't order the food for them. Don't go to the drive-through and let them do stuff, because those are teachable moments. And the minute we intervene on their behalf, we're not giving them that option. And that's really, I think, where Dale Carnegie is incredibly unique. We give them that experiential learning that gives me opportunities to have small wins, to build that confidence by doing things differently, by showing up, by introducing themselves, by learning how to have conversations, how to deal with setbacks. And that is how we give them that confidence, because kids with ADHD are often accustomed to hearing what they're doing wrong. And something that we can help to build their confidence is to identify what they're doing that's positive. Create a positive environment that reinforces the correction. For example, I noticed how well you prepared today. You showed persistence, even though I could see you were frustrated. And those are little things that we need to give to allow them to have confidence. And what we teach at Dale Carnegie is how they can show up in that space. Because every single child's strength is worth developing, because they have a voice that's worth listening to, and a voice that's worth hearing. So I say that to say that you'll be familiar with this, because you're either working with kids with ADHD, or maybe you are a kid with ADHD, or you're parenting someone, or you're teaching them, right? But this is what the challenges that they face, that you can see, right? They interrupt maybe. Sometimes they struggle to regulate their emotions. The second bullet on the right there, difficulty building and maintaining friendships, is something that maybe they need to develop a skill in. And sometimes it's not the kid that's the challenge, it's the social environment that they're in. A lot of young teenagers don't know how to demonstrate empathy, and we don't want people to feel sorry for us. We want them to empathize. And that's a big part of what we teach and what we take them through. And these are the skills that we help them develop through our learning process, through the journey that we do, or the one-on-one conversations that we have. We help them learn to listen with genuine interest, right? That they understand the nonverbal and the verbal communication that happens around them. They got to take turns in conversations, right? Not to hog it. So we teach them that it's not about having the EQ, but also the SQ, and the difference between emotional quotient and social quotient is also important for us to be aware of, right? Knowing what not to do and doing it are two different things. If, for example, I feel uncomfortable in large group settings, and we go to a social function, and Tony says, "Hey, Neville, why don't you stand up and say something?" He knows that's going to make me feel uncomfortable. The SQ, or the social skill, is where Tony will say, "Hey, Neville, I know it's uncomfortable for you. I've got this," or be more encouraging. And that's what's really important for us. And sometimes too, what's important is the is conflict, and not just for kids with ADHD. I think across the board, how do we manage conflict respectfully, right? And when we have, we heard earlier, Tony was mentioning they get hyper focused, especially when they're playing sport. That could be a good thing. The downside too, that we can get hyper focused on negative things as well. So we've got to be in a situation, or give them the opportunity to learn how to handle that conflict, so that it doesn't become something that's incredibly negative, that they can then go hyper focused on that. So we do that by giving them the practical skills, right? How to start conversations, how to build those stronger friendships, and then how to handle disagreements in a more effective way. And we teach a skill that helps them to have discussions without feeling awkward, right? To communicate their ideas a little bit clearer, and to allow that process to work. And for many of us here, we may already be familiar with Dale Carnegie as an organization. And our research shows that the skills that are needed today, not for children with ADHD, across the board, the skills that are needed today that we're teaching, that were introduced over 100 years ago, are more critical today than what they were back then. With the distractions, the social communication, the accessibility to our devices, those are things that are making it a little more challenging in a way to be really connected. And when we can help individuals be more comfortable in those social environments, speaking with others, we develop that confidence through those successes. And that's where we've got to be very intentional. I thought I'd take a moment just to share a testimonial from a parent. And this is something that we find is a little thing that we sometimes maybe take for granted, but is to have conversations, to make friends, to feel like we belong. And that sense of belonging is important. But what we also cover is that some relationships need to be at an arm's distance. Who is the person that's maybe influencing us in a negative way, or maybe is a bad influence? So part of our teaching, or part of our program that we take the young adults through, is for them to be self-aware enough to identify, hey, this is working or this is not working. Because that's also a very important component of being socially aware and functioning responsibly in a social environment as well. And as for parents, or maybe just something to share possibly, would be the following, right? I think someone said earlier, focus on, I think it was Lindy Ford, forgive me if I don't remember now, but it's not about perfection, it's about consistency, I think she was sharing. And what we teach and say, it's not about perfection, it's about connection. So there's this theme that's coming through, right? That we don't have to be perfect. We just have to be ourselves. And we heard earlier, it's being authentic is really important. And I think David mentioned that, and being authentic is important. But for those of us that are listening to this now, for those of us in this room, sometimes being our authentic self is not who we need to be in that moment. You know, I want to be a present father to my children. When I come home from a busy day's work, and my 16-year-old says to me, Neville, please help me with my daddy, daddy, please help me with my English homework. At that time, at 6 o'clock at night, my authentic self is, I'm tired. I've had a long day, and I go, my angel, please not today. Let's look at that tomorrow. That's me being authentic. But the truth is, that's not who I need to be in that situation, or who I want to be at that moment. So part of what we teach is, yes, be your authentic self, but who do you need to show up as in that moment? You've got to be kind in that moment. You've got to be focused in that moment. So we support them to do that. So for parents, this is just something for us to be mindful of as they're going through this process. Focus on progress, not perfection. Celebrate effort and courage, not just the outcomes that they're achieving, but the effort that they're putting through. And provide opportunities for practice rather than protecting them from every single uncomfortable situation. You see, they've got to go through hard times to develop that skill. And sometimes we unintentionally rob our kids of self-esteem because we answer questions for them. I wrote an article about that not too long ago, or a blog article about, do we sometimes answer for our children and rob them of an opportunity to communicate? Because when they're answered the question, we answer for them. And at Dale Carnegie, and with this whole holistic care model that Anthony's Way, the Road to Kindness, is doing, we're not trying to change who the child is. We're helping them become the best version of themselves. And we've heard that a little bit. We've heard that today. And I think that rings true at the essence of what it is that we're trying to do here. So I'm going to leave us with this thought, let them shine. We said earlier that they're different. Let them shine. David said they're neurodivergent. That just means different. We just heard a moment ago from Alec and Derek. Different is good. We've got to do that. So this is how our model makes it happen. This is how the model makes it happen. Readiness, resilience, relationships. It's a simple way that we can model for our children so they can apply it straight away. Help them prepare for social situations, understanding what success looks like. Being resilient to bounce back when friendships or conversations don't go as planned. And not to blame the diagnosis. Develop the skill. The diagnosis is there. It's going to stay there. But develop the skill. And then we do this. What happens is they build those relationships that are meaningful, that are engaging, and that are impactful. When we moved to North America in 2021, my girls were at the gym, and when they were exercising, I was on the treadmill. They saw these young men also exercising, and without a date, they noticed each other, right? They noticed each other, and my daughters came to me and said, "Hey, Dad, how do we approach these boys?" I said, just approach them. That wasn't the answer they needed. They wanted some mentorship. They wanted to be ready. So what I shared with them says, who's the one that you like, that you find that you want to engage with? Go to his friend and you ask his friend about the person you like. No one in a competitive environment wants you to ask. No guy wants you to ask about his friend, right? And when they came back to the car, like 2 days later, like, Dad, it worked. They developed relationships because they took a significant step out of their comfort zone to apply that. And that's really an example of applying the 3 R's, right? Help your child be ready for social interactions. Let them develop that resiliency so that when things don't go wrong, don't go the way they want them to, and it goes wrong, that they can prepare for that, because things aren't going to go the way as planned. And if we do that, what we're going to find, we can truly then shape the future together. And I really do believe that that is what we're doing through this partnership. So I'll leave you with that. And thank you so much for allowing us to be here and for your ears today. So I appreciate it very much, Tony.
Neville, I love your energy, and your energy is contagious, man. You're spot on with everything you said. You are the master at helping kids build social skills. Following the Dale, and I believe strongly in the Dale Carnegie principles.
Yeah,
I passed the books on to my family, my kids, and I help my kids, and I've passed it on to thousands of people in my workplace. So what you bring, though, is exceptional knowledge, because he didn't say it, but he has kids that have ADHD, and he has ADHD. So at the end of the day, what we're bringing to you, and I hope you see the collection here, is that we're bringing to get together people that have like-mindedness, caring for and compassion for kids that have ADHD, and can help, because of their expertise, can help build resilience, build readiness, and build relationships. Love what you do. Thank you for being part of Anthony's Way, the Road to Kindness.
I'm delighted to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, everybody. We are heading into the next session, and we're bringing back Donna Cronin, who's going to talk about college preparation and identifying the right schools. Here's Donna. Hey, Donna, thank you. I'm not going to go through the introduction. I'm going to pass it right to you. This is special to us because you've helped Anthony get into 7 schools, helped them get 4 scholarships, and you've done that for hundreds of kids. So please share with everybody.
Absolutely. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, still working as part of college preparation and resources, our CPR program. Besides the tutoring, which our passionate educators do for our students, myself personally, my predominant role is in academic advising, which is a stepping stone to students achieving their first end game, because there's a lot of end games in life, but their first educational end game of getting into the secondary or even tertiary educational program of their choice, whether it be a 2 or 4 year college, university, or technical school, vocational school, and then also graduate programs. So we help college bound students, and I say college bound in italics because college bound is really our catch term for any continuing education post-secondary route. And we've been doing that since 2015. And Anthony was in my pilot class. We started with 3 students to see what their needs would be and how to best go about supporting their passions and interests and turning that into a reflection of a remarkable human being that a college would love to have. And Anthony certainly was that. Also, he was 7 for 7 for his applications and received several scholarships. And it was a testament to his commitment to our program, as well as our, my passion for helping find his passions. So that's the who. What is it? So we like to focus, I said this before, focus on the student's strengths and interests. And I'll say to them, I'm never going to ask you, what aren't you good at and what don't you like? Because they're off the table. We don't really care about them, except for academic tutoring to make sure that you're not failing to get good grades. But in terms of what choices we want them to make when they have a choice, they have to take certain courses in high school, but then there's electives. We want to make sure that they're choosing the academics that they're going to enjoy and thrive on whenever they have a choice. And I always say your strengths and interests may match, but they may not. You may be good at something, but not really interested in it, or vice versa. So we tease that out as well. And then we also look, everyone has leadership capabilities. And I remind students, you don't need to be a president, an editor, or a captain to exhibit mentoring, role model, leadership attributes. And we focus on what activities are you really enjoying that just by virtue of your passion and interest, you're going to lead by example. If you get a title, great, but it's not necessary. And we also talk about service. It's great to be, a smart kid and involved in a lot of activities. But one of the things that a lot of colleges or post-secondary training programs are interested in is, what have you did for other people? So we really look at ways that students can volunteer throughout their community in a way that's consistent with the things that they like to do. We don't have a cookie cutter. Okay, we send everyone to this volunteer organization. No, we look and see what you're interested in and volunteer in that capacity. And then we're also looking at career options. What are things that you're interested in doing as a career? You know what? I'm still looking at what my next career is going to be. And I tell them, you don't need to know, but a lot of students feel stressed if they don't know. So we talk about, well, let's just experiment. Think of things that you might be interested in based on the subjects you like. Shadow somebody, shadow several people, shadow several different types of jobs, do an internship. I've had many students, including my own, who've done an internship and said, I don't want to do that. I'm like, that's great. You found that out before you started majoring in something in college. So an internship is an experience to basically try to source out what your interests are in reality. So there are just different ways that we foster the student's growth towards the end game of college options. So we start discussing college options as early as, my earliest students are at the end of 8th grade. And it's important to get them interested in the reality of different types of colleges. They might pick colleges that are way off, that they'll have no interest in 4 years later, or they stick with it and they know in advance. Either way, we just want to have options available to them. So that's what we do. And in terms of the leadership, that's in activities that are either in the school or outside of the school. With most of my students, I will go through the entire list of clubs and organizations that a school has to find out if there's any that they like. And I have many students who are like, you know what, none of them really grab me. And that's okay, because the ones that have been started were started by someone who was interested in that. What you're interested in may not have been started. Anthony's a great example. He loved cars. There was no automotive automobile car club to speak of at his high school. So what did he do? He started a club, and he was really excited by it. And there were other students that were also excited. So he served a purpose. He showed initiative, he showed leadership, and it was all within his passion. It wasn't a random club. It was what he wanted to do. And that's the kind of thing we want to bring out in students, and offer those opportunities and support them along the way. Where do we do this? In terms of our academic advising, we now do it all live. We used to do it Zoom, but it really limited our student population that we could impact. So now we can reach students regardless of their location. We've worked with students from over 10 different states, and mostly in Pennsylvania, but over 15 different high schools just within Pennsylvania. And we're growing mostly through word of mouth. Student successes lead to them sharing it, parents and students sharing it with their friends. When do we do this college advising? As I already said, ideally we start with students at the end of 8th grade when they're about to enter high school. They start selecting their high school courses at the end of mid-year of their 8th grade year. So we're talking, they get back from Christmas, and in January, the second mark period ends, and they're starting to fill out requests for their freshman year of high school courses. That's the best time to get them. So they start their academic career on the right foot in the right courses. And they also already know which activities are available and get involved freshman year. The worst thing is to get involved junior year because it looks like, oh, you're just doing this for college admissions. That may or may not be the case. It's just not the right look. If you're interested in something, start doing it right away. It makes high school more fun. It makes engaging with your school more inclusive, and also helps you meet more people that are involved in the same activities that you are. So there's so many reasons to get involved with academic advising at the beginning of high school. Why? The most important thing we want to do is help students realize what their passions are and then help them showcase that. We want to make sure that their resumes reflect what they're interested in doing, the activities, whether it be service or leadership, the courses they take. This all makes them stand out as as the kind of student that a college wants to have. And it gives them more academic opportunities for colleges as well as scholarship opportunities. So we just want to make sure that what they're doing is what they like doing and everyone knows about it. So I tell my kids, we're going to learn how, or you're going to learn how to brag humbly. So let's go on to the hows now. Any questions in terms of the who, what, where, when, and why we're doing this? And once again, this is for all students, whether they are public school, private school, homeschooled, whether they're IEP students, 504 students, students that haven't been identified yet. All students need this support. Okay, I'm going to move on to my next slide. Okay, how do we do this? So there's 3 different prongs for how we help our high school students with college advising and the ultimate goal applying to colleges. The first one, as we said, is just the advising. 90% of students will attend one of their top 3 schools based on the way we position them and support them. What does college advising include? It's a full year of one-on-one personalized support. Hopefully, we start the beginning of the 3rd quarter of each year when they're starting to pick their courses for the next year. And we want to get them, make sure they finish their year strong, are ready with the right courses for the following year, have summer plans that include jobs, college courses, other activities, and having fun, and possibly test prep or tutoring to get ahead. And then we do that for the entire year, and then we start again the following spring. What we do is, like I said, we help them select their college courses, appropriate activities that are in line with their passions and their interests. And that includes leadership and service activities and career options, summer internships, fall internships, shadowing opportunities in the summer jobs. And then we already start as early as 8th grade, as I said, identifying what are the right college options based on potential majors. Tell kids, you don't have to declare a major to the end of your sophomore year. And even then, it might change. And even after you graduate and start your first job, it still might change. Kids get upset when they're undecided. I say it's okay to be undecided, but if you want to explore some different colleges, some different options, we'll do that, and we'll pick colleges based on different majors as well. So that's the first thing we do. It's just getting kids ready, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th grade, having the fuel pump primed so that they're ready for senior year. And once the end of junior year comes around April or May, we start our college app boot camps. We continue the advising all the way through senior year, but we start early with their applications, and a number of reasons to do that. Number one is this is not a cookie cutter. Of my over 250 students that I've worked with, they've been accepted to 173 unique schools. We don't apply to all the same schools. In Pennsylvania, a lot of kids apply to Penn State, but that's not always the case. There are 3,700, 3,750 maybe college in the United States, and I tell students, not everyone belongs at Stanford and not everyone belongs at the community college. There are so many schools in between. It's not a good or bad college. It's what's the right fit for you and what your needs are, whether it be learning needs, whether it be major needs, then whether it be size of college, whether it be the venue, city, urban, or suburban. There's so many different colleges with different attributes, even geographical. So we make sure that we are trying to match students with the right schools. And then also, most of my students can't afford, I hate to even say it, tuition this year is 90,000 at most private schools. And a lot of our students don't qualify for financial aid. Those that are qualified for financial aid, we help them, but we also assume that we want to get merit scholarships for as many students as we can. And we did that for Anthony at multiple schools. And I think that's that's a normal part of selecting colleges. So what does the boot camp entail? Well, it's a full year of personalized one-on-one support. We start junior spring and we work with them through till May when they have to make their decision of where they're going to attend. So what does that include? We work on their resume. And the resume is basically the Common App in a resume form. And we document everything they've done since starting high school. So when we're an eighth grader, we start documenting our resumes right away because we tell students, you're not going to remember what you did, in freshman year, summer, sophomore year. What was that award I got? What was that? What was that extra course I took? What were the activities I was in then? What honors and awards have I gotten? So we start documenting right away. We also we help students make sure they're getting the right teacher recommendations to reflect their strengths and their interests and all of the activities that they've done. We start building their final college list. Hopefully we've done that starting in 8th grade, but it evolves. We have students do research, virtual tours, college visits. They take away schools, they add schools, and that college list we finalize as part of the boot camp. We also work on what is the best way to present yourself in your Common App essay, which is one of the ways that we tell students that brings your two-dimensional, used to be a piece of paper, college screen, admissions application screen to life. So we work really hard on essays that really showcase the students' passions. And we work on interview prep, whether it be for jobs, internships, college admissions, or scholarships. And then we also talk a lot about test scores, AP scores, as well as SATs, which I'll talk about on the next slide, and how that gets incorporated into the application. We help them with getting their transcripts submitted to their schools. And if their high school worked with Naviance to communicate with each college, we help them with their Naviance as well. And then one of the important things that we do now that college applications are so much easier through the Common App, and it's easier to apply to a lot of colleges, the number of students applying has quadrupled in the last decade, and the acceptance rates have gone down by fourfold. So what used to be a relatively reasonable school to get into with a 40% acceptance rate, they're now accepting students less than 20% of the time. And that is why we have to really work with students on making sure that we target whether they utilize an early decision acceptance, an early action, or regular decision, or rolling admissions as well. We make sure students meet these deadlines. We have a stretch goal of August 1st, which is when the Common App opens up. But our other stretch goal is before school even starts, before your senior year even starts, your applications are done. And that relieves a lot of stress on senior year and lets you enjoy homecoming and prom and all the things that happen in your senior year all of your lasts, and make sure you can focus on, time with your friends, time with your activities, and focusing on the coursework that by senior year is a lot of electives that you're really going to enjoy. And then once again, we support scholarship and financial aid applications. Parents are responsible for their financial aid applications, that we support them however we can. Any questions on the college advising and college boot camp aspect of things? Okay, then the part of all of that, college advising and college app boot camp, a big part of that is SATs. SAT testing is a stress word for students, and we try to relieve that stress, because the important thing is that right now test scores are still optional at a lot of schools, but that's changing. The post-COVID relaxation on test scores is going away. So it's a necessary evil in a lot of ways, and it does cause a lot of stress. And we want to make sure that we relieve that stress by making students feel confident and prepared. So how do we do that? Once again, we pull on our passionate educators who are experienced specifically in college admissions and working with high school students on the SAT and ACT curriculum. Most students are taking the SAT because it's a new digital format that is very similar in content to the ACT. So there's no longer the necessity to take both tests anymore. So our SAT test prep, our average score increase is about 150 points, but it ranges between 30 and 280. And people look at that 30 and say, wow, that's not very good. Well, we have students who start with scores above 1500 and they want to just get a little bit higher. And if you have a 1550, there's not much more you can go than 30 to 50 points. So our 30 points is those students who start high. And the 280 points is a lot, a high increase. That's usually our students that are starting at about 1,000 or 1,200 baseline. But we've had students that have been starting at the high 13 and low 1400s, and they've been able to get, 200 and more higher in their scores. And a lot of that is based on the students and how much time they commit and how serious they take the program. So what our experienced and passionate instructors focus on the verbal and math part of the test. That's all it is, math and verbal. The math components are primarily algebra, which most students have taken in middle school or in ninth grade. So it's a lot of recall. That's half the math test. A quarter of the test is geometry, which once again, most of these students have had well before junior and senior year. And then the last quarter of it is a mix of some advanced math, not very much, and a science component, which is charts, graphs, and tables interpreting scientific data. So that's the math portion that our tutor specifically focuses on. And the verbal is, once again, this is stuff that students have learned starting in kindergarten. It's reading comprehension, it's vocabulary, it's use of literary structures, and editing and rewriting using appropriate grammar. So grammar, punctuation, that capitalization, and sentence structure. Once again, they've been learning that since elementary school. So they're the four components of math and verbal that our students will focus on. We have max of 6 students per class, and we specialize our curriculum. It's a 3-part curriculum. The first part is we don't count the baseline. We give everyone a baseline test. And then we do an introduction for verbal and math that focuses on those 4 components that I talked about to bring that information to the front of their brains. And then we do a strategic portion where our tutors go through an entire test and help students strategize on how to time themselves, pace themselves, how to interpret what the question is asking real quickly without struggling. What do they want to know? And then how to deduce the responses, how to narrow down responses and figure out what the best response is, or how to guess if you're left with 2. And then we do mock testing. And that's the best way for students to see the test over and over again. They see it during the baseline, they see it during the strategies, and they do up to at least 3 mock tests with an option to do 3 more. That means they're seeing the test 5 to 8 times before they take the actual College Board real test. And the tests repeat themselves. It's the same questions with different passages and different numbers. So it's learning the test, and we don't apologize for teaching to the test. We do support for accommodations. Many of our students are on 504 or IUP, and they get time and a half, and we help parents make sure that they utilize the high school accommodation that they have and get that approved by the college board. So they do get that time and a half if they need it. And we do recommend that students take their first SAT in August prior to their junior year. So that's the summer after sophomore year, before they start junior year. It's usually around August 22nd or 23rd. And our test prep is usually the 4 or 5 weeks just prior to the test. So we consolidate it and really focus the students' energy when they're not in school and they're not that busy. So everything is test prep for them. And what that also allows us to do is it prepares them for the late August SAT. And then in September is when juniors take the PSAT in school. So they're prepared for that as well. And then there's a mid-September and an early October SAT. So if students need to take it again, they're able to. So that is, I think that's my last slide. Oh, and we have a testimonial. Here's just a testimonial of a student who actually went through our advising, our boot camp and our SAT test prep. And you can see here they said that they felt that during their time, they felt seen because we work with them one-on-one. They said they were encouraged to believe that their hard work leading up to senior year was worth something, and it was. They were able to explore a lot of a range of options post-graduation. They organized their application materials. They reached all their deadlines, and they felt they benefited from the individualized nature of the program. They ultimately made the right college decision. They went to Temple University doing theater, and they received a great scholarship, and they loved being in the city. And they felt that the boot camp really helped them with their essays, their spreadsheets, their organizations. The test taking taught them endurance, and the practice rounds and interactions with the teachers were helpful. So that was one of our students who was the trifecta, did all three. And I think that's all I had, and I think I went over my time.
Hey, Donna. Donna, I'll tell you what, if you're following and watching, you've seen the success that's here by, 250 students she's worked with and 7 million scholarships plus all this effort here, seeing increases. So look we follow you the whole way. If you notice on our model, we're following you the whole way through the lifespan, the life of your child in school. So academically, all the way through 17 years of age, we follow you. Donna's great. She helps with, and her
Oh, did I lose you?
bring up our last speaker of the morning, and that is Dr. Gretchen Hunter. See you, Don.
Hi.
Hey, here's Gretchen. All right. So I want to introduce Gretchen. She is a superstar, I'll tell you, at helping kids. Her and her practice, they are just marvelous. And, understanding how a child thinks, learns, and processes in this world is essential to helping them reach their full potential. And Dr. Gretchen Hunter is a clinical neuropsychologist with more than 15 years of experience at Children and Family Development in Charlotte, North Carolina, where she's helped children with complex development, neurological, and learning needs thrive. She is just awesome. She did 2 podcasts with us, and she got the most views out of all of our podcasts. And we're just grateful that she's part of our team. She's guided and helped so many families. She has a master's degree in rehabilitation counseling and a PhD in counseling psychology. And we're grateful that she is part of our team. And she's going to share with you some essential points in finding the right therapist. And we're just great to have you with us, Gretchen. Thank you.
Awesome. You're so nice. Thank you. And how do I share my screen? See, I'm good at things, but not technology. What do you think?
All right, I think if you should hit the your share button on the bottom.
Oh, there it is.
And I'll pull up your presentation, and I'm going to bow out. All right.
I gotcha. You're so right. Thank you. All right, let's see. There we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you for having me. This is such a great organization, and I am very humbled. I love helping families think about how to help their kids and teenagers with ADHD in clinical practice. And I'm lucky enough to be able to oversee clinical services here, so training and mentoring providers across speech and OT and PT and psychology and counseling. So I really like thinking about the whole child. But one thing I think I get a lot of questions about that's confusing for families is the idea of how counseling can and should work. And so thought that would be a good topic for here. I think that big picture, my training and background, so neuropsychology means a doctoral level psychologist, but then also training in brain and behavior relationships. So ADHD as a neurodevelopmental disorder fits in really well to that. And I like to geek out and think about neuroscience and how brains shape what we see from kids. And so, big picture, each kid with ADHD is unique. And so the things that are most likely to work based on the research means things happening at home, things happening at school, and then individual treatment for the child or adolescent. And so the treatment decisions really are complicated and should consider lots of things, like their developmental level, their unique strengths and challenges, and then really kind of where the family shows up, and their day-to-day functioning. So, from the science, from neuroscience, some of the big things that are areas of focus, the reason for referral for counseling and therapy with a behavioral health provider are related to emotional challenges that exist in ADHD. Known difficulty in recognizing and regulating emotions. I hear families talk about sort of rapid, emotional ups and downs, going from 0 to 60. And so, as a population, this is often a symptom that causes a lot of distress for kids and their families about managing their emotions. And it's really part and parcel in the core symptoms of ADHD about impulsivity, inattention, and hyperactivity. So counseling is a wonderful intervention to help with that. Emotional dysregulation, so just a difficult time having a measured response to emotional content, a harder time calming down after being upset. So the highs can be higher and it can take longer to calm down. And sometimes really reactions that seem very explosive and scary and outside of what we would expect based on the size of the problem. Part of this is executive functioning deficits. And so those are not the emotional part, those are the cognitive processes like making a plan, deciding how to react. And so we have then two things. The executive functioning challenges can make managing the emotions even harder from a neuroscience perspective. And that can really lead to kids and adolescents, feeling badly about how they responded and their families, being upset with them and trouble with friendships. So it just gets to be kind of a cycle that can be hard. And then just this level of sensitivity. So, lower frustration tolerance, more frequent emotional outbursts, and it, just because they're experiencing those emotions more intensely. So we can have a lot of empathy for, how this is a hard thing that can affect lots of areas of their life. And I think I mentioned, sometimes those big feelings and big reactions, can really impact friendships because other kids, have a hard time understanding what's going on and can get frustrated with the reaction. And so then a kid feels more isolated or has more conflicts, which is also frustrating. And so thinking about, okay, so those are just the ADHD parts, but then we know that emotional regulation difficulties also can be part of other distinct disorders like anxiety and depression, which are more common in kids and adolescents with ADHD. And so then it can get even more challenging to figure out how to help. So simple course in 3 parts of the brain that I think is helpful that parents should have in mind to teach their kids. I teach every kid I've ever met about how their brain works, but that differences in brain development and how those areas go together in networks can make things unexpected. Some skills can develop at different rates or a little more slowly than other kids their age. They can affect lots of different areas. And so I tell parents that kids with ADHD, often need more being held accountable and expectations and goals, but also more structure from adults, more practice, and more support to be able to learn those skills compared to same age peers. So the three big brain regions that are super relevant for emotional management is the prefrontal cortex. It's right behind your forehead, and it really helps you think before you act, stop and make a choice. It helps kids solve problems and stay focused, and is a really big part of helping kids and adults calm down. So prefrontal cortex is growing all the way through young adulthood. And we really want to help kids be able to stop and make a good choice before they act emotionally. And that's really part of what counseling can do. Another part is the amygdala. I tell kids it's really deep inside your brain, and it's really helpful to protect for danger, but it also really creates big feelings like fear and anger and worry. So it's great that it keeps us safe, but it can get us in trouble when the feelings don't match what's needed in the real world. And then the hippocampus is down deep in there, and it is where our memories are stored. And so it really helps you remember what happened last time and really be able to learn from experience. And so when a kid gets really upset, it's hard for those areas to connect, to remember, oh, wait, I already did that and it didn't go so well last time. Wait, what's the coping skill I'm supposed to use? Wait, I need to stop and think about the consequences of my action. It's hard for all of us to be able to think clearly when we're very upset. And so part of this is catching it before we get too upset, and being able to calm ourselves down. So research for ADHD really helps us, make some decisions about treatment approaches based on age and developmental level. Preschool and kindergarten parent training and behavior supports are very well evidenced and are first line supports. The American Academy of Pediatrics outlines really by developmental level based on the research. So when we're in school age, combination of medication, behavioral therapy, classroom supports, and school accommodations should all be considered as part of evidence-based care. And then when we get to adolescence, really focusing more on that transition to adulthood, independence, routines, sleep, and safe decision making. So depending on the age of the kid, we have different things to think through. And certainly related to learning-based challenges, IEPs and 504 plans can be an important consideration. I think what is wonderful and very humbling for me, having stayed put in the same place for a few years, is getting to see families and get to know them early on for diagnosis. So providing a neuropsychological evaluation to help get them that first diagnosis to understand, and then getting to follow them over the years in terms of ongoing consultation or therapy is really nice to see kids move through the development, and that families should be, working with trusted providers to make treatment decisions, based on the kids' needs throughout development. So we're talking about counseling, we're talking about behavioral health therapy. Many different providers can and are very well versed in these. So if you're, as you're considering this, and we'll go through kind of how to make sure you find the right fit. But they can be psychologists, mental health counselors, social workers. The main consideration is that they, have a well-developed practice related to children and adolescents, and have, a portion of their practice where this is really a specialty that they feel very well versed in providing ADHD specific pediatric care. And so the first and very validated approach in counseling is called behavioral interventions. So behavioral therapy, really what it's doing is that it teaches the adults, whether it's teachers or parents, to change the environment, and that then changes the kid's behavior. So it's not really teaching the kids something different, it's changing the adult behavior. And so that is really based on the evidence that kids with ADHD do best when they're able to learn and practice over time. And so having really consistent environmental, it's not really like an aha moment, it's more about, okay, this is what I can expect. And kids can do really great when their home and their classrooms are really set up in a way that the environment helps them make the best choices. And so behavioral approaches, the treatment lasts for a certain amount of time, but the ongoing benefits go on way after treatment ends because the teaching is to the adults rather than the kids. And I think that's a really important distinction. And when I hear that families seem sort of surprised by in terms of the intervention is focused on the adults rather than the kids. So one of the most strongly supported non-medication treatments for ADHD is called behavioral parent training. And it has lots of benefits in reducing symptoms related to, decreasing specific behaviors or symptoms that are disruptive. It helps kids be able to, comply and follow directions and be more successful in their environments. And it also has a lot of evidence that it improves the parent-child relationship. There's not so much conflict. There's not arguing. And so really that's a pretty big effect for an intervention that, lasts 2 or 3 months in terms of making all those significant changes and then also lasting after the treatment's over. And really good research combined with school-based interventions. And so, thinking about why that works and what it's working on. A lot of the research indicates, okay, when we're thinking about outcomes are strongest when we have success in multiple environments and when we're considering medication to target certain symptoms. But that even if nothing is happening in the school setting, parent training can really improve behavior at both home and in school environments. So decreases in tantrums, less arguing, improved follow through. I hear families say things like, now they have a plan, they know what to do, they feel calmer and more confident about how to respond. And I'll give you some examples of parent training, but it's not always common sense. It really is a pretty structured way to approach behavior management techniques. And it's really great when school and home are using the same in terms of the best outcomes, but that can be hard for a family to, we can't control what a school's doing necessarily. So I think focusing on parent training is really a high value approach. And the main reason is because the parent is with the kid all day long, every day. And so if a parent can learn these tools, they can use them all day long, every day, for years. And once parents understand why the science that it works, they can then troubleshoot and say, I think, 6 months after treatment, 2 years after treatment, parents can troubleshoot on their own. They don't need a therapist anymore. So that's really powerful. And so some of the overall topics and content are how to use behavioral principles. So behavioral principles, here's some examples, are things like, how do we reinforce the behavior we like to see? Using reward systems. How do we set really clear expectations and change the demands of the task so that the kid can break them into small steps and be more successful? And how do we use consequences related to timeouts or being able to remove privileges? How do we set up houses so that families can have repeatable routines and structure? So all of the things that are really helpful for preschool and school age kids with ADHD can make a big difference. Other parts really are important about how do we then teach a kid to regulate their emotions? How does the parent support that? And then how does the parent feel very confident in how to implement these skills? So a couple of different examples of research-based interventions, PCIT, parent-child interaction therapy, the Incredible Years. These can be administered group-based parent sessions. They can be telehealth. They can be in person. They can be live coaching, meaning that there's time for the therapist to teach the parent the skills without the kid present. And then the therapist is there, the kid is there, and the parent's there, and the parent is practicing the skills and the therapist is coaching. So parents who engage in these are very brave and open to really learning new skills that don't come as naturally, so that they can help their kid be more successful. Triple P parenting and outpatient level clinics for behavioral parent training. So it's really reward systems, consequences, communication. And I hear families say, like, well, we tried some of that, and that's really valid, but these aren't simple. These are complicated. And so usually what that means is that, we gave it a shot, but we didn't really have it set up right, because these are complicated. And so it didn't work well for our kid. Our kid got tired of the rewards, too fast, or we didn't implement it long enough, or the kid really, had a big reaction, and that meant it was working, but we, kind of backed off. So being able to partner with a therapist with a lot of expertise in this area can make sure that the interventions are fine-tuned for your kid. And so, really, the scope of parent training means that the parent is working with the therapist every week for, again, 1 to 3 months. And really the whole point is to teach the parent information that they can then go home and use, and be able to kind of celebrate those successes, fine tune things, be realistic about kind of how a family can use these as part of a larger family structure, and how to really practice emotional regulation themselves, so that they can stay calm and consistent. So here's some content examples, and each of these, takes some time to really think through. I really enjoy, doing behavior parent training, one-on-one with families. And in the last couple of years, I've moved to a parent group, which I think is really nice, because then parents can actually share ideas with each other, and it's efficient. I can, teach lots of families at the same time. And so really being able to kind of get these into a parent's understanding can make a big difference in how calm, their home is. And so that's really rewarding as a therapist, to be able to teach something and see that it makes a big impact on a kid and a family. And then other evidence-based therapies that have a strong research support, wanted to introduce some of those. So one would be in the broad category of cognitive behavioral therapy. And then another would be in a collaborative problem solving. So, if we think about these kind of three areas, one is exclusively focused on teaching the parent new skills. Cognitive behavioral therapy is really direct work with the child to teach these skills, but then we teach the parent too, so that they can reinforce and help the kid practice those skills. And then collaborative problem solving is the third, which is really an intervention between the parent and the child to teach them both better ways to communicate. And so, I think a big focus of this is that we can't just treat ADHD for kids or adolescents with a therapist and a kid in an office, right? The family has a huge role to play in terms of understanding and supporting their kids. So, being involved is very important for the outcomes. So, cognitive behavioral therapy is a counseling approach administered by lots of different types of providers, and the main premise is that it helps kids understand the relationship between their thoughts and their feelings and their actions. And so it's really a focus on practical tools to really raise their insight and awareness, understand their emotions, and then really practice new ways to respond. So, explaining things to kids. I mean, kids usually really like the kinds of interventions because they really take into account their preferences. Developmentally, it's appropriate to make things fun and be artistic and use games and play. But the idea of increasing a kid's control over, their thoughts and feelings can feel really good for a kid with ADHD to help them, get back in control so that they can be in charge of their outcomes. Research says, really CBT is very well validated to help kids develop better problem solving skills and reduce emotional output burst. But, I feel most interested in really kids, teaching skills so that they can take them with them and have long-term impact on, their self-esteem and their confidence. I think is one of the most rewarding parts of being able to work directly with kids and teens. And because of the high comorbidity, cognitive behavioral therapy is very well validated for anxiety and worries. And so, it's a nice overall structure that can help kids with, a variety of different symptoms. It's fun. It's very active and hands-on. It's not like a lecture, making things interesting and helping kids think that coming to therapy is fun is totally appropriate, and they should want to come. But so drawing, writing stories, using puppets, using role play and practice games to try out new behaviors, lots of kind of short lessons on different concepts. And so it's very collaborative. And so the goal is to really teach kids how this all works and help them practice skills, and then be able to help their parents understand so that they can use the right vocabulary so that they can get help when they need it. So a few examples are things like being a thought detective and really trying to talk back to negative thoughts, or exploring a new thought. So if they're having a thought like, I can't do this math, and that makes them feel really frustrated, and then they just don't feel like doing the homework. And so the idea of cognitive behavioral therapy is really replacing it with a new thought that's more neutral or positive and encouraging, like, I can try the problem first and see how far I get. So that's a very classic cognitive behavioral example. Um, Helping with game-like formats, red light, green light. And then really a standard is helping kids develop coping skills. And so, helping them with a toolbox. So each of these the rationale is explained to the kid about why it might help to develop deep breathing techniques, because that can help your body calm down, and teaching about fight or flight or freeze, and then showing a kid all different coping skills, helping them practice and see which ones they like best, and then really helping make that more automatic. So practicing when they're calm, teaching their family about it, so that over time, we want the kids to gravitate towards being willing to use these, because they actually do help. But we can't just teach it once and expect a kid to do it when they're really upset, because they're not going to remember what they're supposed to do, and they don't know that it's really helpful yet. When a cognitive behavioral strategy to approaching fears would be to break things down in smaller steps and kind of create a bravery ladder. So, what are the smaller steps that we can do to approach something that feels really hard? And so, being able to explore that with the kid and do that in session, and then teach the family how to encourage bravery in a systematic way outside. We do lots of creative things in cognitive behavioral therapy for kids and teens. Using art, expressive arts, and play really helps kids understand concepts. So making a worry monster, for example, being able to think about, I wonder how other people are thinking about me. So cognitive behavioral therapy is really about kind of increasing awareness and perspectives, and being able to give kids a little more insight into their own behavior and other people's behavior. So we teach CBT in weekly therapy, and then there's often homework or opportunities for practice. So really, teaching the parents is so critical, because we want the whole family kind of using this language, or narrating this. It's really meant to be used all day, every day, not just once a week in therapy. And so if we're thinking about kind of a subset of cognitive behavioral therapy, is really how to focus on emotion regulation. And these are, more focused on their amygdala, and really being able to identify emotions, and teach their body how to calm down. So here's some research basis on emotion regulation. Teaching these skills can really strengthen a kid's ability to pause, and really reduce the kid's stress and everyone's stress. And so these are so important to be able to help kids learn these skills, for a lifetime. So some examples are, how do we help kids kind of rank their feelings and be able to talk about how intense they are? So the idea of a feelings thermometer, we teach kids about a pain thermometer, and to be able to match their facial expressions and how things are feeling. And then we use lots of imagination, metaphors, so ideas about, pretend that you're a turtle and be able to, take a break and take a breath. We teach kids, lots of concrete strategies to look at, to be able to practice. So an example would be 5-finger breathing, where we ask them to go around their fingers and breathe in and out each time. The more concrete and the more practical we can make things, the better for kids to be able to act on them. A glitter jar, when things, are out of control, gives them a visual about big feelings, but that eventually settle down too. So just some examples of kind of ways that a therapist wants to kind of teach some content, make it interesting and practical, and then help a kid translate those skills to home. Again, your therapist can really guide you in, they'll be responsible for, teaching the coping skills, explaining those, practicing with the kids, and then helping you think about how you can be coaching at home. Oftentimes, to get a new behavior started, it's fine to give a reward to encourage practicing a new skill, and really modeling these yourself in terms of how you're regulating your emotions is such a powerful teaching tool for kids. And the third triangle, in terms of very strong evidence base for kids with ADHD, is collaborative problem solving. So behavioral therapy is teaching the parents to change their environment. Cognitive behavioral strategies is initially, directly with the kid to teach skills, but also has, a huge crossover for families. But this one is really a family intervention. And so it is a relationship focused intervention. And instead of the adult thinking about how to understand the behavior and solve the challenges, instead they do it with the kid. So it's really not focused on punishments or rewards. It's really based on understanding the child's point of view, and then understanding the adult's point of view, and then working together to develop a plan that addresses both concerns. And one of their foundational statements is kids do well if they can, which I think really resonates with me, that, if there's something that's not going well, it's not that they are wanting things to go poorly. They're probably missing kind of how to approach this or how to solve this problem. And so I think that that's a really important point to, think about how kids can and should be a part of solving concerns in the family, and they have a lot of good things to contribute, and then they're more bought in to the outcomes. So research is really strong for collaborative problem solving with reducing challenging behaviors and improving parent-child communication. A nice offshoot is that it really helps kids build flexibility because they get to practice solving problems, and they can take those skills into their adult lives, in the workplace, in their own relationships. It really strengthens frustration tolerance because it allows kids to see things from multiple points of view. And it's a really strong intervention for kids with ADHD. And so, very simplified. And again, working with a therapist to understand and practice these skills would be is very important. But the basic ones are, first we have to show empathy, we the adults. And so, we wait till everyone's calm, we don't do this in the moment, but we say, I've noticed that our mornings have been really stressful. What's up? And so really this invitation to say, tell me what you're seeing, what do you think is going on? And then, the parent gets to share their perspective, and so the parent's concerns are probably things like, I want to make sure we're getting to school on time. I want to make sure that you're not feeling rushed. And then the problem solving, the invitation step is really about what can we both do to make mornings easier? And so that is really very pivotal to teach kids that their voice matters and that they have a role to play in solving problems that are recurrent and troublesome for their family. So here's a couple of examples. So the parent notices and shows some interest and says, what's up? And the kid says, well, I just get overwhelmed with homework. And the parent says, okay, I want you to finish your work though, because I want you to get good grades, or I want you to learn the content. And so the solution after some conversation is that they work together to make a plan to break homework into 10-minute chunks with breaks. So, and then they try that out in good faith, and then they get back together about how well did that work. Are we going to keep going with this plan, or do we need to adjust the plan? So this collaborative problem solving isn't a one and done conversation. It's really it takes a lot of patience and flexibility on the parents to be able to kind of come back to the drawing board and really treat the child as a collaborative partner, but it gets to a better solution in the long term. And so even though it feels like it might take a little longer in the beginning, but the parent solution didn't work. And so ultimately this is more efficient. What about going to bed on time? So the kid's like, hey, I'm not tired yet. But the parent, really thinks, I'm worried about your rest. I want to make sure you have a good day. And so thinking about, okay, how are we going to do that? So the plan development is really modified through conversations with the kid. So same thing about screen time fights. And, it's much better to try to solve this with kind of a plan or a contract than it is just about, the parent making the rules and the kid really not agreeing to them and then fighting all the time. So one thing I think is important and hard is, how do I know I'm finding the right provider? And therapy has so can be so have so many great outcomes, but it certainly takes time and money. And so how do you know you're getting the right person to be willing to work with? I think local pediatricians are absolutely a great place to start because they they hear word of mouth referrals from other families. They are very well positioned to know who are well regarded local providers. So I definitely think to check with them. School guidance counselors can be very plugged in about, local private counselors, OTs, social skills groups. Those are certainly a wonderful resource. Psychologytoday.com is a national database, and to be able to search by your city and ages and insurance, and so we often recommend that to families if they are wanting to find in-network care or a different part of town. That is certainly a good resource. I think asking about getting a feel for the practice. Some providers offer free phone screenings to be able to tell a little bit about your kid and get a sense about whether they would be able to support you. Asking your neighbors and other people for word of mouth referrals for who's been helpful. And I think the biggest focus that I would recommend is to really think about folks that focus on pediatrics and work with children and adolescents, or just you want somebody who has really worked with, different families with different presenting concerns, and you're going to be able to trust that they have some expertise in this area. So that is the that's my information. What
Tremendous.
else? Tremendous. High speed.
Yeah, that was on. Look, think about it. There are so many things parents have to think about, right? More questions today come up than ever, and some families don't have to deal with it, and some families do. If you do, what a great resource. You've just given everybody the tools they need to think about it. And so hopefully everybody listening for this morning's session found that it's about finding the right practitioner, the right person, and all of these pieces, from getting assessments to getting the right coaches, the tutors, education advocates. It's about finding the right person to work with your family. And we've given you the tools. We're trying to change the landscape for how care is delivered for kids with ADHD and their parents. You hit on the button, and we're going to talk more about it later. Parents are so important in this process. And I want every parent out there to go give your child a hug, a special hug today, to tell them how much you love them, because you can give them the love, you can show them the love. Sometimes you got to follow these principles that Gretchen just shared with you, because they're so important. And they keep the challenges low. I could talk about our son. Our son was a negotiator. He loved to negotiate, and conflict is one of those things that kids with ADHD, they like to negotiate, and he'd hyper focus on it. And I thought, well, he'd be great at there. I could picture him in the business world now. And our daughters are different. Every child's different. And the beauty of our approach is that we look at the whole child. We say what's going to work best for them.
Mm-hmm.
Gretchen, there needs to be more of you
Oh, thanks.
out there across the country. So thank you for all you do, and thank you for being part of our team. Hello, everyone. We're back a few minutes earlier than 12:45. So we thought it important to come back. And number one, I want to thank all of our speakers from this morning. Thank you very much for doing a great job. And then we want to thank all the people joining us and listening from across the countries that joined us. Thank you so much for being here with us. And a special thank you to our marketing team. Casey and Nicole, thank you both for doing a great job putting all of this together, all the videos and the lunch breaks and the breaks together. Thank you so much. So before we roll into our next champion, Jeff Copper, we want to bring up one more testimonial for you. The family we're going to share with you is the first family that we gave a grant to, and they're very special to us. And I just love Michelle, love Stacy and Greg. So please have a listen to their thoughts and comments, and I think you'll enjoy it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stacy, and my daughter has been working with Anthony's Way for a little over a year now. As a mom, watching your child feel like she's constantly failing at basic daily tasks, it breaks your heart. You feel helpless and honestly just exhausted. After being diagnosed with ADHD at 4 years old and during pre-K, we tried every reward chart, every timer, lots of medications, and every piece of parenting advice and trainings available. Nothing really stuck, and as a parent, we were feeling defeated. When I met Casey and Anthony, I felt heard. I felt like I finally found someone who understood what we were dealing with. And through our journey with them, they were always just a phone call away when we have questions or not sure how to handle something. Over the last year, Michelle has been working with Heidi, her ADHD life coach. What has been different about this versus all of the other therapies is that they aren't trying to fix or change her. They meet her right where she's at with endless patience, lots of laughs, and actual strategies that are tailored for her brain. I've watched in awe as her confidence in herself has blossomed and her ability to understand and communicate her needs have improved, both at home and in school. After working with Anthony's Way, as parents, we have been able to better understand our daughter, given the support and reasons to why things may look a little bit differently with her. And this support is not something that you will find in traditional therapies and programs. And we are grateful to have found Anthony's Way in our journey with ADHD. You want to say hi? Yeah. Say hi.
You just gotta love the family, and we love little Michelle there. She's become a little dear friend to our family. So thank you, Stacy, for that. So now we're gonna bring up a real champion, Jeff Copper.
Hey, Tony.
Hello, Jeff. Hey,
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good.
All right. You get to kick off the afternoon for us. Before you do, though, I got to tell people you are a dear friend to us, and you are a true champion in every way. Jeff understands ADHD better than most. And today we're honored to have him with us. He's one of the nation's leading voices in the ADHD community. He's an ADHD coach and the founder of DIG Coaching Practice, as well as the host of the highly acclaimed Attention Talk Radio and Attention Talk Video, trusted resources for individuals, families, and professionals around the world. And we thank you because we were the first podcast that we did with you, and it goes back almost 2.5 years ago. So we thank you for that. Through Jeff's innovative cognitive ergonomics from the inside out approach and his attention scope tool, Jeff helps adults, professionals, and creators better understand attention, executive functioning, impulsivity, and overwhelm, providing practical strategies that lead to lasting change. In recognition of Jeff's outstanding contributions to the profession, he was awarded the 2022 ADHD Coaches Organization Professional Excellence Award. So well deserved, and one of the highest honors in the ADHD coaching. Jeff, we're so grateful for you to be here, and you are a true champion. And I'll turn it over to you, my friend.
Thanks for having me on. The first thing you wanted me to talk about was the Mahaffey report, Make America Healthy Again. That was commissioned by President Donald Trump. This is a commission report that he had ordered to go in and kind of relook at lifestyle and health across America. The report is really designed to kind of really take a serious look. And I think sometimes it's a good opportunity to go do that, to really kind of question what we're doing, to see if it really makes a lot of sense, because sometimes people get stuck in a rut or there's cognitive biases. So with that going on, I was invited to be on the steering committee of the Mindful Choices for ADHD, which is an organization. It's a bipartisan organization that is really spending a lot of time on Capitol Hill to educate Congress and congressional staff about ADHD. One of the things that we're doing is acknowledging that there is both an overdiagnosis of ADHD and an underdiagnosis of ADHD. What I mean by that is there are some people out getting the diagnosis, almost interviewing for it to get it. But there's also some people that really are reluctant to go get diagnosed because of the stigma associated with it. One of the things that we're trying to do is educate law members on what that is, why this stigma exists, what are the barriers. There's also some access issues across the country for people to kind of get care, and some educational concerns about really when many professionals go through training, they're not necessarily dedicated ADHD. So we're spending some time really educating there. We're also acknowledging that there's an oversubscribing or prescribing of stimulant medications across the United States, but there's also an a group of people that could really benefit from stimulants that are not being prescribed those medications. On one hand, stimulants are actually in athletics a performance enhancing drug. And so they're often used for that or for other purposes. There's also some people out there that could benefit from stimulants, but because of the demonization of them, people are reluctant to take medications until absolutely necessary. And sometimes when you think about it, do you really have to be at rock bottom and wit's end to try something that would be helpful? So Mindful Choices is proactively really trying to provide evidence-based information to our lawmakers to craft public policy. And I think it's probably a good thing. There's probably some things that out there that we probably need to relook at and make some adjustments, but there's also some things that we can advocate for and really kind of help. We're also trying to emphasize one of the things that's a personal mission of mine is really what ADHD is all about. There can be a lot of confusion in the public and with neurotypicals because it's becoming more common for people with ADHD to describe their ADHD as a gift. There was an interesting presentations that were given at the International Conference on ADHD back in 2011. I think it was 2011 or 2012, where Ned Hollowell and Dr. Russell Barkley got up and they talked about ADHD because Ned was seen as pro ADHD is a gift, and Dr. Russell Barkley was kind of seen as Darth Vader of the negative side of ADHD. And the two got on stage and basically agreed with each other about 95% down the line. And Dr. Hollowell basically said, you know, I've never said that this is a gift, which I'll come back to. Dr. Barkley also just said is if you look at the research, it's clear ADHD is not something that you would wrap up and give to somebody for their birthday. It's not necessarily a present. People with ADHD can thrive if they can manage their ADHD, which is important. Many people have strengths or gifts that can manifest if their ADHD is properly managed. I know Tony and Cassie are doing a lot of trying to help teens get the resources that they can to manage their ADHD so their natural gifts and talents can kind of flourish. What was interesting is that the misunderstanding of Dr. Hollowell is he promotes there's hope of the many mental health conditions out there. If you get the proper diagnosis and the proper treatment with ADHD, you can live a very fulfilling life. And hope is really the catalyst, the thing that keeps us around a lot of times and keeps people kind of progressing. And so one of the things that we're also doing is when you walk around and parade and call ADHD a gift, the neurotypicals start to kind of go, well, if it's such a gift, why do you need all these accommodations? And why would you actually need stimulant medications? So I'm going back to the fundamental purpose of Mindful Choices is really to educate our public policymakers and the general public so that we can make informed decisions. It's not about crafting public policy, but trying to make sure that the people in the know understand what's going on and they can make informed decisions and make sure that we take care of those that are in need. So, Tony, I'm going to pause and see if you by chance have any questions on any of that before we go into the next part.
No, Jeff, I'm good.
All right. Something else that I was asked to talk about today, stimulant medications is a real area of sensitivity. And I want to be clear, I'm not pro-medication, but I'm anti-suffering and I'm anti-ignorance. And when we talk about stimulant medications, there's a lot of demonization of those medications and a lot of misinformation that's out there. And one of the things that I want to kind of just talk about is, number one, any substance, I don't care really what it is, impacts everybody completely differently. We don't normally think about that, but it very much does, and we have to be careful with that. Also, the other thing I want to say is that you would never, ever want to take any medication or any substance for that matter, unless your quality of life long-term is better. And I really want to emphasize that. You really wouldn't want to take a stimulant unless your quality of life is long-term is better. I happen to need to take thyroid medications, and the reason I do it is because my quality of life is much better. I've also had some other more serious health problems where I had to go some very toxic treatments. That why would I do it? Well, long-term quality of life. So when we talk or take a look at stimulant medications, there's balance because there's a lot of fear about them out there. And one of the things are, what are the long-term implications of taking stimulants? Well, stimulants can, and I'm going to look at some notes here just to make sure that I represent this fact right. They can have an impact on blood pressure and heart rate. If you take the stimulants and it has that over a really long period of time, and there's a history of heart issues in your family or whatever, there's certainly an element of concern that needs to be taken with regard to that. So if you're in that range or whatever, you need to be overseen by a physician to monitor what's going on, and it can potentially cause some issues, which is why it's something that should be noted as an impact and should be honestly respected. Also, appetite and weight. Stimulants suppress your appetite. There's less of an urge to eat. For some, this can create some problems. It can be helpful on other areas, but reduced appetite and weight loss can impact you, but it also can impact you from a nutritional perspective. Further, studies have shown that taking stimulants in children slows their growth. In other words, they're not growing at the same rate as a neurotypical. Let's be clear, I'm a coach, I'm not a physician, but I have interviewed some people, Dr. Luke Cutler, on this topic. And my understanding is while growth rates are stunted, if you will, for children that take stimulants, at some point in time in the future, they catch up. I'm going to caveat that. And as much as I'm not a mental health professional, I'm not a researcher, it's my understanding through my conversations with Dr. Cutler. Stimulant medications can also be very disruptive for sleep. Long-term sleep deprivation can cause some problems over a period of time. Most people experience this. I know when I'm coaching people and they're going to take stimulants for the first time, I pretty much say the first night, you're not going to get any sleep. So kind of expect it. Doesn't mean that it's always going to stay that way. Sometimes it gets a little bit better, but it can be very disruptive for some people and can cause a very negative impact in their life. So it's something to consider. Stimulants also can create mood issues and in some situations, psychotic effects. One of the things with stimulants, particularly I know, is that if you're taking them, when you're coming off of them, there's what we call a rebound effect. Often the symptoms get worse and there's some agitation and some mood issues and some anxieties. Again, having these things over a long period of time can create some problems. And again, they're certainly something that we should take a look at. There's also some areas of substance use and risk that, quite honestly, is interesting to me. I've heard different studies that suggest that ADHD can increase substance abuse, but I've also heard studies that suggest that actually, if you're on the medications, it can curb substance abuse. I'm not so sure I can give a credible right answer to that, but I still think it warrants consideration, particularly for the individual. I also know from practical experience some one-offs, some things that are not in the literature. I have coached some individuals when they were taking stimulants have a strong urge to smoke cigarettes. And when they're off the stimulants, they don't. I've actually talked to some mental health professionals that witness this. We don't understand really what there and why that is, which takes me back to the earlier comment that I said is that substances are going to impact everybody slightly differently. But when we take a look at these long-term impacts, these are definitely some things that could have a negative impact on somebody's life and should be taken into consideration if you're going to consider it. But one of the things that is commonly left out is maybe there's some long-term impact of taking the stimulants, but then the question is, well, what are the long-term implications of not taking the stimulant medications? After all, if you've got ADHD, there's an impact of that. Well, some things to name a few, divorce rates are higher with people with ADHD that are not on stimulants. Speeding tickets are substantially higher. Rates of disability are substantially higher. Accidents are higher. People with ADHD, I mean, people with ADHD have a higher propensity to take illegal drugs or other substances early and abuse them over a period of time. There's also poor performance in school, poor performance at work. These are all long-term impacts of not taking the stimulant medications. So my point of all this stuff is I don't think a lot of people really sit down and get educated both on the pros and the cons of stimulants, but also the long-term negative impact. You know, I'm sure a lot of people are listening to me because you're kind of wondering what we should do. And the trick of this stuff really is it's an individual choice. Again, I'm coming on to share kind of the long-term impact so that you can really kind of make an educated guess. But it really comes down to the individual person and individual choice. Now, that said, as a coach, oversimplified, stimulant medications, if we're sticking strictly with stimulants, you take the medications, particularly if it's fast acting, you take it, should last about 4 hours, it's in and out of the system. If you have a bad experience, not a major bad experience, but a bad experience, it's done and gone, right? It's not something that lasts for a longer period of time. So it is something that if you approach a mental health professional and it's done under the supervision of a mental health professional, it is something that you can try. Now, I will share my personal feeling is when I'm working with people with ADHD, I can tell they have a good physician. If somebody's going to try the stimulants, what they do is they start at a very low dosage, like maybe 5 milligrams of, let's say, Adderall or Ritalin or something. And they start low and they work their way up. The thing about stimulants that people need to understand is that, again, they impact the body different. And there's different things that can impact the effect of stimulants. One is your digestive tract. your metabolism, and your liver functioning. And honestly, the getting the right dosage in the right amount at the right time is really more of an art than it is a skill. It's not like take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning. So if you're on the fence, the idea here is you can try stimulants for a period of time, work your way up and see how they work to see if they have an impact. If you're going to do this, do it under the supervision of a doctor. A good physician will start low, work their way up, and actually get it to a point in time where maybe you're overprescribed a little bit to back it down to find that sweet spot. Now, when they're doing that, there's a few things that you need to be aware of. A lot of times physicians aren't as astute on this. I spend a lot of time talking about this coaching wise, is when you start the stimulants, you should have an expectation. You're going to change the meds a dozen times before you get it right. It's number one. Number two, the first night you take stimulants, you're going to have some sleep issues that night. There's probably no question about that. Typically, it gets better. Also talk about appetite suppressant. There's a lot of people that I coach, and they wake up, they have their medications, and often they're not hungry for lunch. I spend some time talking about a protein bar in the middle of the day. Don't think of it as lunch. We're going to think of it as medication because you need food in the middle of the day. Also, for many people, particularly kids that are active, stimulants dehydrate you and they suppress your urge to drink. So if you have ADHD, you're taking stimulants. By the time you feel thirsty, you're way over the top. There's actually Andrew Cutler, who I referenced earlier. He used to be a psychiatrist for several baseball players, and he would like watch them on TV and be texting them, "You're not drinking enough water." That's a little bit of a sideshow. But part of this idea is to get the education of the meds, to understand that when you're taking them, there will be a rebound effect later in the day, et cetera. So the idea here really is that you have the pros and the cons. If you do go forward, you can experiment with it. If you don't like the experience, you can stop. Now, one of the other issues too is if you're going to take meds, as I said, you want to make sure that they have a long-term positive impact on your quality of life. Sometimes people will take the medications and the side effects are such that they do not improve quality of life. So if you're taking the medication, you're able to focus during the day, but you're not getting any sleep at night, that becomes somewhat problematic. And maybe it's not something that you should really kind of move forward with. At the end of the day, again, as I said, I'm not pro-medication, but I'm anti-suffering and I'm pro-education. And so I really wanted to come on today to talk about the negative long-term impacts of taking stimulants, the negative long-term impact of not taking the stimulants, so we have a balanced argument. To talk about the fact that if you have ADHD, you get the proper diagnosis and you get the right treatment, there's hope. You can live a very, very fulfilling life. If you get the proper accommodations, that will help too. That's what Tony and everything's all about, is really trying to provide the things for these kids that are struggling to really manage their ADHD so they can let their natural gifts surface and really come alight. If you are going to move forward, understand medications are going to take a period of time. Be ready to experiment, get a good physician, might journal about it, pay attention to the impact, weigh the pros and cons. And at the end of the day, if it's the quality of life is better, why not? The quality of life is better. If it's deteriorating, it's more of a challenge, it's there. Before I conclude this, I know some people out there have kids. Back in the old days, we were talking about pills and stuff. There's different types of things. Some people have difficulty taking pills. There's some medications that are in liquid form. There's different types of things. And there's also sometimes some unorthodox ways that physicians can work to mitigate some side effects. There are also some medications that are non-stimulant that can help people with ADHD. They're a little less prevalent, but they're out there. They're come in many, many different forms. And so anyway, I hope this has provided an education on the stimulants. Know that Mindful Choices is on the Hill trying to advocate for those around. The Mahaffey report in principle is really trying to go back and say, let's let's get rid of food additives. Let's get rid of allergens. Let's get to that. Let's get back to healthy lifestyle. There is some stuff that's in the report that is somewhat concerning from research perspective, but there's some sound-based stuff. And so just know that there's people out there speaking on a voice on Capitol Hill, trying to make sure that you're heard, and that lawmakers are educated and on top of these issues. So Tony, I'm happy to talk about anything else, open questions. I'm also done a little bit early, so it's always nice when somebody gives other people some time.
Hey,
but anyway,
I just want to tell you, first off, the education around medication is so needed. We have so many families that ask us, and it's a family choice. It really has to be a family choice, because we're parents. We're not, and it has to be discussions like you just outlined, and discussions with the doctor. I can tell you that what you hit home for us is that we went, I was against medications for Anthony. Casey was pro medications, but we said, we got to figure this out, and so we went to talk to a pediatrician who was a wealth of knowledge and seen lots and lots of kids. And he said, it's up to you. He said, but I can tell you that if you don't medicate him today, or before he reaches the teenager years, and he was 8 years old, at 7, 8 years of age, potential is very high that he's going to try to find other substances that will help him, because he needed that stimulant, that dopamine rush. And it took us 2 or 3 medications until we got Anthony the right one, but it did help him tremendously at school. And thank goodness that, he'd come off of it, but he wouldn't eat, like you said. So we had to figure out how nutrition was going to play in this thing, and give him protein, and especially when he was working out with me. And we did some things that were really beneficial for him. And he started, putting on weight, and then he started losing weight. We see that it's really tough to balance it out.
There's a couple of things I'd like to comment on, like back up. I remember Ava Green, who's married to Rick Green, who, when he got diagnosed, wanted to take medications, and his wife was kind of against it. And I remember her one day in tears. She said, my belief doesn't trump his experience.
Mm-hmm.
It was a powerful statement.
Yeah.
My belief doesn't trump their experience. And I wanted to say that because I just want to share that out there. The other thing too is reframing a protein bar at lunch. It's not lunch, it's actually medication. Can be helpful sometimes when you're dealing with a teen, because when we think of lunch, we think of enjoying, but when you think of medication, you understand it's something that's necessary at that point in time. And that simple reframe of, this isn't lunch, this is actually medication. And I know you've got some nutritionists that are on board. And when you really look at it like that, that can be a helpful way to reframe that at some point in time.
Yeah.
Also, in working with the kids, understand that some kids are going to explain that I don't feel like I'm as creative, or they miss their mother selves. Work with them on that. But I do want to point out that when people go to rehab, all right, they have this thing called HOLT: hungry, lonely, angry, and tired, I think it is. I've extended that to HALT BS: hungry, angry, lonely, tired, bored, and stressed.
Yeah.
And the thing about that is, those are all states where you're physically uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I argue stimulants don't, and this is a Jeffism, so don't you go read somewhere, you're not going to find this. I like to say stimulants don't tell you what to pay attention to, and they don't get you organized. What they do is they enable you to sit in discomfort longer.
Yeah.
Longer. So you can be bored longer. You're still going to get bored. So going back to what you had said, that's really important, is when a kid is bored for a long period of time, they're going to find something that's going to make them feel better. And we don't want them to go to drugs or alcohol or video games or anything like that. And so I really wanted to underscore kind of what you said. We call that self-medicating.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure this is true, but I know Rick Green had said one time, it's like, if you're over age 20 and you've got ADHD and you're not medicated, that you're self-medicating with something else. Sometimes it could be exercise, it could be weed, it could be alcohol, it could be video games. So again, forgive me, but I wanted to underscore your lived experience on that and kind of bring an outside perspective to it.
The value proposition, though, was that what we saw is I had a lovely wife here because she was the nutrition. There was always balanced meals. There was always things that, to instead of like initially we saw Anthony raid the cupboards and eat every bad thing in sight, right? But she figured that out soon enough that she put all the good stuff in the cupboards. So he had to only grab the goods. So, you have to, as a parent, you have to figure out what works. And every child is different. You got to look at the whole child. You got to look at the family. But if you change something, you got to change what the family's doing too. And that was the whole nutritional part of this, because it really, it has to be everybody following the same system. And
I love this conversation because you're bringing some things up. You said something that was incredibly important. You're not changing the diet for the kid. You're changing the diet for the family. Mm-hmm. And I was on, I think it was a year or two ago. Sometimes you just hear something and it kind of catches you off guard. But Dwayne Gordon, the president of ADA, he was doing a TED Talk. And he was talking about ADHD. And there's a lot of people like, oh, May, you have ADHD, that's your problem. And he said, when you're in a family and somebody has ADHD, you're in an ADHD family.
That's right.
It affects everybody. And he related it in the coolest way. He said, if somebody in your family is blind, you live in a blind household. That doesn't give you the right to change the furniture around, right? Because of that. And I say that, and I really underscore the emphasis of what you said is when you have somebody with ADHD, you live in an ADHD household. And so when you're going to do this, it's a family thing. It's not an individual thing. Yeah. And I know, what you and Cassie are doing is really all about this and educating families. And it's really to bring the education together so that they can do this stuff. And so again, I just have to underscore, when you have somebody with ADHD, it's the entire family. Yeah. And you have to work as a family to put it together like you and your wife have done.
Yeah. Well, this is spot on because you know what? You've addressed many of the questions that we got. So, on Medicaid. Thank you so much. And I think there's still a lot of work to be done. We're doing our model addresses all the things that families should have at their disposal. But you bring such a good perspective to this, knowing Dr. Barkley's way, Dr. Howell's way, and Jeff's way, and the things that you've built and done. God bless you for all the wealth of information you share. So thank you for taking the time to come join us today. We really value it, and I'm sure all the folks out there listening do too. So thank you.
On behalf of the community, thanks for what you're doing to really take this as a passion in your life and really do what nobody else has really done before. You have your time and resources to make this happen. I've been doing this for 20 years. I haven't seen anybody do it. So hats off to you guys. Right.
Appreciate you, Jeff.
Right.
Take care of yourself. Thanks again.
Bye.
So everyone, that was a great conversation. Now we're moving into our wonderful keynote speaker. And I have to tell you that she is a special person. All right. Let me bring out Lori Faulkner. Hello, Lori.
Hello.
Thank you for coming joining us from the UK.
Thank you for having me.
We love having you. Listen, our keynote speaker reminds us that sometimes the greatest challenges become our greatest purpose. Through her courage, authenticity, and willingness to share her journey, she has inspired hundreds of thousands of people around the world to better understand ADHD and embrace their neurodiversity. It's truly an honor to have you with us. Lori is the founder of Prima Princess Parties in the United Kingdom, where she's at right now, but she spends time in Miami too. But she's traveling all over, so kind of cool. She's a former performer at Disneyland Paris, educator, entrepreneur, and such a passionate ADHD advocate. After being diagnosed with ADHD later in life, she transformed her personal journey into a mission to help others feel seen, understood, and empowered. And she's going to talk about how her mom was an inspiration to her too, and helped to support her, because you need that support mechanism. Her story is an awesome encouragement and a belief that from all the ages, she's blessed with supportive family, especially a mother, and That unwavering support helps Lori recognize that ADHD did not define her future. It became part of her journey that ultimately inspired her to help others discover their own strengths and possibilities. She's professionally trained in singing, acting, and dance. I wish I had some of those. I try to sing, but that's everybody else's talent, but not mine. And she combines the heart of a performer with the compassion of an educator. Listen, she's got lots to share. I want to give the floor to her, and thank you, Lori, for being with us. You are one special person.
Thank you so much. That's such a kind intro. So yeah, as Anthony said, I'm Laurie. I'm a content creator with ADHD. I have about 500,000 followers across TikTok and Instagram, which is crazy. But before any of that, I got my teaching qualification for ages 3 to 11 at University College London. And before that, as mentioned, I worked at Disneyland portraying a few of their princesses. And then I started a company where we basically bring Disneyland to children for their birthdays. That's the best way I can describe it. We bring princesses to children's birthdays. But before all of those things, when I was a little kid, I had no idea what I wanted to do, who I wanted to be, and I was honestly really afraid that I never would know any of those things, because I had ADHD. And not that I knew that at the time, but my mind was just always a complete mess. So bear with me. Let me give you a little visual on that child so you can get context. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, so this little girl that you're seeing on the screen right here had no idea why everything felt so much harder. I was honestly full of contradictions. I was generally like a really happy kid, and I had a real like inner confidence about me always. But inside, I was always really confused, and I always felt I just don't know why I'm so different to everyone else. I really felt a difference. Um, those contradictions were crazy. And many people, children, adults, everyone with ADHD experiences these. I was extremely shy, still actually I am, believe it or not. And I would struggle to make eye contact, but also I was like the loudest child in the room sometimes. I would really observe other people and I would read everyone's emotions and body language. But then I would also at the same time feel like I didn't really know how to interact and behave like normal people did. I had friends, but I always seemed to sort of have friendship problems that I really struggled with. And so for as long as I can remember, on the outside, on any given day, I would have looked so many different things, shy, sensitive, hyper, erratic, awkward, emotional, but like inside, and I still am like this to this day. I was just always constantly trying to work out how to be a person correctly and what that looked like. And I think when kids are really little, I think these symptoms kind of like ADHD symptoms kind of just encompass what being a child is. And so through my own masking and constant support, through family and close friends, I just, my neurodivergence kind of just went under the radar. But I could tell you from, watching videos of me as a kid and stuff, it was very much always there. So, this kid that you're seeing on the screen, I was interrupting everyone. I was finishing sentences for people. I was not listening until my brain was actually ready to listen. I was very attention seeking and I would always repeat myself until I was heard. I was a massive perfectionist, and this is one thing that really I struggled with as a kid, and I still do. Let me tell you a little story about said perfectionism. So when I was really little, about 6 years old, about the age that these pictures are actually, we took recorder lessons at school, and I remember really panicking. I always had to know exactly what I was doing, and I had to be ahead of the game because really I always felt behind. And so I always wanted to be over prepared and everything had to be perfect and exactly where it should be. And in these recorder lessons, before they happened, I asked my mum to teach me everything that we were going to learn. just so I could go in and be overly prepared and not feel like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing and everybody knows what they're doing. But I came out of the recorded lesson and, I did know everything I was doing, but I came out crying. And, my mum asked me, what's wrong? And I said, everybody knew what they were doing. And I had no idea what I was doing. And everybody was like really confidently playing and everyone knew the tunes and I was doing something different. In reality, I was doing something different because I actually knew what I was doing and the other kids were just starting to learn. But everything to me was always, I'm the one behind. I'm the one struggling because I always just felt so different. Um, so, when I kind of became about 9 or 10 years old, this is around this age. Actually, the one on the left is my ninth birthday. So around this age, I feel like this is when kids, become more socially aware, get a bit more of a moral compass, and kind of become their own person. And it was at this point I started having panic attacks with no real explanation behind them. And I kind of lost who I was a little bit. Every night I would come home from school, and by the time I went to bed, I was shaking and I was really panicking. I couldn't express why that was happening to me. And I wasn't able to go to sleepovers with other kids because I was too anxious when I was taken away from my home environment. I started copying other kids' behavior. And I became friends with kids who were way more confident and had really big personalities because to me, that was, in retrospect, I didn't think about this consciously at the time, but that was easier to copy. If you've got big personality, it's very easy to know how to copy that one. So, my parents are amazing. They took me to a homeopath to see what was going on. I went to therapy and it always just came back to, something must be going on at school with her because I was coming home from school and then that was when it was all happening. Um, in reality, truly, nothing was actually going on. What was going on is that I was just becoming more and more very acutely aware that I was actually different to other children. And I just really wanted to know why. And I didn't know why. So what we learned through therapy and speaking to various professionals at the time was that what worked for me is that my mum would lay in bed with me every single night and just talk to me about the day, talk to me about what happened, just debrief. And doing that debrief, I mean, now I look back and it was just information overload, basically, like just throughout the day, so much was happening and my brain was moving so quickly that by the time it got to night, I needed to talk about it. Otherwise, it would just send me into overdrive. Um, and my dad also was amazing, and he would read books to me because I could never sit and focus on them on my own, and that was also an amazing thing. And this is the age I also learned how to meditate. Now, when I say meditate, if there are any parents listening, what I listened to was a meditation tape called Indigo Ocean Dreams. It's very old now, but it very much still works, and I know it still by heart. And it kind of takes children through like a little journey. It doesn't feel like meditation, but it basically does send you into a very relaxed state when you listen to the story. And that was amazing. And that's when I learned how to kind of control my anxiety. So also around this age, ironically, I started getting into drama, which is really random because I was super shy and I was losing myself a little bit and I was anxious. And yet there I was on stage, super confident. And it was very, again, contradictory. My life was a contradiction. And really, honestly, nobody could believe that the girl that they were seeing on stage, it's full of life, was the same girl that was at school, because at school I was just like mute. I was super shy, super quiet. But I know this might sound really sad in a way, but for me, being on stage was just so freeing because I was someone else and I didn't have to be Laurie and I didn't have to worry about all the things that were going around my head all the time at 1,000 miles per hour. I could just be whatever character I was playing. And if the character was confident, so was I. And so it really, really helped me. It was a great outlet for me. Then, moving on to teenage years, again, socially much more aware. And I just remember saying to my parents at this age, I want to remove my brain and switch it with someone else's because everybody else seems like they're fine and they're coping. And I just feel like I'm overwhelmed all the time. Everything was so much for me. And it really is, as I was getting older and older and older, when there's more expectations on you, that's when it starts really feeling like, okay, well, why is everyone else fine right now? Why am I the only one that's noticing all these things socially and hearing everything around me and struggling to focus in class? Like, I was struggling with all these things, and I just felt like no other kids were the same way. Friendship problems, every little comment, even if it wasn't negative, if I felt like it was a critique of any sort, it like hurt me physically. Like, it was so painful dealing with that. And every day, from really that time when I was 9, but especially getting into my teenage years, every day was just a constant battle, telling myself and masking all the time, just Laurie, just be normal, just be normal. Like, don't react, don't overreact, don't do this, don't do that. It was always me having this mental talk with myself. And then, like, looking back over that time, these pictures that you're seeing now, I'm about 16, 17. And I do think I was a little bit depressed. I was never diagnosed officially with depression. But like, looking back, I really wasn't happy. And it's just because everything really started impacting me. I started pulling away from friends at school because it just felt like too much to keep up socially. And I also used to say at this age, as well as I want to remove my brain and replace it, I said I wanted to be an adult, which is really a crazy thing for a kid of that age to say. I just felt like I would be fine when I'm an adult. I just felt like I was so detached from all my peers around me, and everything would just be fixed as I got older. um, and I went to therapy again at this age. And the thing that was really difficult for me about that is that I was told everything I'm feeling, all the anxious, depressed feelings are all normal. And everybody my age feels like that. To be honest, this is a tricky one because it made me feel better in a way, but it also annoyed me, to be honest, because I just felt like, you know what? I know that a lot of people struggle, and I know, from talking to my friends that we all, we have low self-esteem, and it's all very normal at that age. But there was something very different about how I was feeling versus how everybody else was feeling, and how I was responding and reacting versus how everyone else was. And so for someone to say to me, it's all normal, I just thought, well, something's really wrong with me then. Like, I'm even managing to convince you that I'm fine. Like, because I was like, I know I'm not normal. I know it. So, I just always, this is a similar age as well. Some of it's a little bit older, but 17, 18 maybe. I've always felt more sensitive than other kids, when, we did like house parties and stuff, and the other kids started drinking and getting boyfriends and girlfriends. And I just felt like I still didn't understand the rules socially. And I started feeling more and more separate from my peers. And I would skip lunch because I couldn't deal with the pressure of it. I couldn't deal with what to talk about. I couldn't deal with who to sit with. And are they going to judge me because of the food I choose to eat? And I also, again, not just more social pressure, but at this age, you definitely have more academic pressure. And this is the age it became really clear I cannot focus in class. And because, at this age, it's expected of you. And I always got good grades, but I also worked my absolute butt off outside of school, with a mum who thankfully was a teacher, and knew exactly how to teach me. So I would literally just go to school, basically not listen to anything because I struggled, and then I would come home and learn it. So, talking about my mum, that brings me on to my parents. This is my mum and my dad. They are my heroes. And they are really, sounds dramatic, but they are the whole reason why I am well balanced and functioning. Because, they're the reason I've actually achieved anything, because they're the reason I'm able to articulate my condition and why I'm resilient enough to battle the parts of me that need to be guided in the right direction, and why I'm able to accept the parts that are great and thrive in those parts. Um, so it's so important. I cannot say this enough, and I'll keep saying this. It's so important to have a support network and have a supportive family and supportive friends and a supportive school. Like my school as well, especially when I was younger, was just incredible. And just never made any child feel like any difference was a problem. So even though I always felt like I was different, I also always knew that that was okay. And that's so important, especially for kids with ADHD, to feel that you are different, but that's fine, and we love you for it. Um, so this is like a then and now. So this is my dad. Um, and my parents always made me feel that like everything I was feeling was valid, but also how to express it in the right way. Because they would say to me things like, it's okay that you don't want to make eye contact, but people might think that you don't care about them and you don't care about what they're saying or you're not listening. So let's find a middle ground, Laurie. Let's find where you're comfortable, but let's also make the person who you're talking to comfortable at the same time. And it really was just me learning how to be and how to deal with the emotions I was having and what I felt was socially right, and kind of adjusting that to make sure that it was actually okay, basically. But it's like if I don't want to make eye contact, it's like, okay, maybe it's like telling them, I am listening, but maybe it's just you make eye contact when they're talking, but you can look away when you're speaking, and maybe that's the happy medium. Or it's okay, when I couldn't do sleepovers, it's okay to be worried when you're away from home, but let's give you the coping mechanisms. Let's give you a phone so you can always contact us. And really, bless them, they did pick me up many, many a time at 4 a.m. when I was shaking and panicking and feeling like I was going to throw up. But, also I was taught how to take deep breaths and how to deal with feeling anxious. And I was taught that. This is why I've kind of done a comparison photos here between like then and now. I was taught that then, and I still do that now. And that's truly my parents teaching me from such a young age. It's okay, you feel like this, but let's try to make everyone else comfortable. Let's try to make sure that, you're going to be able to adjust to real life as you get older. And, I'll bring it to my mom now. But, they were both obviously involved, but I just want to show both of them. Um, you know, Also being taught things like it's okay to feel angry. If someone is not, I would always try to control games. It's okay to feel angry if someone is, not playing a game exactly how you envisioned it happening. But that doesn't mean that you get to bulldoze everyone until they do what you want, because that's not kind. It's like, I learned I need to let other people have their part of the game, because their part of the game is just as important as my part of the game. And even though I wanted to control it, that's not a kind thing to do. But I was never, the thing I'm trying to really drive home here is I was never told, you're wrong. You should be ashamed. You're naughty. You're selfish. Like none of those things happen. It's like, no, it's okay. That's fine. But how can we make sure that you're learning the right coping strategies that you can take all the way into adulthood? And I do completely know, and feel very fortunate and lucky that my family just continued to believe in my, let's call it, potential, when there was really truly truly no outward evidence of where I would end up. And that is so important, because that's what allowed me to remain strong-willed. It's what protected my confidence. And I actually think that's a really important lesson for everyone. If you are someone that's struggling with these symptoms yourself, if your child is, partner, co-worker, whoever, it is so important to be kind and to be accepting and non-judgmental and very supportive. Yeah, so now let's kind of, move on to closer to diagnosis. Until this point, I had not been diagnosed. I didn't know what I was dealing with. I just knew I was dealing with something. I want to make it clear that, like, I had incredible support, as I've explained, but no, that did not produce a perfectly confident adult. It really didn't. I still have to understand, my own behavior patterns. I still have to learn how to communicate. I still have to recognize my own overwhelm. I still have to recover from friendship pain, RSD. I still have to work out which environments suit me and create systems to just function in everyday life. I will always have to manage ADHD continually, and that's true for everyone with ADHD. It's not just something you have in childhood, and it's not just something that you realize when you're diagnosed. Like, it's always a journey, and you're always learning how to cope with that. But like I said, I was unaware of what I was managing. I didn't know what it was until I was 23, and a random university counselor just mentioned, hey, maybe you should get an ADHD assessment. And until that point, nobody even considered it, truly. And then when I got assessed, that's when everything really started to make sense. And I started piecing things together and just thinking, oh, that's why. And I was a lot less hard on myself then. So it's not an excuse, ADHD, and it should never be used as an excuse, but it is an explanation. And it is why I struggled with friendships. And it is why I struggle to focus on some things. And then I'm also able to be completely locked in and hyper focused on other things. It's like, it's why I'm exhausted in social situations. But everything, what was important after diagnosis is that I realized everything that I was struggling with had an ADHD trait attached to it. So this is kind of around the age that I was diagnosed. I'm at 23 here. I know I might look younger. I've always had a baby face. But I just think this is where getting a diagnosis is so important, and why it was important for me anyway, because it really does change the narrative, like both for adults who are diagnosed late and for children who like can't explain yet what they are experiencing. I want to mention here that you've probably heard the figure that children with ADHD receive around 20,000 negative, or corrective comments during childhood. And that number is an estimate. Like, there's no like proven statistic. But the message behind that is really important, because many children and adults with ADHD spend years hearing a lot more correction and criticism than they do encouragement. And that's just the nature of, behaving how we do when we have ADHD. And what's scary is eventually, and this is what happened to me, eventually those voices can become your own voice. And our brains really do respond to our own self-criticism much more seriously than you probably do realize. Like, harsh self-talk activates so many of the same stress systems that are activated when we're criticized by other people. So over time, you look in the mirror, you tell yourself, I'm lazy, I'm useless, I'm no good at this or that, whatever. And those thoughts just kind of become who you are, and they just shape the way you see yourself. And again, just to be clear, like, I did not come out of the other side of like all of this childhood stuff and my diagnosis just instantly, being able to talk about it publicly and able to run this, children's company. It's not like all my difficulties, I got a diagnosis and suddenly like everything disappeared. I came out the other side because I became increasingly skilled at living with the difficulties, because I was taught the right skills. And this can be done at any age. This is not just relevant to children. Yes, I was taught them when I was a kid, but I'm still learning them now. And, no one is perfect. But we're all still learning. And that's something that I think is really important. So like, this is me now-ish. And I'm not perfect. I'm really not. I still interrupt people all the time. I still get super overwhelmed. And to be honest, I can be a little bit nasty when I get overwhelmed. If I'm overwhelmed and someone tries to talk to me, I can snap at them. And I hate that about myself. But I know that that's what I do, and I try to put things in place to fix that. I do still have to work a lot harder than most people to stay organized, but I now know what I'm dealing with. And when you know what you're dealing with, you can build strategies around it. Um, Something else that's really important that I did touch on earlier, one of the biggest things I've learned is that honestly, for years, I was trying so hard. From so little, I was trying so hard to become somebody else. Without knowing who I wanted to be, I can tell you now what I wanted to be was neurotypical. I wanted to be neurotypical so bad. And someone neurotypical, I felt, they don't struggle with the same things I do. But I do think that instead of that being someone's goal, and instead of that being my goal, and what I'll try to teach my kids, and what I also try to teach on my social media, is that the goal should be to become really good at being you. Like, you don't need to change who you are. You need to become really good at being you. And what does that look like? And learning what that looks like. And that is a whole journey for sure. But it's learning that and working with who you are, because who you are is great. And I have tried to hide and mask and change stuff about me, but I'm now starting to realize that those things that I hated are actually now what my career relies on. Like, if we think about the princess company I have, where I've got sugar high kids that are full of energy, bouncing between different things, like I'm able to deal with that and bounce with them because I have a lack of focus and I know what it feels like to be bouncing between tasks. I can kind of manage their energy. And again, like, being a teacher and doing my teaching qualification, a lot of people with ADHD, in fact, I think all of us with ADHD are actually very socially intuitive, and sensitive. And that helps when I'm working with children because I'm able to understand all types of children and I can see their emotions deeply, and I can adapt things to that, and I can, really hopefully make them feel seen and understood. And that's really important to me, to be able to understand about myself that, like, yeah, okay, when you were a kid, you wanted to change how socially sensitive you are because it was too much for you. But actually now that's what's helping you. That's the reason why you're able to help other kids. And I think it's really important. I still have to remind myself of this all the time. Like, even into my social media, I try to spread awareness as I'm learning things about myself. And I kind of started the social media because I realized that what I learned about myself, I was sharing that with a lot of my friends anyway, who either were self-diagnosed or diagnosed with ADHD or autism. I was kind of sharing that anyway, and I just thought the more people that like learn about this and learn how to cope with being neurodivergent, the better. And so that's where, my social media came in, because I just really didn't want another little girl or another little boy, whoever, to spend years and years just wondering why they feel so different, and thinking that that's a problem, because it so isn't a problem. And again, content is great for me because it's always changing and it's always busy, and my brain really does like thrive in that environment. And having the social awareness, not only makes me good with kids, but it also makes me good on camera because I know all the social rules, and I'm hyper aware of how I'm coming across, and how to be. But at the same time, I still will do, I'll hyper focus for 3 days and I'll edit and I'll create and I'll do all these things, and then I experience burnout. So like, I do want to make it clear I'm still, and never will be, perfect. Like, I still experience all the things I experienced as a kid. I just have the coping strategies to deal with them. And then people often ask me, if ADHD has, if they, if ADHD has helped me or held me back. And truly it's both. It really is both. Because there are parts of having ADHD that are obviously so difficult. And I don't want to romanticize it. And whilst I have, learned about the positives and I've learned how to deal with it, I also know that it's really hard. And I also know that not everyone was as lucky as I was as a kid. And even though my parents didn't know what they were dealing with, I still very much learned the coping strategies as a very, very young child. And so I've been working on them for 10 plus years. And so it's, I'm really careful about not trying to be like, oh, ADHD is a superpower and we should all just appreciate the things that we have, and it's great and we're able to hyperfocus and we're able to be socially intuitive and it's all wonderful, because those things are wonderful. But let's be honest, there are so many struggles, and it's so frustrating. And still, if I'm having a really tough time, which often happens, I'm still like, oh, I can't deal with this. Like I need to, I'm unmedicated as well. And sometimes I think, oh, I need to medicate, or I need to fix this. I'm still constantly thinking I need to fix myself, but also trying to remind myself that it's very important to remember that it's actually okay, and to deal with you and who you are is actually the goal. ADHD does affect my relationships, my emotions, my day-to-day life, everything. But it's about reminding myself, let's put it this way, it's about reminding myself that there are parts of my brain that I genuinely would not want to lose. I'm curious, I'm creative, I think differently, I think outside the box, I'm passionate, I'm able to immerse myself in something that I really care about better than most people I know, definitely more than most neurotypical people I know. And so, again, I know I've said this, but I just think it's so important. It's about understanding yourself well enough so that you stop apologizing for existing as the person that you are. But it's about saying, actually, is it okay if you write that down? I need that written down. And that's okay. Like, it's okay to need that written down. And it's teaching yourself that it's okay that you need that written, or it's okay that you ask somebody to repeat that because you didn't quite catch it because your mind was elsewhere. It's okay to need a break, especially with like kids in school. Like, I know there were just times where I wanted to get up from my chair and I just didn't have the words to express that because I didn't know that I was even struggling with anything. I knew I was different, like I said, but I didn't know what it was. And so I didn't feel like I could just say, I need a minute, I need a break, I need a brain break. And it's okay to say, when I'm struggling with rejection sensitivity, which is something that I think all of us struggle with, and I always will for sure. I'm so sensitive to criticism. Even if it's not criticism, I will perceive it as such and I will be upset. But it's about communicating that. And if somebody says something that upsets you, it's okay to say, I know you didn't mean for that to upset me, but it did. So can we talk about it? And just to kind of close off, let me take this screen share away for now. So just to kind of finish up, really, I hope everybody here leaves with a few important things. So number one is that if you or someone close to you has ADHD, just please understand that where you are today is not always how it's going to be. And you can absolutely learn skills. You can absolutely build systems. You can live a really incredible, fulfilling life while still having ADHD. And if the person, if that person is not you, and instead, somebody that you're close to, someone that you love, just remember the way that you respond to them, like, and then the kindness and the understanding that you show is so so incredibly important. And I, I really want to say that nobody, whether you are neurodivergent or not, and this is something I'm learning now, and I've learned through years and years of therapy and learning many different things and reading different books, and I'm always reading self-help and all that. Nobody should be wishing for a different brain. And let me make that clear. Like everybody should be learning the brain that they have and understanding it, being kind to it. And I'm very much still learning. And obviously that's a journey, like for sure. But once I realized that I should stop trying to become someone else, and instead I should just work on the person I already am, that was the moment that my life actually started moving forwards positively and things started really slotting into place. And that's when I realized that I wanted to help people. And I thought, well, how do I want to do that? Oh, okay, maybe posting on social media is a great way to do that. I felt like my calling was to work with children. And so how can I reach as many kids as possible? I also love performing. So I went to Disneyland and I did that for a bit. And, that was kind of encompassing like everything like kids and performing. And then kind of taking that into my company where now I'm in a really fortunate position with that company, actually, that there's, girls who are doing the parties for me, they go as a princess and I kind of just like manage it. Because I'm also traveling here, there, and everywhere all the time. But I just want everyone to leave this talk I am giving, just believing that, it is possible for you to stop worrying about becoming someone else and instead work with the person that you are. And that's possible for you, and it's possible for the people that you love. And I think that's the most important thing, is to support those people around you who are struggling, and make them feel seen and understood and accepted, but also to do that to yourself. If you are someone who has ADHD, or even if you don't, I just think it's a good thing to know and to implement. But yeah, I don't know if there's a way of people asking questions on here, or if we even have time for that. I actually don't even know how long we have
We
left.
do. Hey, you know what? First off, that was awesome.
Thank you so much.
That was awesome. I'll tell you, you hit on, I hope people listen to this, and we're going to share this with everybody, because so true. You need to be happy with the brain you have. And that's what God gave you. You got to figure out how to work with it. And you did that. You did that in so many ways. And now you're a champion building a business for little kids and sharing the joy. I mean, that's a true champion. That's what fits in. Let's be the champion for kids with ADHD. You've done it. So you're a blessing. Thank you for being our keynote speaker. We do have some questions. Okay. So let me see if I can read these. Okay, looking back at when you felt behind as a kid, what did you wish the people around you had understood or done differently?
So that's tricky because, like I said, I had a great support network, and my family were all very accepting. But I think there's a lot of things I wish my teachers maybe were more supportive of it. And I think for the people that weren't necessarily, I don't want to say they weren't supportive, like for the people that weren't necessarily aware of all that was going on for me inside my own head, I would have just wanted them to know that, like, things like in school, needing a brain break is like something I wish I had, or like I was so disorganized all the time, and I sort of got in trouble for that. And absolutely, you need to learn how to be organized. But I just think I I would beat myself up about it, and I would get in trouble and I would get detention if I forgot to do my homework and stuff. And it was never that I never
Yeah.
wanted to be, I wanted to be the opposite of a bad kid. Like I was like such a people pleaser, and it would terrify me if I thought I did something wrong. But yeah, I did do things wrong, and I did forget to do my homework, and I did end up in detention, and sometimes I did talk in class. And I remember being really little. Um, and it's a really funny memory actually. Like we were sat in assembly and I found a piece of hair on the floor. Don't ask me why I remember this. I found a piece of hair on the floor, and in my head, I went, whoever's hair this is needs it back. And so I literally got up in the middle of assembly and I started like comparing it to people's heads to
Oh,
find the owner of this piece of hair. And I got in so much trouble um,
okay.
because it was like I was being disruptive and I wasn't listening.
Um,
And I was also on a mission. And when I was on a mission, I'm still the same way when I'm on a
mm,
mission. Like I'm very much on a mission. Um, and so I think my parents are always really good at this. And whenever I was told off at school for doing something like that and, sent to the front and, you need to listen, you need to sit still. Um, my parents never told me off for that at home because they knew me and they knew I
yeah.
was beating myself up for it so bad already.
Mhm.
And being told off was like the worst thing ever for me. So I think what I'm trying to say is I wish the people around me understood how much inner turmoil was going on. And I think this is true for all kids with ADHD. Um, there's so much going on in our heads, 100 miles per hour all the time. Um, and I think it's just being aware of that and being accepting of that.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
So don't mind me for asking, did you ever find whose hair that was?
No, I got told off
So,
before I got
so- oh, so hey, what I loved about this, your mom and dad was because I did the same thing. So
there.
I used to tell stories to the kids, like, and I love your mom sitting down and kind of dialoguing the day. How
Yeah.
was the day? I mean, yeah, it might have been overload, but still, I could see Casey doing that. I would tell stories to the kids.
Yeah.
I came up with Johnny and Anthony, the two little Italian boys that mess around and play with their sisters. And it was always ended up kind, but there's always kibitzing going on in there. So,
Yeah.
I mean, because that's just what it was. But
Yeah.
one other thing, this is important. What is one tool or resource you wish every child with ADHD had access to today?
You know what? A few years ago, I wouldn't have said this, but I've started to realize now how important it is, and it is meditation.
God bless you. Yeah, I feel the same way. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's so important, and that really saved so many. I mean, I would throw up all the time from panicking and having panic attacks, and like that's what stopped it. That's the only thing. Like thinking back now, and still to this day, when I have moments where I'm anxious, and I'm always anxious because I'm overwhelmed, and it always actually does lead back to ADHD. And it's so important to learn that. And I think that learning that as a child, such a young child, has served me so much. And I'm really starting to realize that now. And because there's a lot of, my friends and stuff who don't know how to just sit and deep breathe.
Mhm.
Um, and I kind of just took that for granted that my parents taught me that. But actually, so many people are not taught that and how
Mhm.
to just like sit and take a minute and really just like unwind a little bit. And I think if all kids were taught that, whether they're neurodivergent or not, I think genuinely it's so dramatic to say, I think the world would be a better place. I really do.
So too.
Because we'd all be so much more measured.
Would be. I told you, I think on our podcast, I said I meditate every morning, 17 minutes, 20 minutes. I just get in my own zone and it helps me
Yeah.
clear my mind. And many times I go so deep that I don't come out of it.
Yeah.
I have to set a buzzer because 20 minutes goes by. I got to set a buzzer to take me back out. But
Yeah.
um, I think it's so true. I think we just need to figure out how to calm ourselves down, and that helps so much.
Yeah.
So,
And I
but
think it's hard. I think it's hard with ADHD as well. Like that's the other thing I will say is I think it helped me learning it from a young age because I learned, I listened to the meditation CDs and my mum would kind of tell me these like meditation stories and stuff. And then I learned it like bit by bit. I
yeah,
think now if I learned that, especially given like how busy life is as you get older, I think a lot of that makes ADHD worse. And so like now when I sit and try to like meditate, it really does take me a while to get into it because I think a lot of people, when I say to them, like, listen, you've got to start breath work, they're like, oh no, I can never do that because it's I don't want to sit, it's boring. And agreed. Like, listen, I'm the first person to say like, I do find it boring, but I also think it is so important. It is so important.
It is. It is. Listen, hey, we applaud you for all you do. Thank you for being the champion and that you are. And do me a favor, okay? Give your mom and dad a hug from us. Okay.
Of course.
All right. And they'll give you one back from us too. Thank you for being such a great person and our keynote speaker today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Loved having you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, that was awesome, and I'll tell you that leads in perfectly to the next couple segments here. So I want to welcome two wonderful, wonderful ADHD life coaches, and they're very close to us. Heidi Smith and Shannon Grace. Hello, Heidi. Hello, Shannon.
Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Nice to see
How are
both
you?
of you. Oh, I'm doing better now because you're here. Okay. So listen, I want to just introduce the both of you because I think you got so much so many credentials and so much to say. So just real quick, today's presenters, Heidi and Shannon, are both certified coaches through the International Coaching Federation and the Advanced Certified Coaching Graduates through the ADD Coach Academy with David, and specializing in family foundations. Each leads an independent coaching practice and shares a passion for helping individuals and families better understand ADHD, strengthen relationships, and move forward with greater confidence and hope. Together, they bring complementary experience, deep compassion, and the whole family approach to ADHD coaching that helps people move from misunderstanding towards great connection. And both Heidi and Shannon have great resumes. Heidi is a master certified coach and a master of arts in pastoral counseling, specializing in marriage and family. And she's coached individuals, couples, and families. And she helps us with the young kids. You know, I think we've overloaded her with the young kids that have come to us. And you heard one testimonial from Michelle and Stacy earlier, and they were so so blessed to have you. And Shannon is an associate certified coach and is the founder of Shannon Grace ADHD Consulting. She's drawing on more than 30 years of mentoring teens and young adults and over 26 years of nonprofit leadership. And she guides females ages 14 and older and families understanding ADHD and executive function while replacing shame with understanding and building confidence, connection, and hope. Welcome. You know, we think the world of the both of you. So I'm going to turn it over to you and get out of the way. How's that?
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you so much.
Honored
And
to be
honestly,
here.
yes, honored to be here. And the people we work with are truly a joy. It's our privilege. So today, when families come to us, they aren't lacking in love. Most parents are doing the best that they can with the information, the energy, the support that they have. They're usually exhausted and maybe scared. They may feel as though every conversation turns into a battle that they never meant to have. What they know is just that they're able to see their child's behavior. The unfinished assignment, the slammed door, the argument, the forgotten chores, the child who seems to shut down or push back. What they often can't see, though, is the full story beneath it all, especially if they're living in that state of survival. So our work as family ADHD coaches often begins with a different question. We're not simply asking, how do we stop this behavior? But we're being investigators. We're holding that question of what might this behavior be telling us about the person, the relationship, and the demands of this very moment.
And that question matters because every behavior has a story. And with ADHD, that story often includes a mismatch between what the moment is asking for and what the brain and body and developing skills can reach right then in that moment. And we're going to use a few terms today, executive functions being one. And executive functions are the brain skills that guide starting a task, remembering to doing a task, planning, shifting, and managing emotions. Another word we're going to use, or phrase we're going to use, is the nervous system state, which means whether the body feels safe and steady or overloaded or on high alert. And then developmental capacity, meaning what the child can truly handle and do in that specific moment.
So the title of this presentation is A Day in the Life of an ADHD Family Coach. A day in this work is not simply just a schedule of appointments. It's a series of moments where we're invited to look past what is loud, what's urgent, what's visible, and really listen for what the family has not yet been able to name. We sit with the parents, those of you you love deeply, yet feel lost. We sit with the children, the teens, the young adults, and we want, they just want to be trusted and don't know how to explain those ordinary demands and why they feel so hard. We sit between those experiences and try to translate them with truth and care.
Our promise is not to give you a list of like parenting tricks all day today. It's to offer a way of seeing that can change what happens next, such as parents regulating themselves first, becoming curious, offering co-regulation, and understanding the story beneath the behavior and respond with both connection and responsibility. So let's begin with the shift we hope every parent can experience.
So many parents arrive carrying this private fear of, I love my child, but I don't know how to reach them anymore. They've tried reminders, consequences, they've tried explaining things more clearly. And when nothing seems to last, that fear creeps in and begins to sound like, what am I missing? What am I doing wrong? I must be a bad parent. We don't want parents to leave with one more reason to judge themselves. We want them to leave here with a deeper, more accurate way to understand what's happening. Parents are not the problem. Most parents are working with incomplete information while carrying enormous responsibility. So, what if this is not a child to fix, but a child to understand? What if the behavior that makes the least sense is the very place where understanding is needed most? Sometimes beneath this behavior, children are trying to say things they can't yet put into a calm sentence, like, see me. Will you believe in me? Will you just believe me? Please don't give up on me. I'm trying so much harder than it looks. I just want to do it well. I don't understand why this is so hard for me. I need you to feel my struggle with me, like really with me, before you start telling me to do it differently again.
And beneath the parent's reaction, there's often another unheard voice from a parent that's like, I love you. I'm afraid for you. I don't know how to protect your future without pushing you. And I'm tired of watching you hurt. And I'm scared that if I stop reminding you, everything will fall apart. So when both stories remain hidden, love can begin to sound like pressure and struggle. And it can look like defiance sometimes. And parents do not need to become experts on every detail of ADHD. They need to become the world's leading expert in their own child and on their own child. That does not mean knowing everything or getting every response right. It means becoming a student of your child before becoming a manager of the behavior. It means learning what drains them, what steadies them, what skills are still developing in them, what situations create the shame, and what kind of support allows responsibility to grow. Understanding is not the opposite of accountability. It's what makes accountability more accurate. When we as parents understand the real barrier, we can stop using more pressure to solve the problem because that pressure may be making things worse. So think for a minute about one behavior in your family that quickly raises your stress level. Hold it lightly. You do not have to solve it right now. You just notice the story you usually tell yourself about what that behavior means. So to change that story, we first need to understand ADHD can make things very difficult in the moment. ADHD is a neurodevelopmental difference. That means it affects how the brain develops and manages important daily life skills. A child might be bright and caring and creative and fully aware of what needs to happen and still struggles to begin, to remember, to organize, to shift, stop an impulse, guilty, or manage the feelings connected to the task. This is one of the most confusing parts for our families and for families. Knowing is not always the same as doing. Knowing that homework matters is not the same as being able to start it. Knowing the morning routine is not the same as holding every step in mind. Knowing that yelling will make things worse is not the same as reaching emotional control when the body is already overwhelmed. Executive functions are the brain's management skills. They guide questions like, can I begin? Can I hold the steps in mind? Can I remember the steps in mind? Can I sense time passing? Can I shift from what I want to do to what I need to do? Can I manage frustration long enough to stay with the task? So every behavior happens where demand meets capacity. The moment is asking for certain skills, energy, and emotional control, and the child has only a certain amount available. So when demand is greater than what the child can reach, the struggle becomes visible. Think about a school morning. The child is expected to wake up, shift away from sleep, remember all the several steps, notice the time, find missing items if their room is messy, manage sensory comfort, respond to conversation, and leave on time as scheduled. To an adult, this may sound like one request. Get ready. To the child, they hear 10 demands all at once. The behavior we see at the door may not be the final sign of overload that began long before the argument. This is a contribution to dysregulation.
Yes. And this is why a child can seem capable at noon, but not at 7 in the morning when you're trying to get them out the door or even out of bed. When they're successful at school, but then completely undone at home. Stress changes their access. So home might be the place where the child finally releases the immense effort it took them to hold it together all day long. But that release can be difficult for the family. But it's not proof that the child is saving their worst behavior for the people that they love.
Chronological age tells us how long a child's been alive. It does not tell us the executive function or emotional capacity available during that stressful moment. Development can be uneven. A teenager may sound mature in a conversation, but still need more support to plan a 5-step assignment or recover from a disappointment.
And parents often say, but I don't know how they can do it. I watched them do this last week. That inconsistency can feel personal, yet capacity changes based on the situation. Sleep, hunger, stress, interest, shame, the sensory overload, and even the relationship itself can all affect what a person is able to access. So when a child can do something sometimes, but not consistently, adults may decide the missing ingredient is actually their character.
Mm-hmm.
It might appear to be a lack of effort, lack of respect, missing motivation, or just they don't care. Sometimes the more accurate story, however, is that the skill is not yet fully developed or reliable under the conditions of that moment.
A stronger question is, what skill did this moment require? And could my child reach that skill right then? That question does not erase responsibility. It gives us a better place to begin to start building it. When families do not have that information, the brain naturally creates an explanation for what it sees.
And human beings are meaning makers. When something happens, we don't respond only to what we see. We respond to what we believe it means. So a child walks away in the middle of a conversation. The parent sees the child leave. In less than a second, the parent's mind may add the story, they're disrespecting me. They don't care what I say. I'm losing control and authority here. That story creates fear and often anger. Then the parent responds to that meaning that they assigned not only to the child standing in front of them or who ran out and went to the room. We don't create these stories because we're bad parents. The stories often come from the love that we have mixed with fear, that fear about their school, their independence, can they handle it, their relationships, safety, or just their unknown future. A parent may be trying to protect their child while their own nervous system is sounding the alarm. So, part of our role as family ADHD coaches is translation. We slow the moment down and ask, what else could be true? Perhaps the child walked away because they're flooded, they're feeling ashamed, they're unable to find their words, or they're just afraid the conversation could become another lecture or another felt experience of failure. The cycle happens so quickly. A parent sees avoidance and interprets it as not caring. The fear rises, the parent increases pressure, the child feels misunderstood and becomes more defensive. The parent sees the defense as proof of disrespect and increases the pressure again. Soon, both people are arguing about character when the original problem may have been the task the child didn't know how to begin or navigate. So, curiosity asks us to hold interpretation with humility. It says, my feelings are real, but my first explanation may not be the full story. That's not losing authority. That's using authority wisely enough to gather better information before deciding what behavior means.
The word lazy may be covering task initiation difficulties, overwhelm, a missing first step, or a history of trying and failing. And the word defiant may be covering an emotional overload or a need for autonomy. Or it might be fear of being controlled or a nervous system trying to escape the pressure. We're not asking parents to invent a pleasant story or definitely not ignore harmful behaviors. We're asking them to look beyond the surface level behavior and get to the curiosity about their child's internal story. The parent's story influences how the child shows up in the situation. But by using empathy, a parent meets their child with meaningful connection. And this meaningful connection changes how they show up for their child in each situation and allows them to search for a more accurate story. Accuracy plus empathy protects connection and improves the response. So instead of, why are you doing this to me? The question becomes, what's happening here? What is this moment asking of both of us? That small shift can change the emotional direction of the entire interaction. The story we tell about the behavior becomes the doorway to either more conflict or more understanding.
And that means we have to notice what is happening inside the parent, not only inside the child. In every difficult parent-child moment, there are at least two nervous systems in the room. The child may be overwhelmed, defensive, shut down, or on high alert. The parent may also be anxious, exhausted, embarrassed, or afraid. And sometimes both people enter the conversation already bracing. The child expects criticism. The parent expects resistance. Before the first sentence is finished, both physical bodies are preparing for a battle. The parent can't control another person's nervous system, but a parent can work toward becoming a steadier place in the storm, a safe harbor that communicates this moment is hard and our relationship is still safe enough for us to stay in it together.
Often the body notices activation before the mind can name it. The parent's heart speeds up, the shoulders rise, the voice becomes sharper. The need to fix the problem immediately grows stronger. These are not the signs of failure. They are information that as a parent, my nervous system is beginning to lead this conversation. Self-regulation means noticing and managing what is happening inside of our bodies. It may look like slowing our voice, unclenching our jaw, taking one breath, asking for a pause, or choosing not to solve the whole problem while we're activated. And co-regulation means using our steady presence, our tone, our pacing, and connection to make it easier for another person to regain access to their own thinking and regulation. It's not doing the regulation for them, it's creating conditions that make regulation more possible. And when the brain and the body feel threatened, even a good strategy can sound like one more demand. When there is enough safety and steadiness, the person has a better chance of hearing and thinking and participating.
Parents don't need to become perfectly calm. The calm is not the goal. Presence and availability is the goal. So, can I remain connected enough to see the person? Can I notice when my own fear is taking over? Can I repair when I get it wrong? A steady parent is not a silent parent or a parent who never sets a limit. Co-regulation does not mean speaking in a soft tone while resentment builds underneath. Children often sense when the words sound calm, but the body still communicates threat.
Heidi, can you say that again?
Sure, yeah. Children often sense when words sound calm, but the body still communicates threat. So genuine steadiness includes honesty, clear limits, and enough internal space to stay respectful. Repair may sound like, I'm sorry, I came in too strong. I have my own fear. I was scared, and my fear turned into pressure. The expectation still matters, but I just want us to begin this conversation over again. That's not weakness. That's healthy parent leadership. So once a parent can stay present, we can begin looking underneath the behavior for the true story. Behind every behavior is a person, not a problem to solve, not a diagnosis, not a label. There's a person with a history, their own nervous system, strengths, fears, unfinished skills, different types of relationships, but a story worth being understood. So imagine a teenager who talks easily about an assignment, but will not begin it. From the outside, it might look like refusal. The parent might be reminded, they might be reminded, and they may have reminded their child. They might have encouraged them, explained, and finally, the pressure rises. The teen becomes angry and says, I don't care. But the inner story might sound very different. I do care. I care so much that I'm afraid to even start. I don't know where to begin. I'm already behind. Every reminder tells me I'm just disappointing them again. Saying I don't feel just feels so much safer than admitting I don't know how to do this.
So behavior is information. It is the visible output of something happening underneath. And that something may include executive function demand, shame, stress, fear of failure, a need for autonomy, sensory overload, unclear expectations, fatigue, or a first step. This first step is way too large to begin for your child. So the question is not only, can my child do this in general? It's also, what capacity is available right now for my child? This is a skill that exists and can still be hard to access when the person is overloaded.
So the same child may look very different in two settings. With enough time, clear steps, a trusted adult, and low shame, the child may show creativity and persistence. However, under time pressure, public correction, confusing directions, or a felt emotional threat, the same child might freeze, run away, argue, or just simply give up. The person did not change. The conditions changed what the person could access.
This is where developmental capacity matters. We can accidentally expect a child's strongest intelligence to represent every part of development. A child might understand the lesson and still need support with the planning. A teen might want independence and still need external structure while those brain skills grow. Autonomy is not always rebellion. Sometimes it is a child trying to find their way, to protect their dignity or gain ownership in a life that feels filled with correction. Our job is not to remove every boundary. It is to create boundaries and support that preserve both responsibility and personhood. A diagnosis does not change who the child is. It can give a family a map for understanding how the child experiences demands, experiences time, emotion, motivation, and relationships. The map is not the child. It simply allows us to stop blaming them for getting lost. And seeing beneath that behavior sounds simple, but living it at home can be so much harder and chaotic.
And home is not the neutral classroom. It holds history. It holds repeated reminders, hurt feelings, broken trust, old arguments, and the fear that tonight will become another version of yesterday. When the relationship is strained, even a gentle question may be heard as a criticism. A parent may be trying to guide. The child may hear, "You failed again."
Yeah.
Both may brace before either has a chance to be understood. The pressure also affects the whole family. Siblings may feel overlooked. Couples may disagree about consequences or structure. One parent might become the enforcer, while the other parent becomes the rescuer. The visible behavior belongs to one person, yet the felt stress of a nervous system moves through the entire family. Sometimes a sibling learns to be the easy child because the family has just very little energy left. Sometimes a couple stops talking about anything except for that struggling child and what to do. Sometimes the child with ADHD begins to believe they are the reason for the whole family being unhappy. So, whole family healing asks us to notice those stories too, without turning any one person into the villain.
In my practice and in my mom's group, I experience parents as a parent coach and with some of my moms who are absolutely depleted. They arrive home from work, they have to manage dinner, manage transportation, pay bills, other children, and they have to manage their own health. And then be expected to provide patient, consistent executive function support at the exact time that their own capacity is at the lowest. Crazy. Some parents have ADHD or executive function challenges themselves. They may try to create routines, manage time, regulate emotions, and remain consistent while those same skills are demanding for themselves. That does not make them incapable. It means that the support plan must fit the parent's brain too. And fear can also turn into pressure. A parent can see a missing assignment and then imagines graduation and employment and or adulthood slipping away. The response becomes larger than the moment because the parent is reacting to the entire future all at once of their child. And parents are asked to make a difficult judgment. When do I step in? When do I step back? When am I supporting? When am I rescuing? Independence does not grow from abandonment. It does not grow from doing everything for your child. It grows through support that gradually transfers ownership.
So we begin with empathy and truth. Parents do not need more shame. Families need realistic systems, repair, and support that takes into account the capacity of everyone involved.
So what can a parent actually do when the moment is already happening? Roller coaster is on its way down.
Been there. So the first move is not a perfect phrase. It's a pause. A pause protects the relationship from the part of us that wants to force an answer because we're afraid. A parent might quietly say to themselves, yeah, I'm getting activated. I'm telling myself this means my child doesn't care. I need to slow down before the story becomes my actual response. Sometimes the parent can say out loud, hey, I'm feeling worried. I don't want my worry to be put on you and turn it into pressure. I just need a minute. Let me have a timeout. And then I want to come back and I want to understand what's getting in the way for you. The goal is not to memorize a sentence, and it's not to be a parenting trick. The goal is to become more aware of the position from which we are speaking. Are we speaking from fear and uncertainty? Or are we speaking from grounded leadership and curiosity? Children hear the difference even when the words are similar.
And then you can ask one simple question. What is this moment asking of my child? And what may be getting in the way? Are you listening for a skill demand, stress, confusion, fatigue, fear, or a need for more ownership? Connection might sound like, I can see that something about this feels hard for you. That sentence does not agree with every behavior. It empathetically communicates that the person matters while you work on the problem. A connected boundary can sound like, I will not let you speak to me that way, and I'm not going to walk away from you. We're going to take a pause, and we're going to return when we can speak respectfully. You see, connection keeps the person safe in that relationship, but the boundary keeps the relationship safe from the harmful behavior. A child or teen may also need a small amount of choice. You might say something like, would you rather begin at the table or would you like to work at your desk? Do you want a written first step or to talk it through first? Choice does not remove expectation. It gives the developing brain a workable place for autonomy. Keep responsibility in the room. So you might say something like, this is still yours to complete. I'm not taking it over, but let's identify the first step and decide what support will make it possible for you to begin. Do not solve the entire future. Find one next step. Find one next step the child can own. Open the assignment, read the directions, choose the first problem, put the materials on the table. A small, clear beginning gives the brain something it can reach.
This is grounded parent leadership, steady enough to see clearly, connected enough to protect dignity, and strong enough to keep an appropriate expectation without using shame as the engine. And when the moment has already gone badly, the next move can just always be repair. We both got overwhelmed. I want to understand what happened, and I want us to try the next step differently. I'm so sorry. So let's make this real with a moment many families know quite well. Here's a common family moment. A teenager has known about an assignment for 2 weeks. It's due tomorrow. It's 9 o'clock at night, and nothing has been started. The parent sees the deadline. That panic rises, and they think, here we go again.
Here we go again. You've had 2 weeks. This is exactly what always happens. You wait until the last minute, and then everybody has to drop everything, and you need to take responsibility for this.
Okay, whoa, pause the scene. That parent's concern is real. The assignment is real. Responsibility absolutely matters. But the parent is now speaking from a story that says, you must not even care. I have to create enough pressure on you to make you care. The teen or young adult may hear your disappointment. You never get this right. I don't believe you can even handle your life. Whew. Their nervous system shifts their body into defense. They carry that shame. Their anger ignites or they escape to shut down. They may say, I don't care because caring in this moment just feels too painful. So now you have two people, two dysregulated nervous systems.
Okay, so let's restart this moment more slowly. All right. So as a parent, you might say, I can feel myself getting anxious because this is due tomorrow. I do not want my anxiety to turn into pressure for you. The assignment is still your responsibility, and I want to understand where you're stuck. Is the hard part knowing what to do, or choosing where to begin, or believing you can finish, or something else? I'm not going to do it for you, but let's choose the first step that you can own. Do you want me nearby while you open it? Or would a 10-minute check-in work better?
So the teen may still respond with anger. Regulation is not a guarantee that the child will become calm or just cooperative on demand. The difference is that the parent is no longer adding unnecessary threat to the child's nervous system. The parent can say, I hear that you do not want to talk about it right now. We still need a plan for tonight, though. Take 10 minutes, and then we can come back and choose the first step.
And later, when both nervous systems are steadier, the family can learn from the pattern. The family can ask questions such as, what made starting hard? What warning signs appeared? What support could be set up earlier next time? Learning from that heated moment creates a pattern of safety, a pattern of connection, and the next reachable step for the child. And skill building often happens after the storm, not in the middle of it.
So notice what changed. The expectation didn't disappear. The parent didn't rescue. But the parent stopped treating fear as proof of the child's character. The child was invited back into the relationship, back into their thinking.
Yeah.
And their ownership.
Yeah. Curiosity is not permissiveness. Co-regulation is not rescuing, and understanding does not remove accountability. It makes accountability more likely to teach a skill instead of deepening the shame.
The turning point is often not a perfect response. Notice perfection is not a part of this, right? It's the moment a parent becomes willing to ask, what story am I telling? And what story is my child living?
That is where a family brings writing a different story together.
Yep. So 5 years from now, we don't want We don't simply want you to remember a definition from this presentation. We hope that you remember the moment you began holding your child differently in your heart. Maybe the turning point will be small. Maybe you'll notice your child shutting down this afternoon, or feel the familiar urgency rise, and you'll choose to wonder before you decide. Your child may not thank you in that moment. It might take 10 years. The assignment may still be late. The conversation may still be imperfect. But the child may feel perhaps for the first time in a very long time, that my mom, my dad is actually trying to understand me, not simply control what they see. And as a parent and as a coach, I've personally witnessed the child's body regulate, calm, and the emotional impact of actually feeling seen. So behind these behaviors is a person. Every person has a story worth being understood. And when a family becomes a place where that story can be heard without removing truth or responsibility, the relationship can become a safe harbor again.
This is the progression we hope you carry home. Get curious, study your child, understand the person, interpret the behavior more accurately, restore empathetic connection, and support healing. Parents do not need to become experts on every detail of ADHD. They need to become the world's leading expert on their own child and their own child's ADHD and how it shows up.
Mm-hmm. And we truly understand, or when we truly understand, I should say, when we truly understand the person beneath the behavior, the relationships begin to heal.
And understanding does not remove responsibility. It creates the pathway through which responsibility, skill, dignity, and connection can actually grow.
Mm-hmm.
So take this one question home with you. What story might this behavior be telling us?
Pretty powerful. Thank you all for being willing to see your family and one another with greater curiosity, having the courage to do so, and having hope. We appreciate you being with us today. If you'd like to connect with us, I can be contacted at anchoredattention.com, and Shannon Grace can be contacted at shannongraceconsulting.com. Thank you.
We're not going to let you go that easily. Hang on a second. Listen, that was powerful. And I'll tell you, it hits home for us. And Casey and I are sad that we didn't know ADHD coaches even existed for our family and for our child, Anthony. Because I think it would have made a huge difference. A difference for how we, as parents, acted many times. But one thing that we realized, what you said, is that Anthony had already beat himself up over a bad decision or something that he had done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We couldn't punish him,
Mm-mm.
you know. So everybody listening out there, that's why our model, our care model, has coaches as our number one quarterback. You are the quarterback. You've been trained, you understand the behaviors. Parents don't understand the behaviors. I still don't understand the behaviors. And I'm double your age. So at the end of the day, you're the quarterback and you will always be the quarterback in our model. And we're valued to have both of you taking care of the families that we have brought to you. So thank you for being special ladies you are, special coaches you are. And we thank David for all he's done for helping us too. So listen, great session. And, if we have questions, I'll pass them to you so we can get them back to people that asked them. But Thank you both for doing what you did today and for being the people that you are. Very special.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you, Tony.
It's an
Thank
honor.
you for having us.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Bye, everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody, we are bringing in the home stretch before the break, and our next champion. You've heard me talk about meditation and other aspects of wellness before. I'd like to welcome Veronica Moya to come out and hello, Veronica.
Hi, Anthony.
Listen,
Thank you.
I'm so happy you're here.
Thank you.
So, listen, children today face many, many challenges, and we've heard some of them all day. Big emotion, stress, uncertainty, and moments when they need tools to understand themselves and build confidence. Helping children develop emotional resilience, self-awareness, and inner calm is an important part of supporting the whole child. Today, we're excited to have Veronica with us. She is a children's wellness expert. She's an author and, what I love, a meditation teacher who helps children and families build emotional resilience, confidence, mindfulness, and a stronger connection with themselves. Veronica is the founder of Mindful V, where she creates workshops, school programs, and coaching experiences designed to help young people develop mindfulness, self-awareness, and the inner tools to navigate life's challenges. And she does it so well. Drawing from her both experiences or personal experiences and her work, Veronica provides simple yet powerful strategies that young people can develop emotional awareness and resilience. She is the author of Groom Finds His Happy Place, and I love that. A book that helps young readers understand and navigate difficult emotions such as sadness, fear, and overwhelm, which kids often feel. And she does it through mindfulness and tools. Listen, you are a special part of the care model that brings mindfulness and meditation to something that I value personally in my life. And through martial arts, it's helped me tremendously. So we're excited to have you. I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm very happy to be here. So yes, like you said, I teach mindfulness to children, and especially children with ADHD. And the one thing I wanted to start by saying is one thing I learned is that children with ADHD don't need to be fixed. They just need to be understood. And this is very interesting that adults, grown-ups, even grown-ups with HDAD, sometimes they don't get it or they get frustrated with kids that have this. And this is interesting for me to see, for all of us, right? This is typical that will happen with people that are very close to us. So in this short talk today, I want to hopefully give you some tips and some insights from my perspective, and hopefully it'll be useful for you. You can integrate this with your kids, with the people in your life. So like I said, they don't need to be fixed. They need to be understood. And when we understand how the brain works, we stop trying to force calm onto them. And instead teach them how to discover it for themselves. And that's exactly what we do with Mindful V and with mindfulness. This is all about helping the child discover who they are, discover their gifts because they have them. As a matter of fact, you know, people with HDAD grow up to be the most usually extremely successful and accomplished people that we know. And, you know, I can start naming names, but I'll invite you to think about it. Think about people that you admire, people who are high achievers and very accomplished in their fields. And then do a little research and you will see, you will know They have this. This is, I consider it, it's a skill. It's a different way of seeing the world and a different way that the brain works. So when we understand what is happening inside, okay, let me start by a little question. How many times has a child with ADHD, I always get trapped, ADHD, how many times are they told, sit still, pay attention, stop interrupting, calm down? Imagine hearing those words dozens of times every single day. And let me tell you, even the teachers with the best of intentions and very knowledgeable, they still do this. It's kind of inevitable. Eventually, many children begin believing that there is something wrong with them. The truth is, their brains are simply wired differently, right? The HDAD is not about not being able to pay attention. The issue is that we are paying attention to too many things all at once. So with mindfulness, we help them, we teach them to discover something very powerful and very delicious for them. Because when they get there, they realize their potential. It's almost, they feel like it's a superpower, which I believe it is what they have. And a brain with HDAD is very different from the brain of an accountant or a lawyer. It could probably mean that your child will grow up to be something very fascinating, someone who is creative, who thinks outside the box, someone who is an artist, or even people with regular jobs have a very unique way of solving things or knowing things. So, again, instead of telling them, calm down, sit down, stop it, which will inevitably create a sense of something's wrong with me, I need to fix myself, I'm not right, I'm not well. Instead of that, you always want the child to develop and grow up with a sense of worth, a sense of, I got it, I am awesome, I can do it. So so obviously I don't know if you mentioned, I have 30 years of working with children as a teacher. And lately I've been working as a meditation and mindfulness teacher for roughly 15 years with kids only. And for me, because obviously I also have HDAD. I grew up that way, and I grew up in the 80s, so nobody talked about it. It wasn't a thing. You're just you grow up thinking probably you're stupid. Hopefully that doesn't happen now anymore. But as a child, when you see your peers being able to do certain things and that you can't, it's tough. It's hard not to feel less than. So with mindfulness, we allow the kid to go within and discover what they can do. And when they discover this, they don't feel that way anymore. For me, it was like, so it would take hours and hours just to read one page, and I couldn't read it. I couldn't get the information. I couldn't absorb the information. However, and nobody explained this to me. All this that I'm teaching today, I learned by myself. So I'm truly passionate about helping, kids not to feel that way, to make it faster than I did. For me, it was a long discovery. I would sit in my room, try to memorize, try to study, and it was truly torture. Then I discovered that I will be in the classroom and the test comes, the day of the test comes. And I don't know. In my head, I thought it was magic. I thought it was a mind reader. I didn't know how to explain it. But as soon as I relax, I would breathe, and I had the paper in front of me. Somehow, I was able to remember the answers. Now, why did this happen? Today, as an adult, I have many theories, right? One theory is, of course, I was present in class. I went to every class. And when the teacher talked, I retained the information. And our minds, our brains are, our bodies are truly perfect and amazing. So subconsciously, everything stayed, all the information stayed with me. Everything stayed in the subconscious. Now, if I'm nervous and anxious, of course, I cannot deliver. I cannot bring this forward. But as soon as I relaxed, everything just came naturally. Now, as a 12 or 13-year-old, I thought, okay, I can read the teacher's minds. Maybe, I don't know. But if she knows it, then I know it. If my friends know it, then maybe I am absorbing this in like osmosis. I don't know if that was the case or not. I really think it's just that I was present during the class, I did pay attention, and it stayed with me. And all I needed to do was breathe, relax into it, and then make it happen. And I was an A student. I was a B plus or A student, which was very good. And then, of course, growing up, then you realize you're artistic, and then you realize that you're able to solve problems in a much more creative and effective way, in a way that others cannot. And this is the beauty of life, right? But in conclusion, the goal of this work is to help the child feel powerful, feel self-love, self-acceptance, which is the key for everything, for every success in life. Because if your child feels less than, for whatever reason, it will only invite more problems into their lives later on as an adult, with relationships, with jobs, with career hunting and things like that, because we tend to tell ourselves certain stories. Oh, that's not for me. I'm not good enough for that. None of that is true. All right. So when we do mindfulness is not about sitting still. I know I do a lot of meditations, and I'll do a little sample today, but it's important that I point out that mindfulness is not it's nothing like that. It's not boring either. It is paying attention to what is happening right now. And once again, the goal is to help the child discover who they are and what is happening inside. As we do the exercises, they discover the body is very wise. Our bodies are here to help us. They're working with us. And when you practice mindfulness, you're telling your body, hey, I'm here. I'm paying attention. I'm working with you instead of against you. Because when you're tense, when people tell you, sit up straight, and you can't, and now you're feeling guilty for not being able to stay still, that's a recipe for disaster. So the one thing, I'm going to give you a couple of, how much time do I have? Okay, I have like 15 more minutes. So if it's okay with you, I'll give you a couple of tips, things perhaps you can use. And if anybody's a teacher, you can use in the classroom. They're so good. So remember, someone with HDAD, am I saying this right? ADHD is, they're always active. There's always stuff happening. So the first thing you want to do is incorporate movement. Never try to get a child to sit down or to calm down or to stay still. Oh, I'm sorry. See, I forgot. Another thing that happens is that adults tend to think that the child with ADHD, a child who's hyperactive and it's has the attention span of a fly, they are not retaining information, they are not learning, they are not getting it, right? If your child is not paying attention to you, they're not getting it. And that's where the frustration comes. And that's a big no. This is, if you can take something out of my little talk today, let it be that, and please remember my story. Our bodies are very wise, and your children actually know more than you think. They're very wise, they have wisdom beyond their years, and they sometimes know things that will shock you. So, rule number one, you need to also lower your anxiety, lower your expectations, know and trust that the way they are is a perfect way and it is good for something. You may not know what that is. It may not fit what you understand that is usable and good and practical, but you have to know and trust that they were created that way for a reason. There's a good reason. And trust that they will be more than okay. Again, please Google this when we're done. All the people, the big names out there who have become very wealthy, very successful in their fields, in their relationships. It is because they learn to channel this energy, this attention that they have, this potential. They truly have potential for greatness. I mean, this is a fact. And I don't have a lot of time today. See how I just talk too much. All right. So with our classes, the kids learn to pay attention. Pay attention to every sound, every movement, every thought, every emotion. And you'll be surprised to see how it works. And they get into it. They do it. I know, because nobody believes me. The parents bring the kids. They don't believe that they actually do it. They get into it. That's another tip. If you can slow down, if you are grounded, if you're relaxed, the kids will mimic your energy automatically, subconsciously. Okay, let me do a tiny little mindfulness practice, a little guided meditation, if you're up for it. I mean, you heard me talk. I'm pretty hyper when I talk. So now let's take a totally different approach. I hope you can hear me okay. So this is something that I like to do with the kids, and I hope you enjoy it too. So if you're sitting down, make sure that you are super comfy. I can't see you. So close your eyes and take a deep breath through the nose and exhale through the mouth. And let's try to do this one more time. And really breathe in deeply through the nose and exhale through the mouth. And feel the calm and the peace that you have just by breathing, just by being with yourself. This breathing deeply reminds you that your body is wise. Your body is smart. You are wise. You are powerful. And you have everything that you need right inside of you. And take a deep breath. Exhale. And as you relax into your breathing, picture a beautiful white light coming from the top of your head inside your body. And this beautiful light is bringing you wisdom, knowledge, and peace. This beautiful light is traveling all over your body, every organ, every cell, your arms, your legs, your fingers, your toes, and it's going outside of your body as well. It's creating your very own personal protective shield. This beautiful light is always with you. This light reminds you that you are loved, you are blessed, and you are meant to be happy always. And take a deep breath. Exhale. And another deep breath. And exhale. And as you're sitting here calmly in touch with your inner wisdom, you are also reminded that everything will work out for you. You don't have to push. You don't have to force. All you have to do is know and trust that you are blessed and you are meant to be happy. So everything will work out in your favor. And take a deep breath. Exhale. And another deep breath. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back. Good job. I hope that was relaxing. Many parents tell me, I tried mindfulness once, it didn't work. Usually they tried it after the child has already had a meltdown. So that's another thing that I recommend. Don't do that. You want to do these activities before we go to bed at night or in the morning when we wake up. Once again, remember it's important that you are relaxed, that you are okay, that you know everything will work out, you, the grown up. So another thing I hear is that frantic mornings, right? It's just the routine is like fighting for them to wake up and get up and go to the bathroom and ay. No. You want to do the opposite. You want to slow down. As a parent, if you can manage to do that, and so I warn you, you do that, and they'll be like, you'll be late a few days. That's okay. You have to be okay with that, or at least start getting up a little earlier. But you need to allow for that period of time where you're getting used to this new routine. And the new routine is the new you. The new you is the you that understands that there's nothing wrong and understands that there is superpowers there. There's a lot of potential, and it is your job to help them harness that potential and use it wisely. So from the parent standpoint, I would incorporate some mindfulness practices at night. And in the morning, I like to do something when we're brushing our teeth. I call this mental hygiene, right? Because I think it's easy to relate because we keep our bodies always clean, and to tell ourselves, everybody, the adults and the kids, that taking care of our minds is as important. So on that note, I like to incorporate this in the mornings when we're brushing our teeth, look into the mirror, and say something positive. I love it. Everything works out for me. I love that. Uh, Mom and dad, you don't need to tell your kids what is not going to work out. You never need to tell anybody what they cannot do. Life will inform them. You don't need to do that. Don't worry about it. It's always best to know that you can do it. Your inner guidance will guide you in the right direction. So if something is not for you, trust and know that your child would discover that by themselves. So in the mornings, super easy, look at yourself in the mirror and say something positive. I am smart. Today's going to be a great day. I love myself. I can do it, whatever it may be. And then you keep doing what you're doing, brush your teeth, have breakfast, get dressed, all that stuff. Because I'm realistic. Not many of us can sit down and have a 5-minute meditation in the morning. Then another thing that you can do, and this seems really small, but it's planting the seed. And if you do this consistently, you will see the ripples and the results. It's a gratitude practice during dinner. I hope you have dinner together. If you do, just invite them to say something they appreciate about today, and usually they'll have nothing. So this is your cue to help them see their blessings, recognize their blessings. So in my gratitude practices, I use things like thankful for electricity. We have a refrigerator that keeps the food cold. Gratitude because I have a nose and I can smell things. I am thankful because I have 2 hands and I can write and grab things. All these little things that we take for granted all the time, you encourage them to be thankful for it. Oh, Veronica, what does that have to do with ADHD? Yeah, it's about slowing down and paying attention to small things, especially things about us. Everything is about helping your child fall in love with who they are as they are. I hope this was helpful. I think we have 3 more minutes. So,
Listen, I'll tell you what, if you could have gone just a little longer, I probably would have fallen asleep. Because I'm a meditator, you know that. I think I said that earlier. I've been meditating since we've done the martial arts with the kids, and I think it helped Anthony tremendously. And it was always about, before the session, calm down, get your mind right. And then at the end, calm down. Hey, I had a good session. I mean, there were things that we did. I want to ask you though, so because we got some questions what about sleep? Okay, so you said you do this before sleep. Somebody's struggling with sleep. We have lots of kids that can't sleep, right? Right. There's their mind's going all the time. I mean, does mindfulness really help a child to fall asleep and get a restful sleep?
yes. No, you're right. I had that too. It was awful. As a child, going to bed,
I still have it.
it felt like it was for hours. I don't think
Yeah.
I was awake for hours, but that's very upsetting. I know what you're saying. So I created meditations. They're guided meditations specially to be used at nighttime before you go to
Beautiful. Yeah.
yes, I think it works. And again, it's how you set it up, right?
Yeah.
That's why I like to set it up as a superpower, and when they start using it, Anthony, like I said, when I went to school and I say, oh my God, I know the
Yeah.
answers. Whoa, what is that?
Yeah.
So if you can show them how, wow, everything's result oriented. So yes, mindfulness
Okay.
is huge.
Yeah.
Um,
And the breathing is so important too, isn't it? The breaths that you take, um, those are whole thinking behind breathing, and I try to follow that, when I'm working out or when I'm doing something that I need to get my focus back, because sometimes I can't focus, so I got to bring my focus back in, and I do breathe, and I do try to calm my mind, and so I could go forward. So listen, there's educators out there. I want you to think about this. Veronica will come to your school and she will work with your students. And she is great. And I'll tell you, we're gonna introduce her to some schools that we work with, because I think it's important that you start this young, start it young, and you have programs out there. So go watch Veronica's YouTube channel and just take in the information. Parents, listen to it, take in the information. I got a thrill out of listening and watching what she does and how she does it with kids. So and educators do the same thing, because I'll tell you, this can really help students. And that's what it's all about. It's about giving them another tool in the toolbox that can really help them be successful. Right. So,
yes.
Great. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you,
You're a
Anthony.
blessing.
Thank you very much.
So now, as we move into the last part of the afternoon, we got a special friend of mine coming up, Michael McLeod. Hey, Michael.
Hello, how are we?
Welcome. Oh, man,
how
we're
you
doing great. Doing great. Hey, you remember this?
I do. I got
Oh,
one
yeah,
right
I
here
bet.
too. Isn't that crazy? We've got the
So-
same book.
So listen, I got to tell you, we give all of our families that come on and everybody we talk to, we suggest that they go and get this book that Michael wrote.
Thank you so much. That means a lot. And I
yeah.
refer everyone to Anthony's Way. This is you guys are really building something special here. And all this message that you guys spread of kindness and bringing people together with ADHD. This is so incredibly needed.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. Michael has got a long list of credentials, and he's the founder of Grow Now ADHD, where he developed evidence-based internal skills, executive function, strength modeling, an innovative approach designed to help children and teens build resilience, independence, confidence, and the executive function skills they need to thrive. He's a certified speech language pathologist, an executive function coach, and the author of this wonderful book. Mike has helped countless students and families. Go take a look at his website. And the thing that always impresses me is you got over 500 5-star reviews, man. God bless you. Thank you for taking care of so many families and going into the schools and working with the parents and the educators. I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's an honor to be here and to be a part of the Anthony's Way service here. Really what the Grow Now model is all about is the internal skills, because that's really what's lacking in kids and teens with ADHD. So the best way to really break down exactly what ADHD is all about is because, ADHD is so incredibly misunderstood. And most people still think that it's an attention disorder. And it's all about attention deficit, hyperactivity, inattentiveness. We have to really focus on what this truly is, what the research is telling us. ADHD is not an attention disorder. It's a performance disorder, an inability to perform in real time and show the world what you know and what you're capable of in the moment, and the ability to perform, to execute, and use those executive functioning skills. That's so incredibly important. So again, just like ADHD is so misunderstood, so is executive functioning skills. Because most people hear the term executive functioning and they think it's just time management, organization, messy backpacks, messy folders. And they think it's just skills needed to be good at school. Well, executive functions are the greatest predictor of success for human beings. You need executive functioning skills to be able to make friends, keep friends, get a job, keep a job, to be able to learn, to be able to be successful at school, to be able to become independent, and to live independently someday. Executive functioning skills are a far greater predictor of success than your grades, than your GPA, than your homework, or anything like that. So executive skills, based on the Grow Now model, we split it up into 4 separate pillars. The first is self-awareness, where you're aware that the things that you do affect others and affect yourself. It's the beginning of conditional cause and effect thinking of, if I do something, it may negatively impact my parents, my siblings, my family, my coworkers, my friends, my teacher. And if I do certain things, it may negatively impact me as well. If I end up on games all night and screens all night, yeah, it's probably going to negatively impact me and it's going to be a lot harder for my brain to do anything that's non-screen based. And it's going to be very hard for me to get dopamine from anything besides conflict. Because after they spend 5-10 minutes on a screen, the only thing that's going to give them that same level of dopamine as a screen is conflict, which is why, of course, we'll talk a little bit today about how ADHD goes hand in hand with very debilitating screen addictions. And it's our ADHD youth, and we're here talking about Anthony's Way, the road to kindness. It's our ADHD youth that are the biggest victims of big tech's predatory marketing. You know, there's a lot of clinicians out there and people on social media saying how screens are regulating to the neurodiverse brain. Well, that's absolute nonsense. That's a total lie. There is no research to back that up in any way, shape, or form. Our ADHD kids are becoming victims of screens and their addictive use. And it's very, very hard. And they're marketed as social, but every single person listening to this right now knows that as soon as you bring screens, a phone, Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft into a child's life, they start spending a lot more time indoors by themselves. So in no way, shape, or form are screens social or going to help your child's social life. So that lack of self-awareness is a very, very big deal right there. Then the second thing is self-regulation, the ability to regulate your emotions, your language, your body, your behavior in various environments towards various stimuli. Can you regulate your emotions? ADHD is not an attention disorder, it's an emotion management disorder. Can you manage your own emotions towards things that are difficult, hard, frustrating? That's what we have to think about right there. For all you parents listening to this right now, the biggest problem with your child's ADHD is not their attention or their focus. It's their self-regulation of their emotions, their conflict-seeking behaviors, their negative attention-seeking behaviors. It's not malicious. It's not a bad character. It's just how their brain works. The ADHD brain is the path of least resistance brain. What gives me dopamine right now? So at their baseline, when they're bored, when they have no direction, no structure, no boundaries, their brain goes towards, where are the screens? Give me all the screens. But if screens are not available to me, it's give me the conflict. Give me the arguing, the fighting, the negotiating, right? How many times have you gotten to a 3-hour fight with your ADHD son or daughter over 5 minutes of homework? It's not about the homework. It's about, why bother doing the homework when conflict is available to me? So self-regulation is a huge aspect of executive dysfunction and ADHD. It's not hyperactivity. It's the inability to regulate your body. It's not inattentiveness. It's the inability to regulate your mind. So hyperactivity, inattentiveness, all focused on self-regulation. So it's not, oh, my child's hyperactive, follow this set of recommendations. My child's inattentive, let's follow this set of recommendations. Just like autism spectrum, we have a very good idea that every single person is different. There's no one unique set of symptoms. Every child with autism is different. You've met one child with autism, you've met one child with autism. And it's the exact same thing with ADHD. You know, this is why it drives me crazy when I go on social media and I see people say, oh, what's the best job for ADHD people? What's the best summer job for ADHD kids and teens? That's sort of implying they're all the same. And just because you have an ADHD brain, you're just like everybody else with ADHD. That's nonsense. It's a spectrum as well. And if you're not tailoring towards a unique individual, you've already lost. And then number 3, we have self-awareness, number 1, self-regulation, number 2, number 3, self-motivation towards non-preferred tasks. So do you have the ability to motivate yourself to do things that are non-preferred, non-instantly gratifying, non-screen based? Getting ready for school in the morning, doing your homework, going outside, doing chores, sitting at dinner with your family, answering your parents' questions, playing nicely with your siblings. All of these different things. Can you motivate yourself towards things that don't give you instant dopamine, instant gratification, which really is 99% of life? Most of the things we have to do as adults in a society, as kids and teens, as human beings, doesn't give you instant dopamine. It's delayed gratification. That's how life works. We do things now to make life better in the future. The idea of constant instant gratification is false, is not realistic. The ability to do things now, even though you're not going to feel the effects of that work until much later, future thinking, that's executive functioning. The ADHD brain wants dopamine, wants stimulation right now. How do we give them the internal skills to be able to do things now to make the future better instead of always trying to make right now better? That's the key to the internal skills model. So number 4 is self-evaluation, the ability to learn from past experiences and apply it to the present moment. So you're not repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again. So this book right here before that Tony was holding up, the Executive Functioning Playbook, is available on Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, wherever books are sold. It's really a parent empowerment book to really share the most up-to-date research on ADHD and executive functions. And it's filled with practical strategies to make sure you know what to do in all of those given moments. Really hands-on practical tools. And it also comes with the sister workbook to help you implement all of the different things. So the Executive Functioning Playbook in action to help you take everything from the playbook and implement it. And really, one of the things I describe about ADHD parenting is I describe it as Groundhog's Day, where every single day is the same battle. Every single day is the same fight, the same morning routine, the same evening routine, the same sibling fight, the same homework fight, the same screen time fight. Every single day, it's the same thing. You have a neurotypical child. They're going to have a rough morning routine in September, October, as they're getting off of that long layoff of summertime and now adjusting back to the school schedule. But if you have an ADHD child, you're dealing with September and October rough morning routines in April, May, and June throughout that entire school year. And I think it's so great that this incredible family has chosen to have this summit now before school is starting, because the school period can be very, very rough for ADHD parents. At the end of the day, we can't keep turning a blind eye to this current youth mental health crisis that we are in. We are in a horrible youth mental health crisis and a horrible parenting crisis. All the while, when we look at all of the facts, this generation of youth has gotten more therapy, more counseling, more socio-emotional classes at school, more medication, more diagnoses, all these different things. Medication was a wonderful thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but more therapy, more counseling, more socio-emotional classes. And this generation of parents is the most educated and most informed. How many parents out there listening to this right now, you pick up your phone and your entire algorithm is parenting experts and parenting influencers and parenting advice. Every single day, you're taking in all these reels of parenting advice. So we have the group of youth with the most therapy, the most counseling, the most social emotional classes, yet they're still the most depressed. And we have this generation of parents that's taking in the most information, the most educated, the most informed, yet they're the most burnt out. What's missing? What has changed? It's because at the end of the day, we have stolen. We can't keep turning a blind eye towards all these false boogeymen that the media likes to create. Let's be honest. We have stolen all of the different things from childhood that builds executive functioning skills. Number 1, play outdoor, unstructured, unsupervised play, kids playing outdoors without being tracked on a phone, without being supervised, just exploring their neighborhood, riding bikes, going out, and coming home when it's time for dinner, right? We're too afraid to send them 2 blocks down the road to the store or the park on their own, but we'll give them open access to the internet. The internet is a much more dangerous place for kids than the real world. You know, the chance that they can walk outside unsupervised for hours and they can be online in 5 minutes and get into a whole lot of trouble. So we have to really start to focus on where our values are lying. So play has to come back. Play is the work of childhood. That famous Mr. Rogers quote, right? Play is how kids learn. Play is how kids develop self-regulation, social skills, social executive functioning skills. So we have to bring play back. The next is boredom. Kids have to be bored. We're afraid. We as parents feel like we're failing when our kids are bored. We feel like too much pressure is on us to entertain our kids when they're bored. But think about it. When you're bored, you learn how to self-regulate. You learn how to use your imagination. And the imagination is executive functioning. Executive functioning is the ability to use your imagination, visualize the future, and work towards that future. And the only way to build that muscle of the imagination of executive functioning is to be bored. Kids have to be bored. That's how they learn to notice and do and take in their environment and process and figure things out on their own. We have to understand, if your kid is coming to you and saying, I'm bored, you're doing something right. Stop getting scared. Stop thinking it's going to take you away from your phone because you have to entertain your kids for an hour or go play with them for an hour. No, let them be bored. Let them go out and figure things out on their own. So we have to bring back play. We have to bring back boredom, and we have to bring back struggle. We are getting a little too out of hand now with these growing IEPs, these growing 504s, these massive accommodations, being able to turn things in late with no points off, being able to take tests all the different times, have test questions read aloud to them. Obviously, this is all based on the unique individual here, but overall, the best 504 plans aren't ones that overly accommodate. It's really the ones that increase consequences. You're late to school, there's a consequence. It's not about extending deadlines, it's about having more deadlines up until the final one. That's what teaches them executive functioning skills. Because if an accommodation is not realistic in college and career, then why even have it? You can have it, but it has to fade back rather quickly. Dr. Russell Barkley has the famous quote, if you want to see an ADHD child or teen fail, put them in an environment with no consequences. And in how many ways have we created that environment and created that world for our kids? You know, it's a really difficult thing that we've done overall. So play, boredom, and struggle have to come back. And what are the things that have stolen play, boredom, and struggle? It's their screen use. And we have to start being realistic about screens. You know, the ADHD brain is 100% addicted to screens. And it's a very dangerous addiction. And we have to be more realistic about these things. Big tech is teaching us that screens make kids safe, smart, and social. Buy them a phone, give them Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft, YouTube. It'll keep them safe. You can track them. They're indoors. You can watch them. It makes them social. Having a phone, Snapchat, online games helps them make friends, helps them fit in, right? And safe, smart, and social. But we now have a decade of research to tell us it's the opposite. It makes them depressed, dormant, and antisocial. We're in the middle of the youth mental health crisis, all the way tracking down to the release of the iPhone. So just like in Toy Story 5, when that little girl got a tablet and everything got so much worse, that's what keeps happening. We're falling for the social pressures. We're falling for the propaganda of let me get my ADHD child who's already struggling socially. Let me get him a phone. Let me get him online games to give him some sort of social advantage. And it backfires every single time. It makes them more dysregulated. And the second you buy your child a phone, you've now made your parenting 1,000 times more difficult. And that's what parents have to realize. You're doing it for all the right reasons. You want to give them an advantage, but we now have a decade of research to tell us it's not going to happen. It's going to keep your kid indoors. They're not going to go outside and build a life outside of the house anymore. It's going to make all their relationships fake and social, and it's going to make them incredibly dysregulated. You're going to ask them to do basic tasks, and they're not going to be able to do it because their brain is fried. Brain rot is real. 5-10 minutes on YouTube, Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft, then you expect them to get up in the morning and get to school on time, to do chores, to read, to do their homework. It's not going to happen. And the concept that's out there of kids learning skills to balance their screen use, it's an absolute pipe dream. It's not going to happen. Tony submitted a parent question to me a couple of days ago in an email of how do I teach my child to manage their scrolling? They're just always scrolling. And the answer isn't what you want to hear. The answer is you don't. You cannot teach a teenager, even neurotypical ones, to manage their scrolling. There's no skill to do that. And how do you know that? Because adults can't even do that. Adults are incredibly addicted to their phones. And we have fully developed brains, fully developed cognition. And we expect our 17, 18-year-old kids to manage their phones better than we do. The brain develops until 30 years old. They don't even have a fully developed brain yet. And we're giving them all of these screens. So unless you set the limits, unless you don't even buy them a phone to begin with, but if you already have, you can cancel that phone plan and you can persevere through those withdrawal behaviors. Absolutely. Or you can start setting limits. And you're going to have to do it because your kid cannot do it on their own. Their brain can't do it. That's like asking a kindergartner to do advanced algebra. It's not happening. These devices were designed to be addictive. They were designed to keep kids infinitely scrolling as long as possible. It's always the free to download things: YouTube, Snapchat, Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft. So how do they make their billions of dollars? By how many hours you play. They're made to be addictive. So you're not going to teach your child the skills to manage their scrolling. You're going to be a parent and you're going to step in and you're either going to cancel that phone plan and persevere through their withdrawals, or you're going to put significant limits on that phone altogether. And that's what you're going to have to do. And the day will eventually come where your child will thank you for it. So incredibly important. There's a saying on social media that all behavior is communication. I'm sure you've all heard that. All behavior is communication. But we only want to believe that when it's warm and fuzzy and makes us feel good inside. Like, oh, that's not a negative attention-seeking behavior. It's a connection-seeking behavior. He just wants more time with me, more quality time, more hugs and kisses, and more attention from me because it's connection-seeking. How about the behaviors you see every single day revolving around screens? Your child is telling you all behavior is communication. They're telling you, hey, mom and dad, you gave me too many screens too soon. My brain can't handle this level of stimulation. When this phone is in my life, I have total inability to do anything else. And they're communicating that on a daily basis with their behaviors. And we keep crossing our fingers every day that it's going to get better with time. And they're eventually going to gain the skills. And if there's a coach or a therapist or a clinician out there telling you, oh, you don't have to limit screens. Just sign them up with me and I'll teach them the skills to balance. I'll teach them the executive functioning skills to put their phone away and do other things. Those people are lying to you. It's not going to happen. That's not something that can happen. Their brain is not at that level yet. And I've seen far too many families waste way too much money and invest too much time in things that are ineffective. We have to start asking ourselves, where is the progress? Every day, parents are taking in so much information about parenting from social media. They're spending their free time attending fantastic things like this. But where is the progress? When are parents going to get their lives back? You know, parenting is not supposed to be as hard as it is right now. We have so many resources at our fingertips. We are so educated. We spend more time with our kids than any generation before. Yet this is the first generation of youth to do worse than the generation before. And that's a very, very big deal. In the whole history of human development, every new generation has always advanced and improved. But this generation, Gen Z, is the first one to perform worse and be more depressed and be more incapable than previous generations. What's happening? We're not developing executive functioning skills. We're not allowing kids to play, be bored, and experience natural consequences and struggle because we are taking in far too much pseudoscience from social media. And there's a lot of pseudoscience when it comes to child development on social media, way too much. We're getting our advice from strangers on Facebook parent groups, and we're giving our kids way too many screens. And before someone else mentions it, yes, schools are also guilty of this. Ed tech and one-to-one laptops are the worst thing to ever happen to education in the history of education. Schools are creating addicts. And my heart goes out there to all of the parents who have followed the science, followed the research. They fought the fight, never bought their kid a phone. And then all of a sudden, their kid comes home with a laptop from school, from their taxpayer money, or from their tuition dollars they're spending. And now the kid's all of a sudden, oh, I'm doing homework, mom and dad. No, you're not. 3 hours later, no homework done. They were on YouTube the entire time. Pretty horrible. So hopefully we're starting to see the tides turning there because of the great work from Dr. Jared Horvath and Emily Churkin and Andy Liddell to really push back on all of these ed tech laptops. But once again, we bring back play, we bring back boredom, we bring back struggle. We recognize that screens are not social. Let's get our ADHD kids together. This is why I love Anthony's Way so much. It's all about kindness and relationships and experiences. This is why I love the work that this wonderful family is doing, because it's spreading truth for ADHD of what really works. Let's stop with the pseudoscience that kids can play Roblox together and be friends. Let's stop with the pseudoscience that we need to lower the bar on our ADHD kids. We need to raise the bar, raise expectations, because every single ADHD kid out there can absolutely achieve their dreams and achieve their goals. We know more about ADHD now than ever before. When we raise the bar, when we raise expectations, we're sending the message, I believe in you, you can do this. And that's what our ADHD kids need. Not more accommodations, not more leeway, higher expectations, higher boundaries, higher structure, because they will meet it. They can do this. And we can be authoritative, strong, confident parents. Confident parents raise confident kids. And for those of you dedicating your time to be a part of Anthony's Way, you're taking the appropriate steps to become a confident, empowered parent. Definitely feel free to check out my website, grownowadhd.com. Find me on Instagram at grownowadhd. Thank you all so much for attending this wonderful event. You guys are amazing people. And thanks again for having me.
Mike, thank you so much. Hey, you know, the best thing a child could say to a parent,
What's that?
mom or dad, I just want to have a conversation.
You
I just
got it.
want to talk. Let's just talk. So every time Anthony and I would work out, we just talk. We talk about different stuff. I had 3 to 4 days of time with him, and we, between that and martial arts and stuff we did, that's what makes it special. I'd say plan events where you take your kids. We used to do what's called the Bellezza Olympics in the summertime. We block out 2 weeks, and we'd have fun with the kids outside playing. Now, just getting them to run, getting them to play in the pool, getting them to do different things. 2.5, 4 years ago, when we started doing research on this, you hit a really touchy part for me, is that I found there was a youth crisis, and I found there was this whole mental health crisis going on. Last year I did 10 grants for funding. I got turned down by everyone because they said ADHD is not a big enough issue.
Wow.
So I just share that with everybody out there. Listen, we have to make a change. We have to do something different. That's why we created what we did. Change the landscape, how you talk about ADHD, and raise kindness to a whole new level. And we're going to make differences. You're making differences every single day, Mike, with you and your team. So, I thank you for being here. We appreciate you more than you know.
Absolutely. And every single thing Anthony's Way is doing, I love being involved, and it's always an honor when you guys choose me to be a part of what you guys do. This is really what the ADHD community needs, is a road to kindness, a road to understanding. For the grant writers to not understand it, teachers don't get training, school administrators don't get training. A lot of therapists and doctors who are sort of a jack of all trades don't get enough one-on-one information on ADHD and executive functioning. So this is a growing issue. We're seeing it with diagnoses rates. We're seeing it with the youth mental health crisis. And Anthony's Way is the group that's leading the way on exactly what these kids need. So keep doing what you're doing, guys. And you guys are doing incredible work.
Appreciate you. Thanks so much for being here with us, buddy.
Always. Thank you. Good to see you.
You too.
See you soon. Bye.
All right. Well, that was awesome. And now we bring up another wonderful person very close to us, Kate Brownfield.
Hi, Tony.
Hello, Kate. Man, it's great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Back in January of 2026, we're reaching out and you asked us to come do a podcast with you. And I will never forget it. It kicked off our podcast debut, if you will, and other things, but it was really special. You made us feel special, and we loved, and then we brought you on ours to do a podcast. We love your story.
Yeah.
You
guys have a great story.
Thank you. You do too. You are instrumental in helping families and what you do. And Kate is the founder of Kids Can Thrive, a coaching
ADHD Kids Can Thrive.
ADHD Kids Can Thrive, a coaching practice and media platform created to provide parents with clarity, compassion, and practical strategies to help their children and themselves navigate the ADHD journey with confidence. She's based in San Francisco, so you're 3 hours behind us.
Yeah.
On the Bay Area, Kate combines her professional coaching expertise with her own lived experience as a ADHD parent. Kate is the host of the ADHD Kids Can Thrive podcast. I'll tell you what, this is a globally recognized podcast ranked among the top 5% of podcasts worldwide, where she shares conversations with leading experts and inspiring stories that support parents on their journey. She also is the author of How We Roll, a parent journey on raising a child with ADHD. What inspired me about this, what you're going to talk about today, was you did a podcast with a doctor, and it was about social media. And I'll tell you, it hit home for me, and I wanted you to share. And the topic that you're going to talk about is really important today for everybody to listen to. So, Kate, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah, you're welcome. I feel like it's a very appropriate topic too, coming from Silicon Valley. This is where tech is born and lives and affects all of us. And besides coaching from here, I did raise 2 children in Silicon Valley. It's an interesting place. So anyway, I'm going to talk about ADHD on social media, what helps us, hurts us, and how parents can look at the whole picture. And my hope for you at the end of this is that you're going to be a little bit more wise about your approach and what you're digesting from social media. Tony did a great job introducing me. So let's just get into ADHD. So ADHD, just that word alone is big business. And it's big business in marketing and in media, and it has been for decades. There's nothing new in this. It's just being delivered now through social media, and it's bigger than ever. And there's pros and cons to that. But the number one thing is that it is a multi-billion-dollar business. In 2025, pharmaceutical and non-pharmaceutical profits We're 15 to 17 billion dollars estimated. About 10 billion of that is just US business. So it's huge. There's a lot of money to be made in helping people with ADHD. The other piece to this is that it feeds into this cultural anxiety that we all have about our well-being, our mental health. Are we focused enough? Are we doing enough? How do I make myself more productive? Right? So it can all kind of play into the factors of what ADHD is. And then on top of that, we are a very hyper, distracted, super addicted society. We love consuming social media. And I did just hear somebody say the other day that I think it was Gary Vee did a podcast about people are saying they're putting their phones down and they're not looking at social media, but the data is not showing yet that they're not looking at it. So we really, really struggle with this. And then Pew Research just did a study that just came out the other day, and that's really going to help me with my presentation today. But this one is significant. Half of adults under the age of 50 get their health and wellness information from social media. So it's big time. And ADHD is a part of that. And it's big business. And people like to talk about ADHD because it gets our attention. It plays into our anxiety. So the good news in all of this is that ADHD awareness is definitely expanding as social media expands and everybody's on social media. Awareness around ADHD is expanding. We're getting more information and understanding about what ADHD is. We're getting more clues about our children's neurodivergence, right? All of this is very helpful. We can find community to be a part of virtually in the virtual world. So I'm going to focus just on parents of ADHD kids for this talk. So for parents, you can find other parents who are raising children with ADHD. You can find other experts. You can become a part of something bigger than yourself so you don't feel isolated and alone in this virtual world. Unfortunately, what has been found is that all of this awareness and living that's happening in the virtual world is not translating into our real world. So for people, all people with ADHD, but especially in this case, we'll talk about children with ADHD, the waits for diagnosis are still really long. When a family is in crises or needs support, they have to wait a long time for proper analysis and diagnosis. It is incredibly expensive to raise a child with ADHD. The services on the ground outside of the virtual world are very expensive. It costs a lot of money to raise a child with ADHD and give them the services that they need. And then if you live in a rural area, there is very little to no access for the resources that you need to support your neurodivergent child. And that's a real issue in our society and our culture. And another thing that continues to go on that didn't just live in the social media world, but it has been an issue for raising a child with ADHD is that every expert focuses on just one aspect of the condition. And so it's the load of getting your child through high school sits on the parents to be the navigator of all of the different pieces that they need to put together to help their child thrive. And a new phenomenon that is happening is that parents, and especially young adults, are trying to assemble their care based on what they're learning on social media. And that can put you in a pickle if you're trying to navigate the complexity of being neurodivergent in the virtual world to help ground you in the real world. So that's something that's happening as well. We also see that there's a lot of misunderstandings, in this case, about what ADHD is, neurodivergence. People listen to just certain people on social media, whether they're vetted or not, and then that starts to construe our own understanding of what neurodivergent can mean. And there's all kinds of stories
about this. I'll just highlight one. In preparation for this, I was talking to a friend who has nothing to do with neurodivergence. However, she has a friend who has a child with autism, Asperger's, which is now called like level 1 autism. But her friend was trying to tell her that that is the new ADHD. So it is not the new ADHD. Autism and ADHD are separate. Kids with autism can have ADHD. Kids with ADHD can have autism, right? But they're not the same. We're not blending them into this like one big thing. So the perfect example of misunderstandings that are happening, which is what we're going to get into a little bit more as I go along here. And the reality of the translation into the real world is that the cost to society of having ADHD is significant. Unemployment and workplace productivity loss measured in 2025 at $122 billion. So while we have all this wonderful awareness of everybody talking about ADHD in this virtual world, it is not translating into truly helping neurodivergent individuals in their communities who need help and support and understanding and access to resources and all of that. So my whole point with that is not to be a downer. My point is that we have to keep educating, advocating, taking real steps in the real world to support children who have ADHD and their families. Okay, so if you're navigating social media, let's talk about how we kind of get hooked into that. So ADHD especially is a very triggering word. It triggers emotions. It makes us reflect internally about our own behavior. And many common human experiences can feel like ADHD. So if you have a hard time focusing, we all do at certain times in our day or in our life, right? We procrastinate, we put off boring tasks. Sometimes we have a hard time being motivated. Sometimes we pop off at somebody and we lose our, we get really angry at somebody, right? All of a sudden we get hot, right? Our emotional regulation is off. A lot of these things separately are just part of the human experience. And a lot of that is talked about on social media, and anybody listening to it could feel and start to reflect like, wow, I can identify with that. Maybe I have ADHD, right? And it also gives us a reason on why our life is hard. I'm struggling in life because I can't focus. So if I had ADHD, maybe my life would get better, right? And we take it on as an identity. It's a part of me. It's who I am. And that's kind of where we're getting all lost in what ADHD is and in all of this. When Tony and I were talking about this is the part that makes me really upset. And I'm learning how to not be so upset when I see it. But gaslighting sells attention. Being negative, being scary wins your eyeballs. So gaslighting is the name of the game to be a marketer on social media. If you want people following you, you need to scare them. You need to like throw a bomb to get their attention. So be aware of that when you're consuming social media. The good news on social media, on the flip side of that, is there are some incredibly talented people who are very creative, who can make parenting, having ADHD so hilarious or funny or something light that makes you reflect about it in an entertaining way. And that can lighten your mood. That can make you see yourself in a new light that's positive. And all of that is wonderful. And so use the social media that's bringing you joy or giving you information that's helping you understand yourself without losing yourself in it. Another positive piece is incredible experts who are very wise and very ethical are showing up on social media now. 10 years ago, they were behind locked doors. You had to pay $500 an hour to get in front of them, and they did not come and speak to social media. They have now since are evolving and understanding the value of sharing their wisdom, their ethical practices, their knowledge to truly parents who are seeking information, in this case about ADHD, and they're showing up and they're sharing and they have amazing things to say. And for you, as a parent listening, it's a gift. It's a free gift. So we're really lucky with all of that. And then on the flip side of that, also anybody can get up and get on social media and say they're an expert in anything. And they can say they're an expert in ADHD. And so that's just something to go, are they really an expert? Being a parent of one child who has struggled does not make you an expert. Are they able to share what happened in their life so you can kind of learn from them? Sure. Right. But make sure you always understand the baseline of what their expertise is and what they're saying. And then make sure they're sharing something with you that isn't gaslighting you. So there's a lot of complexity in navigating all of this, as you can see, as I can see as I prepared this presentation. Okay, so Pew Research just did a study and they posted it a couple days ago. And so I've incorporated this into this presentation because it's great information. So they studied who health and wellness influencers are on social media and kind of what's happening in that space. And I will say the boundaries around this was it had to be anybody who considered themselves a content creator in health and wellness and had over 100,000 followers. Okay, and this is how they were described as healthcare professionals, coaches, entrepreneurs. They came with personal experience or they had no qualifications at all. So this is kind of going to give you a really good view. This is data about who's presenting themselves as health and wellness influencers. And mental health and ADHD falls into this. Okay, so when you are a parent of an ADHD child and you're on social media and you're looking for information and stuff, the algorithm is reading your great love and your greatest fears for your child. And they can figure that out. The algorithm can figure that out and they can start feeding you certain creators who are going to kind of nurture that anxiety and love that you have for your child. And so if you come on and you're a parent who's stressed, tired of the way your child's acting and you want answers, or you're afraid of failing your child, which is every parent's greatest fear, and you start looking for ADHD information, they're going to figure that out. The algorithm, the computer will figure it out, and they'll start serving you all of that information. So it's always a good idea to clear your social media if you can, so you don't get overwhelmed by all of this. Because one thing we're seeing in the field is that parents are really confused that every human behavior that's happening deserves a clinical diagnosis. We also are seeing in the real world too, a lot of children are getting multiple diagnoses, a long list of diagnoses that are attached to their names as small kids. And some of that is to help with like a treatment plan and to take steps in action to support that child. But on the flip side too, there's worry, right? That we're over-diagnosing and we're looking at our children more as an identity of diagnoses versus as a truly human being. And also when we come into social media and we're focused on looking for answers, not failing our children, we identify our child as having ADHD. The marketing side of social media makes you a great buyer for supplements, expensive courses, listening to unvetted coaches, personal stories from parents. We become vulnerable as parents. So I'm sharing this all with you to make you just more aware, to just look at yourself, whether you're showing up as how vulnerable are you showing up, and what is being sold to you. And the good news that came out of this Pew research I was reading is that people do trust what they're hearing, but not all of it. So we are smarter on the other end than the algorithm, which is great. So the stats came out that 10% trust all of it, 65% trust some of it, and 24% trust little to none of it. So our critical thinking skills are still high, which is great. And here's what else people had to say about how the health and wellness fitness or health and wellness influencers how people are receiving it on the other end. And more than half of the consumers said influencer content helped them better understand how to be healthy. And only 12% of them said they got more confused about that. And I would say that's true in the ADHD space. People are becoming, who have a child or they themselves have ADHD, are starting to understand more about it and the complexity of it and the differences between all the different people labeled with ADHD. There's some smartness happening, and I would agree with what these stats said. And 26% said okay, so this is the piece I wanted to get into. So 26% said it made them more worried about their health. And the other piece of this I wanted to bring to your attention is that among adults ages 18 to 29, which are young adults, 36% said it increased their worry. So as we're raising children in this social media digital world, it is, as a parent, my parent coaching is going to be about this now, is to continue to talk to your children about their mental health, about their neurodivergence in the real world, and what they need to be worried about or support. Where do they need to advocate? Where do they need to put support around themselves with those aspects of ADHD that vary from child to child, right? Where's the plan for them? And then everything else that they're seeing with who's going on with everybody else, they do not need to worry about them. That they do not need to take that on for themselves. And I think this is a staggering stat that young adults, and I did hear this too from young adults are using social media as a way to manage their care plan. And that's not a long-term strategy for them. So I think as parents, we can really support our young adults as they grow up and find their way in the real world with their neurodivergence. So I'm begging parents, like, as I was writing this, I'm like, parents need to take the wheel. You got to be a leader and an advocate for yourself, for your child, and for your family. And always remember, your child is not a diagnosis. It's incredibly important that they have a really good sense of who they are as a human being as they grow up. They want agency in their life. They want to be independent. They do not want to be crippled by a diagnosis, nor should they be. So always remember that when you're being gaslit on social media, and you are absolutely the expert and the leader for your child. Remember that who your child is today is not going to be who they are next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So look at what people are telling you about ADHD and take the long view for your own self and for your family. And it's always important. You can learn stuff online, But take what you're learning, use the clues, and then find somebody in the real world that you can talk to, that you trust. It may be your child's pediatrician, their psychiatrist. It could be a parent coach, a therapist. Go to somebody who knows what they're talking about in the world of ADHD and talk to them live. And use social media to help you think of new ways, hints about what may be going on with you or your child, and use the real world for putting together the treatment plan. And also, I wanted to tap into reminding you to use your discernment. When you're on social media, not every parenting mistake is a crisis. We don't need to feel guilty. Remember the gaslighting that happens on social media. You can definitely be made to be felt a failure in life, right? So if we can look at that as marketing and not something being directed to you to internalize and take on, I think it will help all of us. There's a lot of negative messaging around ADHD that comes, unfortunately, from people who are qualified to talk about ADHD and people who do not. And they're doing that for the eyeballs. They're in the business of marketing and they need people they want likes and comments. It helps their business. And unfortunately, it doesn't help parents, but it does help them. So think about that. Are they trying to make you feel bad? I did write some things that I've just seen recently. Anytime a creator is saying to you as a parent, you're crazy, lazy, or stupid, you don't know what's going on, right? You're too much of this, you're too much of that, not enough of that. That's a flag. And you should just scroll on. Messages of like, if you weren't like this, things for you would be different. I can fix you. I can sell you these supplements, this course. Very black and white thinking that if you do this, then this issue with your child will go away. It's that simple. ADHD is a super complex condition to have. And the friends, if you will, that come with it vary by child. So each child is unique. Every family dynamic is different. And unfortunately, a social media creator is not going to be able to solve all of your problems through one post or one video. So think about like, who is this creator? Are they qualified to be talking about what they're talking about? And then what is the purpose of this message? And is it a comprehensive message? What are they saying and what are they not saying? And why am I seeing this? And why are they saying that? And I think if you think of things from that critical mindset, it will protect your own sanity and your peace in yourself, and ultimately help you translate all of that into getting what you need in your real life, in your real family, in your real community, so you and your child can thrive. Thank you.
Okay. Kate.
Yeah.
That was perfect. That's what I wanted because, listen, gaslighting and all the other stuff that's going on. Parents get wrapped up in this stuff. They get confused.
Yeah.
They can't figure out what's right and what isn't right. I mean, it doesn't matter what you're looking at, but if you're focusing on a child, trying to figure out what's right for your child, it's so confusing. So I want to share this with somebody because, well, we're just parents, okay? But what we did is everybody we work with, we got a resource sheet together now that says these are the people that we trust on social media. The list is not very big. So
okay.
you're on there, and other people. I mean, we wanted to make a point that look at if you're gonna listen to something, listen to the right stuff. Listen to the people that know what they're talking about. Don't get lost in all of this other stuff and get influenced by people that you should be influenced by. So
It's really tricky. And the
it
more you
is.
can think, I mean, I hope for everybody could kind of step outside of that virtual world. We all get sucked into it. And
We
there's a
do.
million creators. And remember that, unfortunately, ADHD is a big business. In fact, I wrote about this in my book, which social media wasn't even around then. But back, and we're going back 10 years, people, if that. We're not going back. We're going pre-COVID. Social media was not rocking the world 100%. Young people were watching it, and parents were on Facebook. But it's like, I was reflecting. So the world not that long ago was ADHD did not exist. And the biggest headline back then was that children in France did not have ADHD.
Oh, gee.
And so that was kind of the culture not that long ago. So the pendulum has swung that now ADHD is the thing and everyone has it. And it's really kind of gone too far. And that I think has made it really,
Yeah.
it's made it,
It's been very sad and very confusing for people.
yeah.
I
So,
mean,
yeah,
you know, and the beauty of what you said though too is that, you can't, every child is unique. And if you're just going to listen to certain people or you're going to follow what's out there, you may be led down the wrong path and do something that could harm your child too. I mean,
yeah, yeah.
and or give them the, or you get the wrong parenting advice. And we don't want that to happen. That's why
No,
we
yeah,
created our care roadmap, and that's why we created the summit.
yeah,
We wanted to give people the right information. What's the right information? And I'm not an expert, and my Casey's not an expert. We talk from our heart, and we talk about we follow the people we believe in,
yeah,
and you're one of those people. So we
yeah,
thank you for what you do. We thank you for being part of this and part of our team. You're just wonderful. So
yeah. Well, it's
everybody,
been my pleasure. I think what you two are doing for children and families who need support, it's amazing. So hopefully everything just continues to grow and blossom so you can just continue to help and support more and more families. Because as I said, access in the real world to resources is expensive and hard to find still.
it is.
And you guys are working to help that.
Yeah.
And that's
Thank you.
amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, it is expensive. And we've covered all the costs ourselves, and we give every dollar to a family. So, we just want to help as many kids and as many families as we can. So thank you
Yeah.
for being with us today, and
My pleasure.
appreciate you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck with the
Yes,
rest
take
of the
care. Thanks.
day.
One more to
Okay.
go. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Bye. All right, everybody, we're in the home stretch, past the seventh inning, going into the ninth, if you will. So, I want to bring on two very special people. Carolyn McGuire is going to be joining us for this one, and you haven't heard from Caroline yet. There's Caroline.
Hello.
Okay, and there's David back.
Hello.
Appreciate
Hello.
you. I want to introduce Caroline to those listening. Listen, Caroline is a great friend to Anthony's Way. She's helped us tremendously to get the coaches to help the kids that we bring on. It's been wonderful, and we appreciate you very much. And today, you're a nationally recognized expert in social emotional learning, ADHD coaching, and helping individuals build meaningful connections. You've been working with this for 15 years, helping families and children. You're the creator of the Social Spy Framework, an innovative approach that helps individuals better understand social situations, communicate effectively, and build authentic connections. And now she's the award-winning author of two books. First one is Why Will No One Play With Me? I just love that book. That book, we've given that book out to many, many families because it sends a great message. And she's also put a second book together, Friendship Skills for Neurodivergent Adults. So we got the kids covered and we got the adults covered, and making friends is so important, And you're also the ADD Coach Academy fundamentals of ADHD coaching for families. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about parents and families today. And I'm just excited to be with the both of you because, I just want to suck in as much information and knowledge as I can from the book to you so we can share with families. So I wanted to just ask this question, and I think people are thinking about it. Why is parent coaching so important? Why can't we just work with the kids? Why do we need the parents involved?
A lot of people do just work with the kids. So my methodology is different. And it's actually funny. Sometimes I'll see someone now say, well, we really need to work with the kids who 10 years ago didn't. So I think, people are shifting. But the reason is that as a parent, how am I supposed to carry on what happens in the session, reinforce things, know what's going on? And also, and this is hard because as parents, I feel like it always comes down to us, but it does shift my mindset, right? Shift the way I communicate with kids. And I feel like if I don't understand what's happening in the clinical session, in the coaching session, how can I do that? So I worked for Ned Hollowell for years in the Hollowell centers, and all his clinicians worked with the parents. And I just didn't know you should do anything else. So that's one of the reasons I started out doing this. And it made sense to me as a kid who had what wasn't coaching, but was intervention and was help. My parents didn't know how to carry it on. And so I was always like, it doesn't make any sense for things to just be in a vacuum. Because then as a parent, how often do I remind them of things, right? Do I say something when they're laying around watching TV all day, but I know that they have assignments, or did they do them with the coach? I don't know anything then.
Yeah. David, your thoughts too?
Yeah. First of all, one of the things you didn't say about Caroline is she's my buddy. She's my.
I know you guys tag team this, and that's why
we've been going a long.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I know how you feel, Anthony. You're always great about acknowledging us, and I appreciate it. So, a couple of things. Absolutely, what Caroline said. The other piece is because ADHD is an invisible disorder. The kids really don't understand how it shows up in their lives. And what we know about ADHD is situationally variable, which is a fancy way for saying depending on the situation, really depends on whether that child's behavior is going to be a strength or a weakness, or if it's going to be an impairment or something that will move them forward. For example, one of the most foundational elements of ADHD coaching is understanding activation in the brain. And activation in the brain occurs with interest. If the kid is not interested and you put him in a school situation where they put him in his worst subject, he's gonna, first of all, he might not even want to go to school. He's gonna get angry, and the parents are gonna think, oh my God, I've got the most angry, unbehaved kid in the world, and the school doesn't get it, and the parent doesn't get it. So the first thing that a good coach has to do, and Caroline is very, rigid about this, and she's right. You shouldn't coach a kid without their parents as well, because that parent has to understand the kid's ADHD as well as the kid does, because they don't know what happens. So first, the parent has to be educated so that they can help identify the challenges and begin to be not that kid's coach, but that kid's advocate and support. And then that's the other piece. The parent goes to school and has to advocate for their kid, and they don't have the knowledge to do that. They don't have the skills to do that. You've got to hire a good ADHD coach, especially in this day and age of IEPs, and that's the law. And if you don't do the accommodations and customize for the kid, you lose out for that kid. So it's imperative that the parents be educated, but they're supported by a well-trained ADHD coach.
So everybody should understand that when we take on a family and we give them a grant, our requirement is that they do parent coaching. We want the parents with the child. And a lot of coaches might do parent coaching, separately, and then do everybody together, or however. But as long as parent coaching is done, it's so important for us because we believe, ours is about raising awareness. What are the right things to do? What are not the right things to do? Without having the parent there, it needs to happen both ways. It needs to happen.
Anthony, I want to make a caution here and hear what Caroline says about this too. One of the things that we're very adamant about is that you shouldn't hire a coach that's not certified from an accredited program, because there are and there's a second piece to this. Even if you are certified on an accredited ADHD program, there's a whole skill set, another skill set related to family. You just can't coach adults and expect to take those skills and bring them in to a family with kids, because executive function is different, social skills are different, the dynamics of the family there's so many variables and permutations that if you just hire a coach that says, well, I have ADHD training and I work with adults, and make the assumption that they can work with the family and kids, you're in for trouble.
Yeah.
Caroline, what do you say to that?
I do, and it's not that I don't think people are well-meaning, but I think that there's a lot involved with working with kids and with confidentiality too, and how do you handle certain situations. I had a client last night who is technically an adult, but I don't know that I would say his maturity is all there. And we know that there's a developmental delay with ADHD. And he was telling me about a medical situation. And I said, have you told your mom? Right. And I know he's over 18, but there's certain situations where we need our parents and where we're not making the right decisions. And part of what I do is I helped guide and look at things. And he said, I did actually. And he said, I did it because I knew that the minute we got on, you would say, have you involved your parents?
Yeah.
And so I want to say this too. I think we as parents can't leave kids in an echo chamber. I know teenagers are so frustrating, right? I know there's times when you want to just say, you know what, we've discussed this, I'm out. But I think that why we do the parent coaching is also that I want to bring the parent and the child, whatever age, together in a more collaborative relationship. And the more that the parent and child can heal whatever needs to be healed, right? Can figure things out and can come together so that they are a team, so that when something comes up, the parent has the communication skills not to shame and blame, right? And to say, wow, it sounds like that went, a little south. Let's figure this out, right? And not to assume that the kid is being willful, not to assume, right? I do a lot of parent education. This isn't willfulness. This isn't a kid trying to drive you crazy. This isn't a kid who doesn't care at all. Here's the reasons that are ADHD based why this happens. And then giving the parents those communication skills and helping the child also hear the parent out. I mean, many times I'm trying to help both parties listen to each other, right? And come up with a plan for simple things like putting the trash out, but that are not in the kid's wheelhouse, are not interesting, and can become World War III. Right. Yeah. So that's the other thing I want to say. I want parents and kids to come together, because otherwise the kid is in an echo chamber and they're not making the best decisions all the time. Right. And that executive function and those developmental delays are sometimes meaning that numerically they're 16, 17, 18. But in terms of their judgment, in terms of, their decision making, they may not be. So that's the other thing I want to say. I want everybody to come together because we are each other's best assets.
Yeah. Anthony, there's a couple of things to give a context. I'm 70 years old and I'm still my mommy's baby. That's not going away. But in the context of maturity, the demographics are changing, and adults in their 30s are living at home now because of the economy, but also they just don't have the executive function to make decisions yet. They haven't learned how to make, prioritize things in their life and make good financial decisions. And I know lots of parents struggle with that, but eventually it can catch up if they have the right training. The other piece, and that means that in the home environment, that's the only place where a young adult or a kid can feel safe, really. And if the parents aren't doing it, where are they going to get that safety and confidence? The other piece is because we have such a pervasive, philosophy and pathology on negativity and weaknesses, you can go into the school system and you can hear them talking about the kids' weaknesses all the time. You can hear it in the workplace. Yeah. And one of the things that's so important for families to be trained in is I need to identify what my kid does well as soon as I can and give them evidence of it constantly. because they don't believe it until, they've given that evidence and it's reinforced and anchored over and over again. So
Yeah.
a couple of things that have become very important. One is, character strengths and performance strengths. The school and the workplace really emphasize performance, 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 performance. And the belief system starts to become you are your performance. Who you are as a human being is how well you perform. So when you don't perform well, everything just vanishes. You're no good. You're less than. And it's just not true. What's true is in order to perform well, you have to identify the essence of what makes you tick, what inspires you, what motivates you. And parents sometimes don't even know for themselves what inspires them.
Right.
That when we coach the kids, we're not just coaching the kids for the parents to help them get through. Sometimes that parent has ADHD themselves and has not been given the opportunity to explore, because in coaching, we don't tell them what to do. We invite them. We invite them to say, hey, what were you doing when you were doing that successful event? Who were you? What were you expressing? These are things because of low self-awareness that without coaching they can't get. So when Caroline and I talk about family coaching and the kids and the parents, we're talking about all the things that you guys bring out here. It's the coaching, it's the therapy, it's the academic learning, it's the exercising, it's the appropriate medications. But none of that can go forward. The pill doesn't give you the skill, nor does it diagnosis, until that person begins to embrace what makes them come alive, what makes them tick. And that goes for every kid and every adult. So when we talk about that, the foundation for this is this bigger piece of who they are, and inviting them to learn to step into that, embrace it, and envelop it.
Yeah, great. So I don't know if we have enough time for this question, but I know it was asked. What are the elements of parent coaching?
So parent coaching is anything the parent wants, right? Some parents just show up with a list of questions. This is what happened this week. I'm baffled by this. What can I do, Caroline? Right? And it's problem solving. But one of the biggest elements is putting in place systems to help the child with their executive function, because there's a big difference between learning a skill and being enabled, right? So I always joke to kids, I already went to high school, right? I'm never going back. So, my goal is not to do the homework for you or to set up a system where the parents are hovering so much that they're getting things done for the child. I want to set up systems where the child is building skills, the parent is there as, a helper, the child is growing those skills and then taking things over. The parent is sometimes a body double, sometimes what we call scaffolding, where they're literally propping them up a little bit in certain areas while the kid takes over others. But one of the biggest things is setting up those systems and strategies to help them work with their brain, understand their strengths, understand their executive function. There's something, in child development around social emotional learning called when I, then I, right? So when I am dysregulated, I tend to do this. When I come up on my math homework that I don't like, I tend to act out, right? And one of the greatest gifts we can give a child of any age, teenager, young adult, is that they start to know themselves well enough so that they can know those patterns. When I, then I. And so part of parent coaching is me hearing the stories too, and then observing things and allowing the parents to see with different eyes a situation, and then helping the parents, especially with young children, because probably the parent is the one going in with them, not me. I'm helping the parent get language, get systems, figure out how do I help this kid raise their self-awareness. And self-awareness is such an issue for ADHD kids, without shaming and blaming. So there's all these different aspects to it. And then we teach executive function to the child. But usually in parent coaching, I'm teaching the parent so that they can teach the young child. And as the kid gets older, then I would work with them one-on-one as well as with the parent. So there's a lot that goes into it. But, in all senses, we're trying to empower. I always say to them, I'll always be in your life if you want me to, but I'm not going to be your coach forever. My goal is to empower you, get you skills, and have you know that about yourself, what you need, so that you can, whenever you're faced with a situation, you can go forward with it. You might come in for a tune-up, things change, you might come back, but my goal is not that you become dependent on me. I want these kids to be empowered. I want the parents to be learning systems, learning how to communicate, not, oh, Caroline does everything. So that's something also parents should watch for. If you're working with a coach, the coach is not becoming the parent. The coach is literally, coaches don't get in the water with the swimmer. In a lot of cases, they are on the sideline, literally helping them, right? The football coach doesn't get into the skirmish. They talk from the sidelines. So that's a difference too. If you encounter a coach and they're trying to really do everything and take over, that means they're not properly trained, and they're not understanding that their role is to hold up the mirror, not to necessarily be in the play.
So what we want Caroline, we want you sitting over here in our ear, because we've heard you say it, right? I mean,
literally people say,
I mean, we've heard you say it. So now, that makes sense, right?
And maybe I gave you language, right? You say, I don't want to scream at my kid anymore, right? I don't want to lose it with them anymore. And when they say and do certain things, I am like befuddled. Why are they saying this? And maybe we come up with scripts where you're going to sort of come from curiosity and say, I'm just wondering, why did you smear peanut butter all over the counter, right? Because ADHD kids also do wacky things, and a lot of times they have a reason. The peanut butter thing is, by the way, a legit true story.
I know, I understand that. I think I've experienced that.
But you know what Caroline's speaking to is very important in coaching is some very basic skills like the power of the pause. Teaching, ADHD is a challenge of inhibition, the inability to put on the brakes when you need to, when somebody's got you angry, and react. And what we want our parents to learn to do is learn to develop the skill of emotional intelligence. And emotional intelligence is a skill every human being should have. But when you go out and look at research says that only about 1/3 of the world has the ability to pause in the moment, pay attention to the feeling or emotion they're having in the moment, and stop themselves from reacting rather than responding. And that's a critical, essential skill. So one of the things that we like to do with the parents is we listen to them, and one of their needs are, I just get so angry when my kids start screaming and yelling at me and calling me every name in the book. And what do? Well, I start judging them and I start yelling at them, and you've just created World War III. And so Caroline brings up another subject. Instead of judging, can you pause and bring in curiosity? I'm wondering why you're feeling that way. I'm wondering where that gap in your ability to do this is happening. I'm wondering what would happen if the good side of you showed up in a little while as you pause. And so the pause starts to become part not only of the individual parent, but it's brought into the family. Can you imagine a 5 or 6 or 7-year-old kid learning how to pause at a young age? It can be taught, but it's not just an ADHD thing. It's a global thing, but it's more pervasive in ADHD. So if we can teach them how to pause, and how do we do that? Anthony, I don't know about you, but when I was in school, my teachers never came by to me and said, oh, where is that feeling you're having in your body right now? They wouldn't ask you that kind of question. Everything that starts up here shows up in your body. And it's the best radar that you can have in the world, and we don't teach that. So this is important for families, it's important for kids, and it's important for social cues, it's important for everything.
This is so important because I've talked about Anthony's impulsivity, and we didn't know how to help with that.
Yeah.
And I wish I would have known how to do that.
Well, it takes work too, Anthony. It takes a lot of work on everybody's part because it's not
parents,
natural.
Parents, listen to this, because this is so important, because you got to teach your kids to pause when they're going to so they don't make a bad decision too, right? I mean, that's what it's all about. It's about taking that step back and, taking a breath.
Yeah.
You know, before you go punch somebody, take a breath.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so the
And
last thing that we want to
yeah.
just spend a few minutes on is this. I'm a believer that dads need to be involved in the sessions and with the child. Kids need their dad. And, you know, not a lot of people notice, but I left a partnership at Ernst & Young when Anthony had ADHD. I left that and to be home with Casey and the kids because she was driving everybody around and we knew Anthony had some struggles with school and other things. And that was the best thing I ever did because I got to be home with the kids. I got to be home with them. I don't know if I was helpful or not, but I was there anyway.
I'm sure you
but
were.
I
I'm
was
sure
there.
you were helpful.
I was there. So, you know, but I'm a believer that dads need to play a role. You know, I could tell you out of the 130 families that we got calls from, I get so excited when a dad calls me, sends me a note, and this happened the second time ever. So I was psyched, you know, because dad's reaching out. Hey, I want to talk to this dad. I want the help. What are your views here? Please talk to that so people can understand where I'm coming from.
I mean, absolutely. If there is a father in the picture or even a grandfather, right? I've worked with grandparents. I've worked with foster parents. I think it's incredibly important. And I think, you know, the way I often handle that is if one parent is coming to the sessions a lot, or if one parent is the main, you know, caregiver, a lot of times kids, especially teenagers, are full of the people who don't understand and their stories and stuff. And I'll just say, hey, could I, you know, do a session? I'll just reach out and say, I'd love to do a session with you, dad, and mom too can be there, but like I'd love for us to have a session. I'd love to understand your perspective. And they're usually beyond thrilled. You know, people are busy, and I think parents are involved at different ways. And I do think that sometimes you end up in a divide and conquer thing in a family. And so I think, like, as a coach, I tend to draw the parent in who isn't the primary, who's always coming, always involved with me, if I can, you know, if they are able and if they are willing. I think that also it's really important for every parent to have this education so that we don't undo the positive things that are happening.
We hear from a lot of moms that moms do everything.
Yeah.
And moms are the ones that call them. Mom, you know, they're the caregiver, they're the advocate, they're the ones that are there. Their dads are traveling, and you know, and it's tough.
It is tough.
So
yeah. Well, I got to tell you, we're living in a world that's changing, and males are being left behind in a lot of ways. Executive function, academically, not just ADHD, the world in general. And there's not a lot of good role models for them that, you know, represent positive attributes. There are some, but one of the things that's so important that coaching brings is the power of acknowledgement. And when you're a young kid, a young boy or girl, you want to hear the acknowledgement from your mom and your dad, not just one or the other. You need because that creates neurochemicals in your brain that allows your limbic system to bond you emotionally. And you can see kids that have not had a parent they've bonded with because their emotional systems have not grown with them because something was void, something was missing. And I believe that's apparent, whether it's mom or dad. But the thing that's important is, yes, you need a male role model. You need two good role models, two role models that understand ADHD and don't have different opinions about the ADHD, because that can create conflict for the kid. That can make the kid very confused and lower self-esteem. I mean, I've seen crazy cases where a kid was doing great and overheard his father saying, "I don't believe in this ADHD bull. I don't think," and the kid goes right down the tubes. So it's very important that both parents are there and both parents agree. And I think for young boys, I mean, I'm in a profession where 80% are female. I love it personally. Okay. But but I got to tell you, when I was coaching in the family segment, every mom that called me up said, I need a male. I need a male coach. I need a male coach. My son needs a male coach.
Yeah.
And so you're right, Anthony. When you get these calls, we need good male role models for the kids. And this is the last piece. It never ceases to amaze me. I don't know how Caroline feels about this, But I can't tell you how many times I worked with parents and the mom is all there and the dad doesn't think it exists. And
Yeah.
it's so ironic. It's the dad that gave the kid the ADHD to begin with genetically. It happens all the time. And they're the ones that are most adamantly against this. And here's where a coach can be critical. I've gone in and I've explained to fathers, do you know what happens when you're not there to acknowledge your kid? When you put down something that he's been proven by science to actually be part of his brain wiring and you say it doesn't exist, you know what that does? And let me tell you why he's not doing well in school. And let me tell you why, what interest has to do with this, and processing modalities, and all the things we do, and maybe takes 10 or 15 minutes. And I'm talking very objectively and neutrally and basing on neuroscience. And by the end of that father is crying.
Yeah.
That father's crying because he said no one has ever explained it to him in language that he could understand. So he drifted away from it and said, I don't really care. And so we can make a big difference. And now, I'm not saying a therapist can't do that or a doctor, but here's the difference about ADHD coaching. There is no one to help these families and kids navigate the turbulence, navigate the diagnosis, the treatment, all the things that go on. It's a coach that generally is the one who does that, and we can explain it in language that they understand. So I'm not saying we're the answer all, but we're a very important part of comprehensive treatment. And what Caroline brings and the skills that she brings is another level that you have to take very seriously when you're working with families. You got to have that extra level. So when a parent goes out there, make sure, have you been trained as an ADHD family coach? Not just an ADHD coach that's certified, but an ADHD family coach, because it's different and it requires more skills and more learning.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. And I think, something else too is that um, it really takes one caring adult. I mean, research shows it's one caring adult that builds resilience. So if I can turn to someone, and we all know moments as a parent when, I'm out, I'm tired, I don't have it left to give. I've been with you all afternoon. We've had 8 million different discussions. I've kept my cool, and now I'm out. That the other parent knows about ADHD so that when they come home, even if they're coming home from the train or the office or whatever, they can be that other voice, right? And people have different relationships with different parents. And so, you as one parent may not be able to, no matter how hard you try, no matter what you do, that's completely great, you may not have the same bond. So both parents are so important because there's times when I as a parent can reach my kid, and then there's times when my partner can reach them, right? And I've seen that with many different folks. So I think that's really important, and I think the more educated we are, the more we know the kids come from. And I have the best example for this, okay, Anthony? Processing speed. Many ADHD kids, especially ADHD kids, kids with autism and ADHD, have slower processing speeds. So you ask them a question and you're like, are they going to answer? But it's that they're processing, they're taking a beat. It's one of the reasons we get extra time often on tests and stuff. Well, if I'm a parent and I'm not educated and I'm not coming to the coaching sessions and I'm not learning about ADHD, I'm going to get really frustrated.
Yep.
Versus if I'm a parent and maybe I don't come to every coaching session, maybe I travel, I can't be there for everything. But if I know about that, then I'm letting those few beats happen. I'm not getting angry. I'm understanding they're processing things. And there's a lot of things like that in ADHD where we're not trying to be challenging. It's the way our brain works.
Yeah.
So I think it's absolutely imperative that both parents are involved or any caregivers. So if they're living with a grandparent,
Right.
please bring the grandparent because
Definitely.
they are influencing that kid.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Grandparents are so critical.
They are.
Grandparents.
They are.
So,
Yeah,
but to Caroline's point, we're living in a world that demands speed, 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 speed. And no, not everyone processes things quickly. In fact, some of the most brilliant people, like Albert Einstein, didn't process quickly, and he was considered to have ADHD. Abraham Lincoln, I can go on and on. Some of the most brilliant people that we know in our history and civilization were people that reflected and paused and took their time processing things to come up with an answer. Just a quick example. Barbara Luther, Director of Training, we've been great partners for 30 years. She processes very, very slowly, and I process very, very quickly. And when she started with me years ago, before she learned about ADHD coaching, she thought I was so brilliant because I could come up with answers real quickly, and she took a long time. And finally, I said to her, "No, Barbara, I need people like you to slow me down because I really think it through before I take action on it." So this is wonderful when a parent knows processing speed is not an indication of how smart, intelligent, or capable a person is. It's just the way they process information. And you can have both and be very successful. And you can have 3 kids all with different processing speeds who, when they understand each other, can really love each other just as much.
Yeah. So one final question here is that got a lot of parents who are single parents that have a child that has ADHD calling us up now, and and we got a few like that. How do you deal with that? Maybe dad or mom is not. Let's say dad's not in the picture. Work with mom only, or you try to get the dad involved too, or because if they're spending time with dad, what should be the direction here? What do you suggest, or does it depend on? It depends on every situation, obviously, right?
Yes.
One of the things I do is I get the agreement of the parent who's absent, unless and I've had situations where one of the parents is incarcerated or something. Sure. But like I get the agreement that I would like you to participate, but if you won't, that you at least won't impede, right? Yeah. It's very difficult with divorce. I won't lie. It's very difficult with certain situations. Sometimes I am just solely working with one parent. Sometimes we are dealing with situations where one parent is creating a very ADHD friendly environment and they're doing great and we're making progress. And on the week that they go to the other parent's house, it is not the environment that I would have, nor the situation. And sometimes the courts are involved and there's literally nothing I as a coach can do. I have to navigate that situation. And I've been in that situation many times. Ideally, I would like to be able to work with both parents, even if it's not every time. But I will say in many, many cases, I'm not. Is it ideal? No. Do we all do the best we can? Yes. And I would still argue, as an ADHD adult myself who went through different things, even if it had been every other week that I had had an environment where someone understood my brain and where I had had the support I needed, it would have been better than nothing, right?
Yeah.
So I also want to just be really kind because there are so many parents I work with. They are doing the best they can. And when the courts are involved and lawyers are involved, sometimes you can't get the ideal, which is that the house is consistent, and when we move from house to house it is. I feel for people, and I understand that's so difficult.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables, too many variables.
Lots of variables. So the idea though is that, look, where we can, we want the whole family brought together, siblings too, because we got to get them involved. Because they might have their own views, and we got to educate them just as equally as we got to educate the parents, right? So, and that's been our view. We want the whole family. We want all participating, all learning to help the child that has ADHD to be the best they can.
Yeah,
right?
We're a team, right?
Yeah.
We're a team. Everybody's involved. Because that's what a household is, right? A household is everybody is involved. There's all these moving parts.
I can remember the girls, Anthony would be running when he was little, he'd be running around trying to get him involved and bothering them, and they'd be yelling at him and chasing him away. And, we didn't know he had ADHD at the time, but then we figured it out. And boy, then we tried to educate everybody, and it was still hard. We didn't have coaches.
Right.
We didn't even know coaches existed, and Casey and I regret that because that was one thing we had. 20 years ago, 26 years ago, whatever it is, we didn't know that you folks were here. And we're glad you are today because you bring enlightenment, you bring caring, you bring compassion, and most of all, you bring kindness to the situation that And that's what we're all about. So we value you guys a lot.
Yeah. Anthony, just one more thing. Um, I want people to know how dedicated you and Casey are to this cause of families in ADHD. And what you've done is just, I haven't seen anything like it. And I've been in this profession for 30 years. I've been president of a couple of organizations and nonprofits, and I've never seen anybody as dedicated to the cause of helping families the way you are, whole families, and doing it with love, kindness, and finances. And every single cent, every single penny goes to the families. Not 1 cent is left with you. And this, to me, is one of the reasons, among many, that I'm so dedicated to your organization, because I not only believe, I know that what you do makes a huge, significant impact on the families.
Yeah.
And the piece that you were just talking about, I wouldn't want to coach my own kid because you can't be objective about it. It's too emotional. You can't distance yourself from it. But a coach is trained to be objective and give you the truth and the honesty that a parent can't. But a parent can still be educated about their kid and understand things and be more neutral and learn how to pause. So there is a great relationship. But I also want to acknowledge the fact, Anthony, that 3 years ago you hounded me to come to this organization. You hounded me.
I did.
And I loved it.
I'm a persistent.
You are.
Persistent there.
You are.
I'm
You are.
nonstop. But when I get hyper focused, man, I gotta go.
You got it.
And I thank Michelle for getting us connected, because she saw how persistent I was. So.
And it was a great thing. It was a great thing.
Thank you.
So before you do what you have to do, Anthony, I just want to say that what Caroline and I believe strongly, that with every single family and child, there is greatness there that has been buried. And we just have to invite them to explore and go and explore and discover it and then embrace it, because it's new to them. And they need to have it reinforced. They need to have it anchored. And that's what coaches love to do, is we love to see the greatness. And if you have a conversation with them, 10 or 15% of that language in the beginning may be positive. You have to be so sensitive and hear it and say, wait a minute, tell me more about that. I want to know more about that. When do you use it? How do you use it? And that's one of the things that we do, I think, better than any profession in the world. It's what separates us from everyone else.
Yeah.
And we love it. Besides, we're very dedicated to it.
I agree totally. So I want to wrap up, and I want to thank you guys. I want to thank all the people who spoke today. I believe there's tremendous education and awareness here that, I don't know of any other summit that is doing this. So I appreciate what you guys bring. I appreciate Casey and Nicole in the background here doing what they do, because they put this all together, and they've been great. And all the people that participated. So, and the people out there, thank you for joining us. So thank you so much we're from all the countries came in and joined us. So I want you to help me to wrap this up, though. I need your help.
Okay.
So I think you know where I'm going. So our motto and our saying is, today is the best day of your life, and tomorrow is even better. Life is better with you. So I'd like you, let's close this out with a bang, all three of us.
Okay.
Today is the best day of your life, and tomorrow will be even better. Life is better with you.
Mm-hmm. Love that.
Yeah, let's say it together. One time. Come on, let's say. Today is the best day
of your life,
and tomorrow will be
even better.
Life is better with you. So listen, folks, go post that somewhere on your mirror, put it on your fridge. And when your kids are having a bad day, let them say this, because I'll tell you why. All of our girls, this is a motto that's been with our family for 35 years. Every child that we've had, they run out of the house saying, Dad, today's the best day of your life. Tomorrow's going to be better. We share it with each other, because you have a lot of bad days, but you know what? When you say that, tomorrow's going to be even better, everything changes. And life is better with you, because kids, you need to hug, everybody listening, hug your child today. Grandparents, hug your grandkids. They need to know that you love them, and give them a hug from us. So thank you for joining us. David and Caroline, you guys are the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks, Anthony. Bye.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you.
an open road, an orange heart in the sky. Little hands that reach for more, a grin that caught the light. He taught us how to notice when a lonely voice is near. A small brave spark can warm the dark and make the pathway clear. When the world goes racing by, we'll slow it down and stay. Take a breath, reach out and meet the day. On the road to kindness, we find our way. One small light can change the night into day. Hold my hand, we'll cover miles with a smile. On the road to kindness, stay a little while. There were nights of quiet worry and days that tested faith, but laughter chased the shadows and love made room for grace. We built a map of caring, every step a guiding sign. Together we keep opening the doors, one heartbeat at a time. When the noise makes you feel small, remember you belong. Turn the fear into a song. On the road to kindness, we find our way. One small light can change the night into day. Hold my hand, we'll cover miles with a smile. On the road to kindness, stay a little while. Do something kind of day, let it ripple through the air. A simple word, a steady step, someone will meet you there. We carry him in every laugh, every helping hand we give. The road stays